Hi guys, this is Shadow. Many novels cannot be published on YouTube due to copyrights, so I made a Telegram group for each novel. Here are the lists of novels that we provide. As you can see, all novels are written in an alphabetical order. In front of each novel you will find the price to join the Telegram channel. Also you will find the status of each novel, either it's completed or it's updated, meaning I uploaded it to the latest chapters, or it's ongoing, meaning that I am uploading chapters daily. You can read the doc sheet slowly from the link in the description. Once you made up your mind, contact me via WhatsApp or Telegram. After I confirm your transaction through PayPal or Ko-fi, I will give you a link to access the Telegram channel for good. Join more than 150 members. Also always check the novels lists because it's updated daily. Thank you and enjoy. Shadow.
Chapter 226, Asmodeus. 6. My hands were trembling, but I took a deep breath and regained my composure. No, Yu Jong-hyuk couldn't be dead. Above all, the message that caught my attention was evidence. You are currently waiting for the next main scenario. Based on common sense, Yu Jong-hyuk shouldn't be given the exile penalty. It was because Yu Jong-hyuk would have entered a new scenario like me. There might be variations for individual scenarios, but he became a duke as soon as I became a duke. It meant that, like me, Yu Jong-hyuk was a Demon King candidate. There is currently a delay in the compensation due to an error in the Starstream system. However, there was this one message. It was very rare to acquire a story or achievement through impersonation in the Starstream. This time, Yu Jong-hyuk and I impersonated each other and made achievements in each other's name. What if the main scenario of the Starstream was twisted because of this? I entered the main scenario safely, but what if Yu Jong-hyuk didn't enter? Was that why the exile penalty began? Are you okay? Do you have a glass of water? Eileen stared at me with disbelieving eyes for a moment. Don't pull out the catheter again while I'm gone. Eileen left the room and I calmly re-examined the situation. I had to be composed. It wasn't clear whether Yu Jong-hyuk had died or not. It was likely that he had been killed by the start of the exile penalty just prior to the release of Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, but absolute certainty was a taboo in the Starstream. I needed to first confirm Yu Jong-hyuk's life or death properly. Bayu had expanded the channel to the Jilabat side. If Bayu helped, I might be able to see the area using the eyes of a constellation. Do you hear me? Did something happen? There was no response from Bayu. I couldn't even hear the messages from other constellations. I felt uneasy for a moment. What happened to Bayu while I was away? Huh? I listened quietly and could hear Bayu breathing near me. Bayu's transparent body was lying on my chest, fast asleep. I sighed with relief. I would have been devastated if something happened to Bayu. I'm sorry. I stroked Bayu's head. According to ways of survival, a Dakibi must sleep for at least half a day when it was just born. I was sleeping, so it wasn't strange for Bayu to have fallen asleep. It was a situation where Bayu had exhausted her strength due to overworking. I decided to use the second method. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. Then my temples started throbbing. The skill is cancelled due to accumulated damage. Damn, this didn't work either. It seemed that I suffered a huge blow when my link with Yu Jong-hyuk was severed. In the end, I picked up the smartphone again. It was the first time I felt so helpless. I didn't know if Yu Jong-hyuk was dead or not, and the only thing I could do was read the novel. No, don't think like this. Kim Daksha, please wake up. You've survived so far thanks to this novel. I bit my lips and opened ways of survival again. Everything came from this story. Thus, the answer would be in the story. The attribute effect has increased speed reading. I read the book with wide eyes, not missing a single word or sentence. At that time, we shouldn't have pretended to support the Demon King Asmodeus. It was hard to see it as Yu Jong-hyuk and I pretending to support Asmodeus this time. I might have deceived him, but in the end, there was a nuance that he would still cooperate with us. I couldn't be sure that Yu Jong-hyuk was dead with this sentence alone. The 13th round. The 134H round. Yu Jong-hyuk's regressions continued. It took longer than before, but his spirit was gradually worn down by the continuous regressions. It is hard. The 18th round. I want to quit now. The 21st round. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I read about Yu Jong-hyuk's despair and also felt my heart burning. As time went by, Yu Jong-hyuk returned to his original pessimistic form. A regressor who survived every regression using the principles of only thinking about himself. I can't change anything. He went back and went back again. In the second half of the novel, there was no big difference with the ways of survival that I read before. Apart from the first half that I influenced, Yu Jong-hyuk made similar mistakes and regained similar tendencies. Damn! A few more times? I spent several months with Yu Jong-hyuk, but I was only able to have this much influence on the novel. I wanted to reach out to the frustrated Yu Jong-hyuk, but Yu Jong-hyuk was in a place I couldn't reach. The 25th, 26th, 27th rounds. Yu Jong-hyuk constantly repeated the regressions and I had to stop reading. It was painful to read. The original Ways of Survival was a story like this. How did I read all 3,149 chapters? Due to my irregular breathing, Bayou attached to my chest was moving uncomfortably. I remembered the page number before scrolling down to the bottom. It might be burdensome to follow this story right now, but there was something I had to check first. Did Yu Jong-hyuk reach the proper ending in the first revision? Did the author write the epilogue? The screen hitched badly while I was scrolling due to the poor performance of the smartphone. How long did I scroll down? I finally reached the spot where the original ending should be. However, I only found a huge void. Current being edited. There was a one-line message. I was swept away by two different emotions. Haha. The emoticon that followed the word edited angered me, but some of the possibilities that came from the message made me excited. This story could still be changed. There was a way even if Yu Jong-hyuk was dead. Somehow I had to bring him back to this regression. I scrolled through with a determined feeling. Then the sentences that were written in the section before the ending caught my attention. Before the end of the scenario, Yu Jong-hyuk recalled countless memories of his death. In the third round, I almost died the first time I met Asmodeus. I had too many thoughts. Wait, this was currently the third round. There was a knock on the door and I raised my head to see Mark. He saw that I was awake and waved. A revolutionary. You woke up? It is fortunate. What is going on? Nothing. I just wanted to let you know that someone came to see you. I was busy and wanted to tell him to come back later when Mark continued speaking. The owner of the industrial complex is looking for you. Huh? The owner of the industrial complex has come to visit you. What did he mean? Wasn't I the owner of the industrial complex? Get out of the way. The next moment, someone pushed past Mark and entered the room. It was a presence that changed the atmosphere just by standing there. I stared blankly at the man with my mouth gaping open. Yu Jong-hyuk, who I thought was dead, was standing in front of me. Took me a bit more time to come to my senses. Aileen, who came back, glanced at us and disappeared after arranging the table, while the blankly standing Mark also avoided this place. Once the surroundings became quiet, I opened my mouth first. When did you come here? 2 days ago. I was ashamed of myself for freaking out in the last 10 minutes. The man I had been worried about was walking around the same industrial complex while I had all sorts of delusions about his death. How did you survive? It was a situation where you couldn't survive. I received a bit of help. From who? Was it your sponsor? That guy has never helped me once. I asked for his help, but I didn't think he would actually help. From the beginning to the end of Ways of Survival, all he did was make Yu Jong-hyuk regress. Yu Jong-hyuk's wounds had healed and he looked quite healthy. A constellation helped me. A constellation? Who? You don't need to know the details. What did you give in exchange? None of them would help for nothing. I just received a slight penalty. Penalty? Until the Demon World scenario is over, I will disappear for 10 minutes a day. Disappear? What does this mean? Something like that. In any case, I have now entered the main scenario and the scenario error has been resolved. There is no need to worry about it. Yu Jong-hyuk's expression while speaking seemed like he had solved something. It was somewhat troubling. I had fallen asleep for a week and Yu Jong-hyuk survived with the help of someone unrelated to me. Then he came here to become the ruler of the industrial complex. Perhaps it was because it was rare to talk to Yu Jong-hyuk like this. An awkward silence filled the treatment room. Yu Jong-hyuk stared blankly down at the table while drinking tea. I wanted to ask why he came here. I wanted to ask what he would do in the future. However, completely different words emerged from my mouth. The others, are they doing well? In fact, Yu Jong-hyuk couldn't know. He was a person who only filled his head with the scenarios. Such a person wouldn't care about what other people were doing. I deliberately wanted to nag at him. Please don't live your life alone. If he lived like that, he could never reach the end of the scenario. I meant to give this speech. By the way, Lee Hyun-sung went to the army. Yu Jong-hyuk started talking. Jung Hee-won and Lee Jae-hai are training new incarnations. They are strengthening their power in preparing for the future disaster scenarios. Yu Sang-ga and Han Soo-young are in contact with government officials. The two of them are together? It was the first time I saw Yu Jong-hyuk saying so many words. Maybe this was why I fell into his story. Gong Pil-do is buying land in Songnam to build a huge castle. He seems to really think he is a king. Haha, that Ajusi is really... The two children are doing well. They seem to throw a coin every time they are bored. I was fascinated as Yu Jong-hyuk continued to speak in a blunt voice. Some stories were easy to understand while others took a bit more time. Nevertheless, they were all stories of someone I knew. The people I liked were living stories in a place where I didn't exist. As I listened, I felt somewhat sweet, sad and nostalgic. Everybody is busy living. I felt a strange loneliness at the end of the story. I see. Everyone was living well. The exclusive skill fourth wall is shaking. I realized that I was an outsider of this story. The 25th regression Yu Jonghyuk said, I can't change anything. Without me, people were still continuing the scenarios. Just like Yu Jonghyuk repeated the regressions. The 4th, 5th, 6th rounds, it led to an endless story where I could be easily forgotten. Meanwhile, people would move towards the ending. It was natural. It might be natural, but I felt pained at the reminder. I bit my lips and tried to say something. I'm glad. The words didn't emerge from my mouth. Then I heard Yu Jonghyuk's voice. In addition, everyone is telling your story. I slowly raised my head at the words. Yu Jonghyuk's face was still expressionless. They say it a lot. Your story. I smiled slightly while covering my eyes with both hands. I didn't appear so on the surface, but I wanted to say that I was smiling. In the small darkness created with both hands, Yu Jonghyuk's voice was heard again as he drank tea. Let's go back to Earth, Kim Dokja. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 227, Episode 43, Breaking the Sky Sword Saint 1. TL. I've changed upper grade constellations to great grade. After the completion of the senior grade Dakibi test, Bai-hyung was somehow lazy. All he had to do was manage the Korean Peninsula scenario that was left to him by the former Seoul branch manager, Baram. Sometimes all he had to do was lie down and watch the scenarios he made. Iwansi. It's this way. Damn, I missed one. One person is going to the north. On the screen, one of the scenarios on the Korean Peninsula called Catching the Mole was in full swing. It was a scenario where they had to catch all the bomb moles that escaped within a certain time. A terrible explosion would occur if one was missed, but the constellations on the Korean Peninsula didn't seem distressed. Titano found it. They'll take care of it with Yusung. The incarnations showed perfect organization and teamwork. It was different from some countries where a quarter of the land was blown away from similar scenarios. Of course, this scenario wouldn't be approved if it had such extreme difficulty. Damn, why is it like this? Bai-hyung grumbled as he bit his fingers. In fact, he could increase the difficulty of this scenario much higher. It could blow up half the Korean Peninsula and lead the incarnations to a terrible disaster. However, he didn't do so. I should have saved Kim Dokja at that time. If I raise the difficulty here, they will surely die. It was too late to regret it now. No matter how many preparations were made, it was impossible to live outside the scenario. The constellations of the Korean Peninsula are supporting Kim Dokja's party. The constellations of the Korean Peninsula have sponsored 2,000 coins. The reason why Bai-hyung's channel was maintained was due to the subscribers Kim Dokja left behind. The constellations were steadily supporting the scenario, regardless of whether they were interesting or not. However, the channel didn't only have such constellations. Many constellations are bored with the progress of the scenario. Some constellations have left the channel. Kim Dokja had disappeared and Yu Jonghyuk left the Korean Peninsula scenario. Thus, the number of constellations abandoning the channel grew every day. In other words, Bai-hyung was slowly dying. I need to make changes. But how? Of course, he knew how. If he raised the difficulties of the scenarios like before and tricked the constellations, the subscribers would increase again. Nevertheless, Bai-hyung no longer wanted to lead the scenario that way. Maybe I've changed as well. He had changed from his old self who only pursued unconditionally stimulating scenarios and didn't care much about the life and death of the incarnations. Bai-hyung wanted to tell a different story. He wanted to forget the cider that the bureau mentioned and see different scenarios. Just like the scenarios made by the first-generation Dakibis, something that would be remembered for a long time by the Dakibis, Bai-hyung heard something through the Dakibi communication and reflexively rose. You look good. Have you been well? The face that emerged on the panel was Baram, former Seoul branch manager who left the Seoul Dome after becoming a great Dakibi candidate. The astounded Bai-hyung quickly acted politely. After leaving the Seoul branch, Baram entered the senior administrative bureau. It was a place where the wisest Dakibis around the world gathered. Baram on the panel seemed more impressive than he did before. I contacted you because I have a few messages. A few? Bai-hyung was a bit nervous. It was because he never received good news when Baram spoke in such a meaningful manner. There are signs of a giant story. Isn't there still a lot of time left until Gigantomachia or Ragnarok? It isn't those stories. The giant story is being set up in the demon world. Bai-hyung's expression changed at the words demon world. Is it the Demon King selection? Bai-hyung watched Baram nodding and gulped. Unlike the giant stories that appeared on a regular basis, the Demon King selection was a very rare scenario. Bai-hyung had never seen the Demon King scenario in person. The last selection tournament was already 800 years ago. Just imagining the giant story caused his heart to shake with excitement. Baram read Bai-hyung's heart and laughed. Are you looking forward to it? I'm looking forward to it, but I also feel regret. Who is the Dakibi responsible for it? The demon world had been the domain of the Weni people since ancient times. It was a barren scenario area where channels almost never opened. This was the demon world. Then the broadcast of the Demon King selection. This time is different. The Bureau has decided to dispatch Dakibis to the demon world. Huh? The Dakibis didn't interfere in the work of the Weni people, and the Weni people didn't interfere in the work of the Dakibis. This was the promise of the horizon. Now Baram's words were directly contradicting the covenant. I was originally planning to open a channel after signing a new agreement with the Weni people, but it has become more complicated. They broke the promise first. They broke the promise? An illegal channel has occurred in the demon world. Huh? It was something that couldn't happen according to common sense. There were no Dakibis in the demon world. Then how was a channel opened? I'm not sure about the exact details. That's why the Bureau is in an uproar right now. If the Weni people stole a channel, can't you close it from here? The operating rights of the channel were limited to the Dakibi. Even if the Weni people stole a channel using a strange trick, the Bureau could easily handle it by closing 1 or 2 channels. The problem isn't the Weni people. It isn't the Weni people? Then who opened the channel? It seems there is a Dakibi in the demon world. Dakibi? Wait, perhaps? No. It wasn't possible. Baram kept speaking. In any case, that is why I've dispatched Dakibi from the Bureau to the demon world. I see. By the way, why are you telling me this? You are on the list to be sent. I'm in charge of the Korean peninsula. Other Dakibis will take care of the Korean peninsula for a while. Take a few intermediate Dakibis and go to the demon world. Baehyung was silent for a moment. Leave the hottest Earth scenario and go to the demon world? This was the same as a demotion. Aren't there a few incidents on the Korean peninsula anyway? Don't feel too sorry. Your dream of going higher can be achieved if you do this properly. You told me a similar story last time. Why me? I don't know the exact reason, but the elders pointed to you directly. There is no refusing if they have decided. Baehyung's expression became depressed. He had to go to that dangerous area? I know what you are thinking, but don't be too depressed. It isn't a demotion. Rather, I have one more piece of information that you might like to hear. Baehyung raised his head without any expectations while Baram spoke in a strange voice. The Demon King of Salvation has appeared in the demon world. We were silent for a long time. 30 minutes passed after Yu Jonghyuk's words before I finally opened my mouth. In these 30 minutes, I saw Aileen enter and leave the room once. Yu Jonghyuk, did you bring the Uriel doll? Yu Jonghyuk silently pulled out the doll at my question. I carefully examined the doll. The arms and legs were all torn apart. It might be a symbolic body, but Uriel's real body would have been impacted by such a blow. An archangel with such pride was suffering like this in the demon world. I can't go back now. I see. He answered as if he already knew. I turned my head and saw that Yu Jonghyuk was also watching the Uriel doll. We didn't speak, but we could clearly tell what the other person was thinking. Are you going to take part in the Demon King selection? That's right. The Demon King selection. It was a scenario I had to go through to confront the constellations in the future. I'm sorry for the party members, but I have to get a giant story here. I spoke while carefully attaching Uriel's torn arm. This way, I can prepare for the future destruction scenarios. My choices would be limited if I returned to Earth. I could get opportunities here and build up my power, so it wasn't efficient to go back now. The scenario difficulty had already become more terrible than the original novel. I would only lose time from my work if I returned to Earth. Yu Jonghyuk stared at me for a moment. It isn't a bad idea. His tone showed he understood many things. Perhaps Yu Jonghyuk understood my heart more than anyone else. It was because he lost his precious things when he was weak. I asked, what are you going to do? I'm going to stay in the demon world for a while. There is a personal scenario here, so I can't leave right away. Oh, I see. Really? If you don't mind, why don't you help me out? I am helping myself, not you. I looked up at Yu Jonghyuk because I wanted to know what he meant. It was clearly the same expressionless face as before, but something felt different. Are you also planning to participate in the Demon King selection? It is natural. My mind became complicated. This jerk, he was thinking about taking part in the Demon King selection? Wait, you told me to go back to Earth. Yu Jonghyuk ignored me and got up to go to the window. The faint light of the sunset cast a dark shade on Yu Jonghyuk's face. According to ways of survival, Yu Jonghyuk pretended to have a cool face when he was caught. This bastard, he wanted to send me back to Earth and become the Demon King. The shameless back looked like it wanted to flee. Then Yu Jonghyuk opened his mouth. They're coming. A cold surged from outside the window as Aileen and Mark ran through the door of the treatment room. I was able to know what was going on without listening to them. It was because Bayu had woken up and was staring at me nervously. The constellation founder of humanity is looking at the Yu Jonghyuk Industrial Complex. The constellation the last pharaoh is looking at the Yu-Jong-hyuk industrial complex. The constellations of certain nebulae are looking at the Yu-Jong-hyuk industrial complex. More than a dozen stars twinkled in the sky, and one of them let out an intense burst of light and sparks. After a while, a huge shape started to appear at the entrance of the industrial complex. It was the direct descent of an incarnation body. It was a giant mummy with a golden crown on its head. The height surpassed the walls, and the incarnations in the industrial complex started screaming. If I remembered correctly, this constellation belonged to Papyrus. In addition, Papyrus had joined hands with Burkan. Yu Jong-hyuk spoke in a terrible tone. I guess they have come to protest. There was no need to ask what the protest was about. It was already the prelude to the Demon King selection. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 228, Episode 43, Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. 2. Who is the industrial complex's new master? The colossal voice was heard, and Yu Jong-hyuk and I simultaneously looked out the window. Judging by the noisy streets, the use of a true voice was quite tough. Yu Jong-hyuk muttered in a small voice, a constellation of Papyrus. If it is the last pharaoh, it is probably that woman, a giant mummy with an old golden crown. Everything was covered with bandages apart from the high nose. It was just like what I read in Ways of Survival. It was clear that the body belonged to Cleopatra, the last pharaoh of Egypt. Who is Yu Jong-hyuk? Once again, the true voice rang out through the industrial complex. It was certainly great, but neither of us were discouraged. Cleopatra was a great grade constellation at most. Yu Jong-hyuk and I were no longer nervous regarding great constellations. Yu Jong-hyuk, can you win? It was an opponent I couldn't afford to go against while I currently had story packs hanging from my body. Yu Jong-hyuk shook his head. It is impossible right now. It will soon be time. Are you talking about the penalty? The one where you disappear for 10 minutes a day? Yu Jong-hyuk didn't answer. I accepted it as agreement and looked at Cleopatra. Then that person, she won't do anything. Why? The Demon King selection hasn't started yet. Naturally, the incarnation bodies of the constellations who weren't part of the scenario were constrained by probability. As long as the giant story hadn't opened yet, they couldn't act freely. Even so, hey, have you already forgotten about Asmodeus? Not everyone can act like Asmodeus. I knew that much. It was because the Demon Kings had much fewer restrictions than the constellations in the demon world. The problem was the constellations could consume extra probability to overcome these constraints. Isn't Cleopatra a member of Papyrus? If she borrows the probability of the nebula, Kim Dokja, you have already forgotten what they have done. What? Before Yu Jong-hyuk could answer, I heard Cleopatra's voice in the air. Tell the new ruler of the industrial complex. He will surely die if he participates in the Demon King selection. Cleopatra's body started to disappear with these words. Like a massive sand castle collapsing, the body returned to dust. Keep this in mind. Papyrus will never warn you twice. Then why are you leaving so gently? It was strange. Usually, she would leave after killing hundreds of incarnations. Yu Jong-hyuk opened his mouth like I was pathetic. Have you forgotten? They forced fate on you. That reminded me there was such a thing. Papyrus, Vedas, and Olympus used a massive amount of probability to force my fate on me. It was the reason why Cleopatra easily disappeared. They now lacked probability. Yu Jong-hyuk spoke in his distinctive somber voice. We've bought some time before the Demon King selection. I nodded. At least for now, the constellations wouldn't attack this side. I checked the message logs. The Demon King selection is currently being prepared. Remaining preparation time: 28 days, 17 hours, and 12 minutes. If my prediction was correct, the Demon King selection would consume the 21st to 24th scenarios. It was a giant story, so it was natural to eat the scenarios. I measured the time remaining and said, the two of us alone isn't enough. I know. Once the Demon King selection started, the constellations would start to flock here. A great grade constellation might be lacking in strength, but they were still much stronger than normal incarnations. Moreover, once many of them started to appear, it would be difficult for only Yu Jong-hyuk and I to deal with them. Do you have an idea? Yu Jong-hyuk shook his head. There was a way to bring colleagues from Earth, but Lee Hyun-sung and Jung Hee-won still lacked the ability to fight against transcendence or constellations. They needed time to become stronger by alternating between personal scenarios and main scenarios. I needed to find colleagues I could use right away. Have you gathered any colleagues here? There is. Speaking of which, where was Jang Haeyoung? I twisted my sore body and looked around. I told him to search for group members. It is time for some results. Be prepared. He'll be leaving in a second. Before I could ask where he was going, Yu Jong-hyuk disappeared from my view. I worked out my plan and left the treatment room after sorting out my bandages. Eileen said I should rest for 2 more weeks, but my physical condition wasn't that bad. Perhaps because I was relaxed. The attribute Lamarck Kiran has increased the recovery effect. It was due to the effect of the attribute. The alarmed Aileen rushed over as I stepped outside and stretched. I interrupted her before she could open her mouth. Don't worry. Rather, can you heal this? Aileen received the Uriel doll and cocked her head. What is this? A constellation's symbolic body. Aileen made the mistake of dropping the doll to the ground. She hurriedly picked up the doll again and asked me, will I be punished for dropping it? Don't worry. She is a good constellation. Please firmly repair it. The constellation was nice. The words were strange to say, but I was talking to Uriel, not other constellations. I said I would go for a short stroll and emerged onto the streets of the industrial complex. The streets of the industrial complex were bathed in a dim light and seemed different from before. A few people recognized me and nodded lightly. I could see a vigor that I never saw before on their faces. Perhaps this was the expression of those who decided to live. Hey you Jonghyuk, did you wake up? I turned around and saw someone running over here. Jang Haeyoung walked up to me and gave me a clumsy headlock. I tried to pull Jang Haeyoung off me. My name isn't Yu Jonghyuk. Oh, now you want to reveal your real name? You know? Well, I'm not the only one using a pseudonym. I stared at Jang Haeyoung for a while before speaking in a meaningful manner. My name is Kim Dokja. I spoke nice words, but Jang Haeyoung had a dazed expression. It is a strange name. I seem to have heard it before. It's fine. What were you doing? Oh, I was chatting to a few people and got a tip about this area. A tip? You don't know because you have been sleeping? Interesting things have happened in the industrial complex in the meantime. I heard from Jang Haeyoung about what happened in the past week. Of course, the most interesting thing was about Yu Jonghyuk. He rejected the ruling rights? That's right. He said he would become the duke, but he wouldn't rule here. Thus, everyone was in an uproar. The situation was clear. Maybe Yu Jonghyuk was practicing his motto of dominate but don't rule. That's what he said. The idea was good. However, the situation was bad. The order of the industrial complex must be out of control. If the situation isn't organized, that declaration would just create a security problem. That's why the citizens are excited right now. A powerful dictator had the power to control people's desires. Since the dictator gave up his power, the piled-up desires of the citizens would burst out at once. Do you think the darkness of the industrial complex will disappear if I die? These were the words of Duke Siswitz in Ways of Survival. I once again thought he was right. The industrial complex wouldn't suddenly change just because the ruler changed. Rather, the oppressive dictatorship had vanished and the people's hidden desires would become even more exposed. Hey, give me that fragment. Two don't want to. I picked it up. Voices burst out like they had been waiting, and Jang Haeyoung and I simultaneously turned our heads. A large number of people were lynching an incarnation in an alley. The situation was obvious. They were fighting over a story fragment that came from the factory. I was about to move when Jang Haeyoung restrained me. Wait, just watch. What? I told you there was a tip. What is the tip? The Punisher will show up here. Punisher? I had never heard of such a position. There was no such position in the revolutionary scenario or Ways of Survival. Jang Haeyoung noticed my doubts and added, it's a nickname created by the citizens. A great beauty appeared a few days ago and has been maintaining the peace. At this moment, a man's shout was heard from inside the alley. Kill him and steal it. The men pulled out their weapons and it seemed to be a full-fledged lynching. I would rather move first instead of waiting for the Punisher. The moment I moved my hand to the sword at my waist, a slender shadow appeared in the alley. Stop. A woman with a black cape covering her body was standing on the wall. I wasn't sure about her equipment because of the cape, but her face was very clear. It was a face that seemed to be on a different dimension from the world around it. I watched the woman's waist-long hair flapping in the wind and moved slowly in great shock. Was there such a figure in Ways of Survival? All of a sudden, the meaning of every praise word became clear. Deep sultry eyes were set beneath neat eyebrows. All the standards that determine beauty in the world were collapsed at the same time. It was a face that couldn't be described using the modifiers of a constellation. To my chagrin, there was only one way to express this face. There was no doubt it was a beauty that would slap Yu Jonghyuk on the cheeks 3 times. TL. In other words, put Yu Jonghyuk's beauty to shame by 3 times. There wasn't such an expression in Ways of Survival. In Ways of Survival, Jang Haeyoung was at most described as 2 slaps on the cheeks. I was stunned with shock while the person who would slap Yu Jonghyuk twice whispered, she came. That person is the Punisher. The men were overwhelmed by the woman's beauty and belatedly woke up. Their lips moved and I knew what would emerge. Before their mouths could open, something moved. Then something fell. It was a little bit later that a man screamed. Uak. The man who had his arm cut off screamed terrible while the other people identified the situation and started fleeing. They noticed it was an enemy that couldn't deal with. Even the rescued man was terrified and ran out of the alley. In an instant, only the man's fallen arm and the woman remained in the alley. Jang Haeyoung watched the woman silently holding the sword and let out a burst of admiration. Look, isn't she really amazing? You told me to look for some useful people. I tried to talk to her yesterday, but she just disappeared. The swordsmanship was brutal but moved along a fixed course. The amazing thing was the speed of the swordsmanship. I murmured, an incarnation can't have that level of swordsmanship. What? Jang Haeyoung might have missed it, but I definitely noticed. At this point in time, this speed was only possible for transcendence. My heart thumped loudly. I didn't know the identity of this woman, but if I could make her my colleague, she would surely be a great power in the Demon King selection. The moment the woman in the black cape turned around, I jumped into the alley without hesitation. Hey, I was planning to use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint to get information while talking to her. It would be easier to persuade her if I could see her attributes window. Then if I was lucky, quack. Before I could approach the woman and use the skill, I had to stop in place. The woman's eyes were looking at me. I trembled from the terrible emotions that were transmitted to me. Tremendous resentment and anger shot towards me. I was struck dumb by the sheer waterfall of emotions. What was this girl? Did I know her? Rather, why did she hate me so much? TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 229, Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. 3. I resisted the waves of anger and resentment and shouted towards the Punisher. Wait. Just wait. Then the messages of the constellations entered my head. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is astonished. A few constellations are worried over your judgment. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is having an intense allergic reaction to your gaze. Huh? What? All of a sudden, the constellation demon-like judge of fire has entered the channel. Uriel. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is surprised. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is surprised. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is surprised. It wasn't strange for Uriel to enter the channel since it had been a week since the Asmodeus incident. The problem was the messages from the subsequent constellations. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is asking about what is happening. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband says he doesn't know much. The constellation who likes to change sex is giggling. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is heading towards the nebula Asgard. The sudden outpouring of messages from the constellations woke me up. What was this situation? Why were they pointing in my face? The Punisher quickly disappeared from the alley while I was confused by the messages of the constellations. Oh wait, it was a pity. This was a chance to get a good colleague. Jang Haeyoung belatedly chased after me and asked, "How is it? Isn't she beautiful? When did she appear?" 3 or 4 days ago. The rumor that she is a beauty as well as having incredibly ability quickly spread. She is also elusive. Will she come tomorrow? I hadn't been able to figure out her swordsmanship, but she would definitely be a great help in the Demon King selection. By the way, where did this person come from? She wasn't in the original ways of survival. She comes every day, so she will probably come tomorrow. Were you fascinated by her? It's not like that. I'm joking. I know. You don't like girls. Who said that? Where did such a rumor? The constellation demon-like judge of fire is looking at you. I think I knew where the rumor came from. It has been a while, Uriel. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is raising her nose with an ahem. I listened to Uriel's indirect messages while heading to the treatment room with Uriel. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is praising herself. Most of Uriel's stories were about how she convinced Yu Jonghyuk to go to the demon world. As expected, it was Uriel who persuaded Yu Jonghyuk to save me. It was as I thought. He wouldn't come here on his own to save me. Your symbolic body is currently being repaired. You'll be able to enter it again when it's done. The constellation demon-like judge of fires is touched to tears. By the way, what personal scenario did you give Yu Jonghyuk? It would be dangerous for an archangel to release a personal scenario in the demon world. In fact, it was dangerous for a high-level constellation like Uriel to come to the demon world. The Nebula Eden had a truce with the 72 demon kings of the demon world. Perhaps Uriel was conscious of this face and manifested herself as a symbolic body instead of an incarnation body. Uriel wouldn't have been so helpless against Asmodeus if it wasn't for this. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is making a sullen expression. The constellation demon-like judge of fire says it doesn't matter anymore. Once the link between Yu Jonghyuk and Uriel was cut off, Uriel's personal scenario had been forcibly erased. Yu Jonghyuk said that he received another personal scenario. I was listening to Uriel's story when Jang Haeyoung interrupted. How did you become so familiar with the constellations? I am also a constellation. What? Are you joking? Didn't I tell you? Jang Haeyoung had a complicated expression on his face. A constellation, the beings in the sky? The same as the mummy who appeared in the morning? That is usually the case. That's why there is a modifier. A constellation lives in the context of that modifier. Come to think of it, there was that setting. The nature of the constellations was inside the context of the modifier. I had become corrupted as soon as I became a constellation, so I couldn't see the context. That's right. Those constellations. What is your modifier? Jang Haeyoung was conscious of my status as a constellation and became cautious. I couldn't help smiling. This bastard would probably be surprised to know who I am. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is alert towards the incarnation Jang Haeyoung. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is warning incarnation Jang Haeyoung not to be too friendly. Jang Haeyoung was intimidated by Uriel and quickly moved away from me. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is making an angelic smile. Why did the angel say this to him? I entered the treatment room and was able to see Yu Jonghyuk leisurely sitting at the table while drinking tea. You're late. What? You are already here? I didn't know where he went, but Yu Jonghyuk's boots were covered with dirt. The tea had also been changed. Was there herbal tea here? Thinking about it, this guy's taste was very delicate. Yu Jonghyuk glanced at Jang Haeyoung behind me. Is he the one you mentioned? That's right. I answered and Jang Haeyoung stepped forward. This is the new Duke? Hello? I'm Aslan. You're a rude jerk. TL. This is because Jang Haeyoung spoke without any honorifics. Sorry, I'm actually a bitch. TL. I know some people were confused by this. Jang Haeyoung is a male since Kim Dokja said the author took all his suggestions about the character, apart from gender. Kim Dokja suggested that the character be a beautiful woman, but the author made him a beautiful man. Then later Jang Haeyoung replies with Earth is the only place that judges by the cover when asked if he is a man. Thus, it is likely that Jang Haeyoung has the body of a man but the mind of a female, which is why he replies like this to Yu Jonghyuk. Their gazes clashed in the air. I felt the atmosphere become awkward and quickly interrupted. Is this the first time you've seen each other? Yu Jonghyuk, didn't you come here a few days ago? There was no time for greetings. Then your new colleague is someone who doesn't know if he is a man or a woman. That's right. I hate weak guys. I'm not weak. Jang Haeyoung puffed up his chest, but he didn't enter Yu Jonghyuk's eyes. He might have the unidentified wall, but his power was still insufficient compared to the transcendent Yu Jonghyuk. They were both main characters, but Yu Jonghyuk was the first one. Yu Jonghyuk quietly lowered his teacup and spoke in a cold voice. He isn't worth waiting for. Surely this jerk isn't the only one? I quickly responded instead of the offended Jang Haeyoung. Oh, there's one more. I haven't talked to the person yet, but I found a decent colleague. Who is it? She is called the Punisher. She appeared a little while ago, and I think she will be quite helpful. Yu Jonghyuk's expression became complicated at my words. That person is impossible. What? Why? I tried to get her but failed. What did you say to her? Were you mean? Something like, I will kill you if you don't become my colleague. I fell silent at Yu Jonghyuk's furious expression. Yu Jonghyuk must have a good reason if he was saying this. I didn't know, but perhaps he had a previous love or hate relationship with her. Who was that woman to have such a relationship with Yu Jonghyuk? She wasn't in the original. No, the original had changed a bit and there might be a new story. I should look for it soon. Then there is only one way left. Jang Haeyoung received my gaze and replied with a sulky expression. Why, what is it? Did you do what I asked correctly? I did. What about the transcendent I told you about? I got a response. Come and look. Yu Jonghyuk raised an eyebrow as he listened to the conversation between Jang Haeyoung and I. Transcendent? What are you talking about? This person can communicate with beings of other scenarios. Isn't he quite useful? It was a scheme to appeal Jang Haeyoung's ability to him, but Yu Jonghyuk's expression was still sour. So? It isn't limited to colleagues or incarnations. If we recruit constellations or transcendents, the constellations aren't possible. I can't trust them. Then you are okay with transcendence? Have you thought of someone? I nodded. I will go to First Murim. The First Murim? It is a place where transcendents are the most abundant. I know what you're thinking, but there is no guarantee that they are all superior to the constellations. There are many big evils and big demons present. I know, but aren't there others? Do you think they will all help you just because they have a touch of a chivalrous spirit? I don't remember seeing a decent human among those in Murim. I felt a deep resentment in Yu Jonghyuk's voice. Well, it wasn't unreasonable since he already experienced the first Murim in the last regression. However, well, at least one person might help. I watched Yu Jonghyuk's distorted expression and spoke in a joyful manner. I'm going to ask for help from the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. One of the most powerful transcendents in all of ways of survival. She wasn't at the top at this point in time, but her skills were enough. It was because the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was none other than Yu Jonghyuk's master. Why that person? She is an unconventional existence that isn't tied to righteousness or unrighteousness. Also, isn't it natural to pick your master? Yu Jonghyuk's expression was worse than when the story of the Punisher came out. The sight of the disconcerted Yu Jonghyuk, it was really unusual. Yu Jonghyuk was pale and his forehead was sweaty. Absolutely not. Why? If I say no, then you can't. That person can absolutely never. Of course, I read Ways of Survival and knew why Yu Jonghyuk was acting like this. Couldn't be helped. This time I had to move according to my plan. No, we have to go. I've already obtained the ticket. Bayu floated in the air and made a sound. But a new scenario message followed. A new sub-scenario has arrived. The first Murim was a scenario area where people frequently came and went, so I was able to purchase portal tickets from the Dakibi bag, although it required 50,000 coins. However, the advantage was that I could come and go at will. Yu Jonghyuk, think carefully. It might not necessarily by the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. There are quite a few useful things you can obtain there. The first Murim was a place where a variety of warriors from the 20th to the 40th scenarios gather. If we went there at this point in time, there would certainly be a lot of information and hidden pieces available. Yu Jonghyuk was troubled for a long time before asking, "When are you going?" I smiled and replied, "Right now." TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 230, Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. 4. The preparations were soon over. I entrusted the Yu Jonghyuk Industrial Complex to Aileen and the Kim Dokja Industrial Complex to Mark and some council members. Rather, it felt strange hearing the Kim Dokja Industrial Complex. Was there really an industrial complex with that name in the demon world? I thought the people would be unhappy. Damn, I'm just a pub owner. Is it possible to leave that to me? It is just like running the pub. It is only until I come back. I have transferred some of the rights, so you should be able to handle security. Mark had an unconvinced expression despite my words. Still, wouldn't it be good for you to show your face? The people of the industrial complex will be quite confused. I don't have time to go there right now. If a new revolutionary appears, the whole area has passed on to the next scenario. A revolutionary won't appear for a while. Mark seemed convinced by my words. It was slightly uneasy, but it would be enough to leave the industrial complex to Mark for a while. It was Mark who was the greatest help to the damaged industrial complex in the original novel. Kim Dokja was already in a panic due to the devastation caused by Yu Jonghyuk, so people like Mark were needed. Mark led the council members towards the Kim Dokja Industrial Complex. Han Myungo watched their backs and suddenly opened his mouth. "Then we should depart." I looked back at Han Myungo with a frown. When did this person pack his bags? I won't stay here alone. I also have a good eye when it comes to martial arts. I read many martial arts novels when I was young. In fact, I knew why Han Myungo wanted to follow. To be precise, it was Han Myungo's boss, not Han Myungo. The demon king of lust and fury is looking at you. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is looking at demon king Asmodeus. I felt sorry for Uriel, but I couldn't help right now. It was best to maintain a good relationship with Asmodeus for now, as I didn't know about the development of the third regression in the revised version. There was also something more worrisome than Uriel and Asmodeus. There are too many dregs. Do you complain about the world? Jang Haeyoung and Yu Jonghyuk were glaring at each other. I sighed. My purpose was meeting the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, which meant Yu Jonghyuk had to come along. Jang Haeyoung was also necessary as a liaison. Above all, this journey would be a great help to Jang Haeyoung's growth. Then let's depart. I sent a signal and Bayu opened a portal in the air with a bot sound. There was a whirling sound and a portal was created. It wasn't the size of the Great Hall, but it was enough for the four of us to go across. Yu Jonghyuk hurriedly ended as soon as the portal appeared. Jang Haeyoung watched Yu Jonghyuk disappearing and spoke in a tense voice. I've never left the demon world before. After the first dimensional movement, Jang Haeyoung always lived in the demon world. I wanted to give words of encouragement, but Han Myungo unexpectedly opened his mouth first. Believe in me. I've read more than 300 volumes of martial arts novels. You just have to follow me. I smiled at Han Myungo's words. Over 300 martial arts novels. I didn't know it if would be similar to the first Murim. Let's go. The three of us plunged into the portal at the same time. My vision darkened and the landscape of the universe unfolded before me. I crossed the universe as a ray of light. It was the star stream galaxy where countless stories were spoken. A few stars stared at me passing by, and once I came to my senses, I was touching the rough ground. Wow, I'm dizzy. Jang Haeyoung was retching to the side while Han Myungo looked like he had climbed a mountain. I didn't see where Yu Jonghyuk had disappeared to. He probably didn't want to meet the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Oh, this place. The overexcited Han Myungo urged us forward with a childlike expression. I probably looked like this at the beginning of Ways of Survival. You have arrived at the Blue Dragon Castle. The portal in the sky closed with this message and I started examining the area. The Blue Dragon Castle is one of the 4 great fortresses of the First Murim. According to the description in Ways of Survival, this was one of the largest castles in the First Murim. Based on the size of the square, the city must be enormous. It was a sprawling city centered around the big palace. The markets and lively streets were selling various things. There were Murim people sitting in front of small and large houses. No one showed apparent hostility, but I could guess how powerful they were. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is making an interested expression. Some constellations are nostalgic at the site of the First Murim. The First Murim was a place where countless strong people were born and raised. Perhaps some of the constellations had passed through this place. Zhang Heiyang glanced around the surroundings like he was overwhelmed by the atmosphere and opened his mouth. It is a Chinese style? Is it originally like this? The martial arts background is originally like this. Despite saying it was the Chinese style, the red lanterns were Japanese style while some Southeast Asian architecture was mixed in. Of course, there were things unique to China. For example, the Chinese dress. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is looking at you. I walked while pretending I didn't hear it. The fortress was so wide that I couldn't get a feel for the size. However, if I read it correctly, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint shouldn't be in this area. First, we should go towards the market. We came all the way here and I wanted to try the dishes of the First Murim. The best things to eat were dumplings and chicken broth. These 2 dishes were the food that Yu Zhonghyuk ate the most in the First Murim. He often described the scene of him eating dumplings with hot chicken broth. At night, I would hold my hungry stomach and go to the convenience store to buy a 1001 steamed bun. I don't see anyone training in martial arts. They want carelessly show off martial arts. You want to know if you had read 300 volumes of martial arts novels. Then are you an expert at the Murim world? Is there some type of relationship? Yes, of course. I'm looking forward to it. I stared at Han Myungo with pitying eyes. This man seemed to think that this Murim was the Murim he knew. Not long afterwards, Han Myungo's expectations started to slowly crumble. Something is strange. What do you mean? Han Myungo looked closely at a passing incarnation like he had seen something that shouldn't be seen. Why are the Murim people wearing jeans? Why can't they wear jeans? No, there can't be jeans in China during this time period. They are probably tourists like us. It wasn't just jeans. Most people wore earphones or large headphones, while there are also incarnations using smartphone-like devices. There were those who pursued the so-called Murim fashion, but approximately half of them didn't fit the world like us. Han Myungo felt despair as his romance was destroyed in front of him, and I briefly sighed. I know what you were imagining, but this is what Murim is like these days. Too's that so? Of course. The cities are all like this now. In fact, everything in the world is disappointing. Han Myungo didn't give up despite my words. He learnt an interpretation skill and talked to a street vendor. His way of speaking matched the Murim world. Excuse me, where do I go to find a martial arts hall? The merchant, who was dozing off against the pile of goods on a shabby stand, stared at Han Myungo with wide eyes. I guess you just came here. Yes. Why do you want a martial arts hall? Do you want to learn martial arts? Since I came to Murim, shouldn't I learn the sword? Kwaha, indeed. That's right. Your words are correct. Han Myungo's mouth curved upwards at the reply. The character Chu Gukmyung has triggered bargaining LV. 4. It was really bad quality from the start. However, you seem to be misunderstanding something. These days, we don't learn martial arts from martial arts halls. Huh? What does that mean? Haha, the sweaty traditional martial arts teaching methods are used only in the 100th rural Murim world. No one learns martial arts like that these days. You seem to be from a dark world, so I will give you special information. You're lucky. Han Myungo was confused. Then how do you learn martial arts these days? We use this. The merchant brushed off the dust accumulated on the goods. The box that the merchant held contained something that was similar to a small MP3. Heaven and Earth Ice Spirit Sword unopened set. A recording engraved with information directly from the brain of the martial artist, the Ice Flower Goddess. Repeated learning is the best. If you keep studying it from childhood, you will gain enlightenment. 6-month installments are possible. At 500 coins per month. Anyone can be a master. What is this? It is a fad among young people these days. It is rumored that anyone can become a master if they use this 1,000 times. Is that true, really? Of course it is true. I lived in Murim for over 10 years. Would I lie? Do you see the young people walking around with earphones? Yes, I've seen them. Don't tell me? The merchant nodded significantly at Han Myungo's question. Everyone is currently listening to it. The youngsters are busy reading these days. I see. That's what it was. In Behind the Times. Hoo-hoo, this is a limited edition because it was directly recorded by the Ice Flower Goddess. Do you know the Ice Flower Goddess? She is the public girlfriend of Murim. Here, I'll let you have a listen. It is very effective even when you aren't sleeping. Han Myung-go stuck the earphones in his ears while Jang Hae-young rummaged through the merchant's goods. Phantom Flyer Home Training 6 Months Set. You can be a master if you follow it 10,000 times. Follow the South Palace Sword King study. Use the safest and fastest way to reach the peak by listening to the online lectures of the top teacher of the South Palace. The 24 hours question and answer board is in operation. There is no need to worry about coins. Feel free to contact us anytime. Come to think of it, these recordings were at the peak popularity during this time. They were known to stimulate the unconscious learning of martial arts, so they sat at home, listened to lectures and practiced it comfortably. The merchant stared at Jang Hae-young, who was recklessly rummaging through the goods. Hey there, young miss or mister, in any case. Don't mess it up if you aren't buying. They are expensive. Can we really become a master with something like this? Don't you see the reviews here? They are all products certified by professional agencies. I remembered the first time I read about the listening devices in Ways of Survival. The views of the Murim people were also shown. Baek Young-shin, 12 years old. Male, I listened to it because of a friend. It was very good. I have been first in my private academy since the 3rd month. Tenlang Mayo, 32 years old. Female, honestly. I listened for 3 weeks and thought it took too long. From the 6th week, I started to hear the martial arts that I didn't know. Wang Ban-gun, 24 years old. Male, after hearing this, my performance in the scenarios became better. What about the scenario difficulty? I'm not afraid of the dakibis anymore. They were clearly false advertisements, but it was a temptation for any incarnation who actually visited the first Murim for the first time. They were incarnations who had come through tough scenarios. However, it wasn't easy to learn martial arts techniques profound enough to reduce the difficulty level of the scenario with a few coins. Han Myung-go complained that he didn't like this Murim. Changed his mind. Would you like to listen to it once? It feels like the martial arts enters really easily. Oh, mister, you are in good shape. It is known as the lightheaded phenomenon and usually occurs after 3 weeks. Is that so? Then how much in a lump sum? I was about to stop him when a terrible voice was heard from behind me. If people can become experts using such a thing, the first Murim would have never been destroyed. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 231, Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. 5. The merchant frowned as he looked towards the voice in the back. As expected, Yu Jong-hyuk was standing there. My expression changed as I warned him, hey, don't go around talking like that. The destruction of the first Murim that Yu Jong-hyuk mentioned was a scenario that hadn't happened yet. In the original novel, the tragedy would occur in a few more years. Of course, Yu Jong-hyuk witnessed this in the last regression and the future became the past for him. Don't waste unnecessary time. You know that people can't become stronger with that trash. I was just letting the group take a look. We aren't here to be tourists. Have you forgotten? As he spoke, I managed to see something in Yu Jong-hyuk's hand. It was a paper wrapped with a hot and sweet smell coming from it. Dumpling? Yu Jong-hyuk ate the dumpling with an unapologetic face and continued talking. There are 3 hidden pieces that can be found in the first Murim at this time. The Annihilation Emperor's martial arts book, the Black Demon Spirit's Black Demon Sword, and the Blood Demon School's Demon Spirit Bead. The merchant cut in after Yu Jong-hyuk's words. Ha ha ha. The Annihilation Emperor's martial arts book and the Black Demon Spirit's Black Demon Sword. The Blood Demon School's Demon Spirit Bead? There is still someone searching for such things. Wake up. They are literally legends. They completely disappeared during the old days of Murim. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't bat an eyelid despite the merchant's laughter. It was because Yu Jong-hyuk knew they really existed. He even knew how to obtain a few of them. He shamelessly mentioned it in front of other people because he knew they wouldn't believe him anyway. I replied to his words, the Blood Demon School's Demon Spirit Bead has a low utility even if obtained. You might be able to absorb it, but if I or the other party members eat it incorrectly, Qigong deviation is likely to occur. Yu Jong-hyuk made the expression that I wanted. On the other hand, the merchant's expression was embarrassed as he heard us calmly discussing legends. I continued talking, the Annihilation Emperor's martial arts book is very difficult to obtain. You can get it, but you can't stay there for long. I see. Finally, the Black Demon Spirit's Black Demon Sword. Maybe you are trying to obtain it because your sword is broken, but have you forgotten that there is a weapon that is easier to obtain with a similar performance? Yu Jong-hyuk's complexion changed at my words. He noticed what I was trying to say. Do you really intend to go there? Yes. This time, the power of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint is essential. I'm not going. Do what you want. However, can you guide me to the school? Yu Jong-hyuk made a grim expression and the merchant interjected again. Are you going to find the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint? That's right. The merchant watched us with a slightly weary expression. Then he shook his head and withdrew his products. That's it. Give that to me. I won't sell them to you. Han Myung-go, who was listening earnestly to the Ice Flower Goddess, was embarrassed as the earphones were suddenly pulled out. The merchant smiled at Han Myung-go. I'm surprised that there are still friends who want to stick to the old ways. It isn't too bad to feel the change of the times in person. Good luck with your hard work. The merchant spoke unknown words and dragged his stall to another place to solicit customers. I stared at the merchant's back for a moment. Han Myung-go asked, "What the hell does that mean? Department head, you said that you like Murim novels?" "Huh? Well, that's right. Then it'll be great. The person we are visiting now is the only one in Murim who adheres to the old training methods." I said this while chasing after Yu Jong-hyuk walking ahead of me. Was it because he came to the first Murim after a long time? Yu Jong-hyuk had a nostalgic look on his face as he looked at the surroundings with distant eyes. The streets gradually grew quiet. The buzzing of the marketplaces died away, and there was the faint smell of animal feces. How long did we walk? Yu Jong-hyuk's footsteps finally stopped. It was in front of a shabby residence that couldn't be compared to those on the busy streets. There was a small hut in the center of the grounds. I read the small nameplate set up in front of the hut. Breaking the Sky Sword School. Recruiting disciples at all times. This was where the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint lived. It is up to here for me. Yu Jong-hyuk spoke these words and climbed up a cherry tree nearby. He really didn't want to meet the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Han Myung-go spoke in a suspicious tone. Something so shabby. Originally Murim masters stay in shabby places, I replied. Jang Haeyoung asked with an expectant expression. Is there someone here who gave me the martial arts technique? Come to think of it, Jang Haeyoung had received the Breaking the Sky Sword's immortal body through the wall. Someone had taught it to him, but I didn't know how it was possible. Even Yu Jong-hyuk had struggled to learn it. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, are you here? I knocked on the door. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. I need your help. There was no answer from the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint to my loud shouts. However, I couldn't go back just because there was no answer. I shouted brazenly and opened the door. I will take this as signal to enter. There was a creak as the door opened and revealed the interior. The interior of the residence was better than I thought. There weren't any signs of a person living there. Instead, an unexpected existence was waiting for us. Jang Haeyoung cried out happily. Ah, there is a dog? A dog was lying on the floor and staring at us. It was a medium-sized dog dressed in a dark blue uniform with its tongue stretched out. Han Myung-go nervously stuck to my side. Is that the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint? No. I gazed at the panting dog and recalled the contents from Ways of Survival. Black-colored fur with reddish-brown eyes. The watchdog lay down in a manner that was as elegant as a person. There was no doubt. This dog is a disciple of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Disciple? If I remember correctly, he is called the Breaking the Sky Master. Han Myung-go asked with an absurd expression. No, why is a dog a disciple? It happens when people are worse than dogs. In the first place, the idea that people are better than dogs is a human ideal. I read the curious air around the dog. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. Old folktales gathered and became stories. Fragments of folktales in the area became an original story told to me. The story dog who grows up at a village school for 3 years can recite poetry in effect. For example, what if a dog accompanied the strongest person in Murim for a long time? What if the dog started to follow the master's actions one day? He followed and copied for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, and finally 100 years passed. Jang Haeyoung murmured with astonishment. What is this? The dog stood up on 2 legs and looked at us like he was a human. He had strange eyes that couldn't be read at all. I couldn't sense any hostility from him, but it was difficult to see him as benevolent. Han Myung-go frowned at the strange sight. I don't think this is a welcome greeting. I will deal with him. Department head? I'm also a demon earl. Don't look down on me. An Earl-grade demon certainly wasn't weak. An Earl should at least have a decent story. Hop. Han Myung-go ran forward and confidently revealed his story. I wasn't sure about the exact identity of the story, but he had picked up a few history-grade stories and were using them. He was still a member of Asmodeus' household, so if I checked Han Myung-go's skills, quack. Before I could finish the thought, Han Myung-go's body flew through the air with a loud sound. The character Breaking the Sky Master has used 100 steps Godly Fists LV. 10. The character Breaking the Sky Master has used Red Phoenix Shuinpa LV. 10. Oh my god. The dog blew Han Myung-go out of the house and rushed towards Jang Haeyoung. I reflexively pushed Jang Haeyoung and activated Bookmark. The exclusive skill Way of the Wind LV. 10+1 is activated. The momentary wind sensation made the dog's movements look dull. I pulled Jang Haeyoung and moved along the path created by the wind, avoiding the dog's paw. There was a fearsome power in the dog's paws as sparks occurred. Who could believe that a lowly-looking dog was using the power of the Breaking the Sky? Wait a minute. We have no intention of fighting. Then the dog picked up a piece of paper that was rolling around. recruiting disciples at all times. I finally realized what was happening. Shit. It is the disciples' recruitment period. If I remembered correctly, there were quite a few people yearning for the old Murim who visited the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Most of them weren't even able to enroll because of this dog. I won't accept any person as a disciple if they aren't as good as a dog. In other words, the dog, the Breaking the Sky Master, was the checkpoint to enter the Breaking the Sky Sword School. The dog was stimulated by my movements and growled. Faint sparks appeared around the dog. The startled Jang Haeyoung asked, what is this? Is that really a dog? I was also surprised. Based on the way the sparks were turning yellow, there was no doubt. This was Transcendence Stage 1. I never thought the Breaking the Sky Master would be this strong, damn it. I could deal with him if I revealed my power, but my body hadn't recovered yet. I also couldn't excessively use my stories to deal with the dog. In the end, there was only one method. Yu Jonghyuk, help me just once. Yu Jonghyuk was quiet. This jerk wasn't responding. He'll help you find the Blood Demon School's Demon Spirit Bead if you deal with this guy. Yu Jonghyuk still didn't respond. Then the dog moved. It was so fast that I couldn't avoid it using Way of the Wind. It happened when I was going to invoke electrification. Yu Jonghyuk appeared in front of me and used the heavenly sword of gathering clouds to block the dog's paws. The Demon Spirit Bead is still insufficient. Add the Black Demon Spirit's Black Demon Sword as well. Shit, this stingy person. I understand. Just take care of the dog. Yu Jonghyuk lightly shook his sword to shake off the dog and took a kendo position with an arrogant expression. Yellow sparks started to flow around Yu Jonghyuk's body. As expected, Yu Jonghyuk also passed Transcendence Stage 1. Originally, it shouldn't be possible for him at this point in time. The Breaking the Sky Master was tense when the same power appeared. The confrontation between man and dog was filled with unbelievable tension. A formidable magic power started to encroach on the surroundings. In the original work, Yu Jonghyuk had also competed with the Breaking the Sky Master. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint has 2 disciples. It was the first time he came to the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint to learn swordsmanship. One is Breaking the Sky Master, the dog raised by the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. He probably lost at that time. The second is Supreme King Yu Jonghyuk. Now it would be different. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 232, Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. 6. The Breaking the Sky Master was strong. It sounded ridiculous, but there were probably no dogs in the Starstream stronger than the Breaking the Sky Master. Of course, there were few people stronger than the Breaking the Sky Master. Yu Jonghyuk and the Breaking the Sky Master collided. The sparks from Transcendence Stage 1 hit each other and the landscape started to distort. The path that Transcendence walked caused interference. They were existences who reached Transcendence by walking on only one path. Thus, battles between Transcendence was always a continuation of denying each other. Your path is wrong, my path is right. Through such denials, the Transcendence became stronger, harder, and broken at the end. As the presence of the Transcendence dominated the area, Yu Jonghyuk's thoughts flowed into my mind. It's been a while, Sayoung. TL. Senior male apprentice. Anyone who heard it would laugh. He was calling a dog, not a human, Sayoung. However, Yu Jonghyuk didn't laugh. The expression that faded away hit at his heart. The memories that had been suppressed because he didn't have time to dwell on the past were released. Yu Jonghyuk encountered the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and learnt martial arts with the Breaking the Sky Master in his second round. In this place, Yu Jonghyuk learned a bit about human feelings. Here, Yu Jonghyuk learnt, trained and lived with his non-human master and non-human fellow apprentice. If there was a bit of warmth left inside Yu Jonghyuk right now, it was probably from the first Murim training. Likewise, the first Murim was probably the cause that deprived him of the warmth of humanity. I didn't want to see you again. The strongest dog Breaking the Sky Master and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint died fighting against the Returnees Alliance. Yu Jonghyuk moved. The paws of the dog collided with the heavenly sword of gathering clouds. The footsteps of the red phoenix Shuanpa that reached another state of polarity tangled together. The sparks in the air became more intense as the number of encounters between the dog's front paws and Yu Jonghyuk's sword shot up. Not long afterwards, the energy started to decline little by little. As expected, a main character was a main character. The story of the dog that grew up following the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint couldn't stand against the story of a man who lived to prevent the destruction of the world. The time of Yu Jonghyuk, who lived a lonely life looking only at the scenarios, was found in every swing of the sword. I want look. Yu Jonghyuk's time didn't contain any mourning because he would have to suffer through the same time again anyway. Fight, fight again and keep moving forward. It was the best mourning possible for this guy's past. The Breaking the Sky Master was unable to tolerate the weight of the sword and moaned. Yu Jonghyuk's offensive became faster. The swordsmanship became more persistent and he dug into the weak points in a ruthless manner. Jang Haeyoung was blankly gaping from beside me. Wow, this is real. It was probably the first time he had seen this type of battle. It was a great battle, but it was too early to feel admiration. This was just passing entertainment when considering the fights ahead. In the end, the Breaking the Sky Master was pushed back in the power struggle and whined. Yu Jong-hyuk didn't miss this opening. Yu Jong-hyuk's successive strikes overpowered the Breaking the Sky Master's paws and he narrowed the gap. Rough breathing emerged from the dog's mouth. Then Yu Jong-hyuk's final blow pierced the Breaking the Sky Master's waist. To be precise, it was about to pierce it. An eerie sensation suddenly went down my spine. Someone was standing behind me. When did this existence stand behind me? The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is surprised. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is curious. A few constellations are wary of the energy they can feel. The sky is noisy today. What spectacle can I see? The owner of the voice stood there in a leisurely manner, like she had been drinking. Her body was much bigger than Yu Jong-hyuk. The tall woman who was around 3 meters tall passed by me and gave off a colossal pressure. It was so obvious that no one had to ask. The presence in front of me caused my heart to throb. She was one of the strongest transcendents in ways of survival, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. An ether storm moved through the air and Yu Jong-hyuk's heavenly sword of gathering clouds froze. Are you beating a dumb dog like this? You are a man without any principles. The heavenly sword of gathering clouds was trembling. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's 2 fingers held Yu Jong-hyuk's sword like it was a toy. Bark, bark. The Breaking the Sky Master lay on the floor and stretched out his tongue again. On the other hand, Yu Jong-hyuk had thrown away the heavenly sword of gathering clouds and activated Red Phoenix Shuinpa to leave the place. It was the fastest I had ever seen Yu Jong-hyuk move. An interested smile appeared as the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint watched Yu Jong-hyuk running away. You are a quick guy. I should grab him last, let's see. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's nonchalant gaze moved over our party. The moment I met her eyes, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint appeared in front of me. Her speed was enough to make me sweat. I couldn't be faster even if I used electrification. First of all, there is one guy whose appearance is unclear. She just grabbed my chin, but my vision shook. I staggered while the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was already holding the chin of Jang Haeyoung beside me. Quack? Oh, this is my type? You pass. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's movements left only afterimages. This must be the movement transposition I had only heard about. Suddenly, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was poking the fallen Han Myung-go in the face with a branch. You look like a monster species. Will I get something if I kill you? What? For the moment, you have the death sentence. Han Myung-go from unconscious after being struck by the branch and the figure of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint disappeared into the forest. There was the sound of condensed air bursting and a great explosion in the distance. After a while, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint came back with a big gust of wind. Phew, he was pretty fast. First, his face is qualified. Yu Jong-hyuk had bruises all over his face and was caught in the grasp of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Yu Jong-hyuk's body was damaged, but he was still using the Red Phoenix Shuinpa in such a situation. Nevertheless, Yu Jong-hyuk's feet only hit empty air. It was because the Breaking the Sky Sword's huge hand was carrying Yu Jong-hyuk on her back. I knew why Yu Jong-hyuk was reluctant to meet the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Thinking about it with common sense, there were many dangers when encountering the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint at this point. Yu Jong-hyuk had learned how to use the sword from the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint in the 2nd round. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint of the 3rd round didn't know Yu Jong-hyuk at all. How do you know my techniques? Yu Jong-hyuk didn't answer. Instead, he glared at me with eyes that contained great resentment. Kim Dokja, do something, quickly. For reference, the 18th regression Yu Jong-hyuk was killed by the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. It was the end of the guy who used to say he surpassed his teacher by becoming a transcendent early. I decided to cut to the chase. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, we are gathering transcendence to fight against the nebulae. Is that so? I need your help. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint stared at me like I was an unusual toy. Then she rummaged around and pulled out a huge smoking pipe. Tobacco smoke rose. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint stared at me before suddenly blowing the smoke towards me. You are mistaken about something. I'm not a volunteer. Get lost if you haven't come to be my disciple. The fine particles of smoke contained the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's mysterious magic power. The smoke surrounded me. There was no doubt that it would strike at me the moment I spoke nonsense. Of course, I had to speak nonsense. Do you really need disciples? What? In fact, you're not expecting too much. The tobacco smoke surged like a wave. I continued to speak like I was provoking her. Maybe you will be the last master of the Breaking the Sky Sword School. It is because Murim will soon be destroyed. At this point, curiosity filled the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's eyes. She frowned as she looked between me and Yu Jong-hyuk held in her arms. It is an interesting story. Do you want to hear it? It is interesting, but you'll hear it a bit later. First, I need to look at this guy in my hands. The Breaking the Sky sword placed Yu Jonghyuk on her shoulder and walked into the house while hitting his butt with the smoking pipe. Yu Jonghyuk's bloody cry echoed in my head. Kim Dokja. Shingun, treat these people as friends. TL. The last two characters of Breaking the Sky Master is pronounced as Shingun. Bark bark. The tobacco smoke quickly filled the area around the hut as the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint disappeared into it with Yu Jonghyuk. It was a type of disappearance spell that surrounded the hut. I would only be lost in the smoke if I chased after them. Jang Haeyoung seemed anxious. Is it okay to leave him? Will he die? He will be okay, probably. It was regrettable that the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint didn't listen to my story first, but it wasn't the worst situation. It wouldn't be bad to give the two of them time. I hoped she would tease Yu Jonghyuk properly. Shall we sit back and relax? Jang Haeyoung and I lay down after helping Han Myunggo. Then something touched my legs. I turned around and saw the Breaking the Sky Master holding a bowl of dumplings. I think this was what Yu Jonghyuk bought. Great, I happen to be hungry. The Breaking the Sky Master looked up at me with glib eyes and barked. Bark bark. Eat. It was polite enough to impress me. I picked up a dumpling in a slightly embarrassed manner, and the drooling Breaking the Sky Master's head followed the dumpling. He was a really patient dog. Do you want to eat one? I asked as I split one dumpling in half. Bark bark. You are a good person. The Breaking the Sky Master smiled and sat down beside me. He stretched out his feet like a human and blew on the dumpling. I spoke towards the dog. This place is very quiet. Bark bark. It has been a long time since a disciple came. A few steps away, Jang Haeyoung was looking at me like I was a madman. I smiled at him and placed a finger to my lips as a sign to keep quiet. The Breaking the Sky Master once again barked. Bark bark. The Breaking the Sky Master licked the dumpling skin with a foolish expression while looking outside the fence. I followed his gaze and saw the scenery beyond the broken fence. It was the path we had walked. My eyes could only see spider webs and dust, but the Breaking the Sky Master, who spent 100 years here, probably saw a different landscape. I could roughly guess the landscape. Bark bark. There were many martial arts halls. Bark bark. There were many disciples. This was originally a martial arts hall street. It was a street where young people filled with chivalry practiced martial arts. They were passionate and able to devote themselves for years or decades to become masters. They sweated, tried hard, and were rewarded. However, now there was nobody here. I didn't need to ask why. The countless sights I saw here showed me the reason for the decline of this street. It was lonely. Now nobody wants to learn martial arts using the old ways. Indeed, I knew why this was happening in Murim, but it was a natural consequence. Those who were once teenagers in Murim fell to the constellations using the system, and those who practiced martial arts for decades were defeated by the incarnations who gave coins and learnt skills in only 5 minutes. That's why I'm happy you came. It seemed to be a misunderstanding since I didn't intend to learn any martial arts here. I told him so. The old ways aren't always great. It is good if people can easily become stronger. What do you mean? An easy thing is unconditionally bad. Everything that the Dakibis and constellations brought are bad. Perhaps a dog who learnt martial arts for 100 years would develop the watchdog philosophy. I know you don't like the Dakibis and constellations, but the old ways aren't always right. The old Murim wasn't very fair either. In the old days, people could become a master if they put in effort. I just laughed. Do you really think so? I knew what the Breaking the Sky Master wanted to say. I also knew that it had some value. However, I couldn't agree with this idea. If I left it like this, the Breaking the Sky Master and Breaking the Sky Sword Saint would be buried in the flow of the era and meet the ending of the original novel. I didn't want to let it happen in the third round. At this moment, the expression of the Breaking the Sky Master changed. I thought he was angry at me, but it wasn't something that good. It was due to a dangerous aura felt outside the grounds. Someone was coming this way. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Give up your techniques. The gate opened and a few Dakibis appeared. I thought it was approximately the time for them to appear, but they were already here. The Breaking the Sky Master raised his magic power and barked. The Dakibis told him, the nearby martial arts halls have already sold all their techniques. How long will you defend your old martial arts? I told you that you will miss the timing if you keep being stubborn. How long will we keep offering to buy it for an expensive price? By the way, the appearance of one Dakibi was very familiar. The eyes of the Dakibi shook greatly when he saw me. Do you? TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 233 Swindler 1. Yu Jonghyuk's master, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, was very patient. It was the same 100 years ago and even 200 years ago. That's how she was able to make a group of sword techniques. As other martial artists sold their skills and left Murim, she stayed here alone and broke through transcendent heights. So who the hell are you? Her big finger poked Yu Jonghyuk's cheek as he hung in the air. It was just a finger, but it was the finger of a transcendent. Thus, there was no way it couldn't hurt. Nevertheless, Yu Jonghyuk didn't react. The teacher and disciple. The two of you are the same. They were the words spoken by a Murim teenage expert, the heavenly demon. Perhaps the heavenly demon saw them accurately. You aren't saying a word. You will be spanked if you don't talk. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint raised the large smoking pipe. Yu Jonghyuk's but couldn't endure the pressure, and he couldn't help letting out a pathetic sound. Damn Kim Dokja. I will surely kill you. Slap, slap, slap. The sounds were like jokes, but the power contained in the pipe wasn't a joke. Before long, blood trickled from Yu Jonghyuk's mouth. Then the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's eyebrows formed a strange curve. You are a man of character. She was a bit impressed. I will ask you again. Where did you steal and learn the power of the Breaking the Sky Sword School? I will spare your life if you tell me honestly. Yu Jonghyuk slowly raised his head at these words. The Breaking the Sky Sword School was originally a non-humanistic organization. TL. An organization that doesn't pass down techniques to people with personality problems, i.e. don't value talent over virtue. As an outsider, Yu Jonghyuk couldn't have learned it. Now the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint said she would spare him. Her meaning was clear. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was currently trying to take Yu Jonghyuk as a disciple. Teacher. Yu Jonghyuk understood his teacher's mind better than anyone. It was hard to find a proper disciple in the declining Murim. Then a transcendent person who learnt her martial arts suddenly showed up. It was natural to be interested. But Yu Jonghyuk bit his lip. Maybe it wasn't bad to move according to Kim Dokja's intentions. He knew the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint better than anyone. If he took the chance and told her the story, he would surely find himself in the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's good graces. However, Yu Jonghyuk didn't want to do that. HRMM, it is a fiery gaze. Do you desire me? Talking such bullshit in the middle of this situation. It was certainly his teacher. Yu Jonghyuk kept biting his lip. You will die if you meet me here. Yu Jonghyuk remembered his teacher's last appearance. A transcendent wounded alone after years of hard work. No matter what, her stubbornness refused to be broken. Dumb disciple. They are existences that you can deal with. His teacher fought alone against the Returnees Alliance after being turned down by the strongest in Murim, the Heavenly Demon and Blood Demon. Live, Jonghyuk. At the time, Yu Jonghyuk hadn't fought with her because he was weak. He was too weak. Your eyes are sad. Yu Jonghyuk trembled at the sudden words. The clear eyes of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint faced Yu Jonghyuk. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was a mixture of a human and giant god. Thus, she had one of the abilities of the Neanderthals. Lonely, arrogant, deeply wounded. She had the mirror eyes that could read the emotions of others. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was staring at Yu Jonghyuk with these eyes. Who are you? Yu Jonghyuk harshly bit his lips like he was digging up his agony. He shouldn't say it. Never, he absolutely couldn't say it. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at you. Yu Jonghyuk looked up at the message. The constellation Demon King of Salvation says it will be okay. It would be okay? The constellation Demon King of Salvation says this round will be different. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is telling you to trust your teacher. This round would be different. He wouldn't have believed it if it was spoken by someone else. Then why? He wanted to believe what this person was saying. The constellation Demon King of Salvation. This fly, shut up. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint flicked her fingers at the air, and all the sound in the area disappeared completely. All outside sound was cut off with magic power. It was possible for a transcendent at the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's level. Kim Dokja's voice wouldn't be heard for a while as long as the Dakibis didn't adjust the channel frequency. From now on, it would be left to Yu Jonghyuk's own judgment. My name is Yu Jonghyuk. Yu Jonghyuk took a small breath before releasing it. I was your disciple. HRMM. What does that mean? I have never seen you before. I naturally have no memories of taking you as a disciple. It is literally what I said. I learned the techniques from... The moment Yu Jonghyuk was about to speak, sparks flew around his body. The story disciple of Breaking the Sky Sword Saint is activated. Yu Jonghyuk's lips twisted as the ending of his words were forcefully changed to a honorific. Teacher. Yu Jonghyuk's expression distorted. He recalled the conversation he had with the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint in the last round. You said that you are a regressor. So we might meet again someday. I want become your disciple next time. This angry fellow. You should say sweet words. And why aren't you adding honorifics? Do you want a caught in your next life? Perhaps this story remained because of his previous conversation with the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. You have to use honorifics for the incarnation Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. It was funny. He hadn't been formal with the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint at the time, yet this story remained with him. At that time, become my disciple again. His heart throbbed as old memories poured out like a waterfall and knocked on his heart. He couldn't hear the indirect messages, but he felt Kim Daksha looking this way. Companion. Yu Jong-hyuk had long forgotten what it felt like to believe in someone. He slowly blinked before opening his mouth. Aren't you wondering about who I am? Of course, I am terribly curious. Then I will open my mental barrier. Take a peek. It is possible with your mirror eyes. HRMM. You know about the mirror eyes? Just 5 minutes. I can't give you any more time than that. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's eyes were tinged with suspicion. Are you planning to use a strange trick? You can subdue me even if I used a trick. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's eyebrows raised at the provocative tone. Okay, it wasn't just the constellations who loved stories. There weren't many chances to peek at another transcendental existence. This transcendent suddenly appeared in Murim and used the same techniques as her. There was no way she wasn't curious. I will look at you. Soon after, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's mirror eyes shone. Yu Jong-hyuk felt like his hair was being pulled out. A memory transfer through the mirror eyes was dangerous for Yu Jong-hyuk and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Nevertheless, Yu Jong-hyuk was committed. Perhaps the spirit of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint would be broken. She might not believe what she saw. She could deny everything and erase Yu Jong-hyuk. However, if this gamble succeeded, he might be able to change the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. A dozen minutes passed until the clear energy of the mirror eyes in the area disappeared. The light of the mirror eyes was turned off, but the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint didn't talk. She just stared at the floor with a lowered head. Had she gone crazy? Or, there was an unknown emotion in the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's eyes as she raised her head. It was the first time he had seen this expression in the third round. A moment passed before Yu Jong-hyuk realized the meaning of the expression. You said you wouldn't be my disciple again. Yu Jong-hyuk and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint talked for a long time. You've worked hard. Stop with the flimsy comforting. It doesn't match you. Okay. You are unmistakable, my disciple. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint of the second round regression had died and would never return again. The current Breaking the Sky Sword Saint wasn't the same as the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint of the second round. Even so, the two people spoke like they weren't conscious of this fact. I got revenge. The Heavenly Demon and Blood Demon, I beat them both in the 35th scenario. Yes, I saw. I'm not satisfied since you found it hard to win. Then you shouldn't have died. It wasn't a normal conversation between a teacher and student, but there was a gentle smile on the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's face. You've changed a lot, Jong-hyuk. Nothing has changed. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint flicked her finger at the answer. Then a portion of the barrier around the hut distorted and a panel reminiscent of a large telescope lens popped up. On the small panel, the outside scenery was shining. Is it due to that child that you came to see me? It was Kim Daksha talking to the dog while eating dumplings. Yu Jong-hyuk watched the scene and opened his mouth. Is he your new friend? There is no such thing as friend. This person is just... He is already brave enough to think about fighting against the nebulae. Do you think he can do it? As the first friend of her blunt disciple, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint looked closely at Kim Daksha's face. Then the barrier shook and a loud voice was heard. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Give up your techniques. The surprised Yu Jong-hyuk rose from his seat. The Dakibis. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint spoke like she was tired of this. The techniques buyers came again. It is faster than planned. How long has it been? A while. I'm the only one left around here. Martial arts were valuable in Murim. It was because they were all types of stories made up of history. The deeper the origin, the greater the value. The Dakibis were well aware of this and coveted the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's techniques. Yu Jong-hyuk pulled out the heavenly sword of gathering clouds and opened his mouth. Kim Daksha and I will handle it. The opponents are Dakibis. You can't do anything. It is possible for Kim Daksha. Instead of answering his teacher's question, Yu Jong-hyuk watched the Dakibis on the panel. One of the Dakibis looked familiar. It is that guy from Seoul Dome. Kim Daksha probably wouldn't let him go. Then Kim Daksha's voice came from the screen. I didn't know you were still alive. Didn't you go to be punished? As expected, Kim Daksha's characteristic messing around with people had started. Kim Daksha scratched his chin and spoke to the Dakibis like it was interesting. Yes. Did you come to buy the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's techniques? Yu Jong-hyuk shrugged at his teacher. Kim Daksha would have sorted it even without Yu Jong-hyuk coming out. He didn't know what Kim Daksha was trying to do, but Kim Daksha was going to do another weird trick to deal a proper blow to the Dakibis. The next moment, Kim Daksha said something strange with an unexpected smile. Okay, I'll sell it, the techniques of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 234 Swindler. 2. Perhaps at that time. I saw the trembling expression of the Dakibis and remembered some bad memories. Bayu floating beside me was also frowning. It was natural for her to be furious. This was a dakibi behind the tragedy of the 41st Shin Yusung disaster. His name, was it Paul? I thought he would go to purgatory and be severely punished. The Bureau's punishment was like hitting cotton. What type of punishment was joining the Murim redevelopment team? You've lost a lot of weight in your face while I haven't seen you? You were an intermediate dakibi back then. Now you are, lesser grade? You. I saw his agitation and felt like asking for the solo meeting rights to beat him up again. The story of this guy being beaten up, was the Weni person reading it well? Stop and back off, Paul. Another dakibi moved forward on behalf of Paul, who was unable to speak. Are you Kim Dokja? I looked closer and this dakibi was also familiar. I had heard this voice somewhere before. Wait, this guy? Was that you? The person working under Baihyung. The name? Yunki. Indeed. You are Kim Dokja. The dakibi happily greeted me. I dimly remembered. He was the dakibi responsible for the subchannels under Baihyung. I heard rumors that you were alive. I didn't expect to see you at a place like this. Is Baihyung doing well? He was visibly gloomy after you disappeared. I felt a little sorry that Baihyung had become depressed. That guy Baihyung must have liked me. Haven't you cleaned up well? You previously didn't even know how to update the scenario. That is a shameful story. I am now an intermediate dakibi. He was an intermediate dakibi. This guy was part of the Korean Peninsula scenario, so Baihyung must have received a high-speed promotion. It felt like a lot of time had passed, but it had been less than 1 year. By the way, Dokja, what do you mean by selling the skills? Yunki watched me with calm eyes. No matter what, a dakibi was a dakibi. I couldn't take it easy. I meant it literally. I will persuade the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint to sell you the skills. How will Dokja? I have my ways. What skills do you need? The Red Phoenix Shuinpa? Or the 100 Steps Godly Fists? We already have the 100 Steps Godly Fists. What we need is the Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship? Yunki nodded at my words. It was as I thought. The Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship. It was the name given to the Breaking the Sky Sword Saints breaking the sky. One of the top-ranked skills in the first Murim that anyone would covet was Yu Jonghyuk's Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship. I felt the Breaking the Sky Master growling by my side and quickly agreed. Okay, he'll sell it. No, I won't sell it. He'll give it to you. The Breaking the Sky Master looked up at me with absurd eyes. Yunki was astonished. Really? Instead, do me 2 favors in exchange. The first one, place the Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship as the prize for the scenario you will soon open. Ha! I smiled at Yunki's stupid expression. Did he think I would just give him the Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship? Aren't you going to open the martial arts competition scenario soon? The Black Demon Sword is included in it. How do you know? Why are you so startled? You always do this. It is a regular scenario for Murim. A precious sword of Murim will appear and a huge crowd of people will fight for it. That is true, but how do you know about the Black Demon Sword? How did I know? The martial arts competition was an event scenario that Yu Jonghyuk repeatedly participated in when he came to first Murim. I didn't know how many times I made a comment telling the author to skip the competition. It doesn't matter how I know. In any case, add the Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship as a prize. Give it as the first place prize. Yunki's eyes rolled quickly. It was probably a great suggestion for him. There were a limited number of things that the dakibis could do with the techniques bought from the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. They could secure additional subscriptions by adding it to a large scenario or sell it at a high price through the dakibi bag. Yunki was currently figuring out which one would be more profitable. Okay, I have nothing to lose if I do this. It will be saving on the cost of buying the technique. Only? You said 2 favors. What is the second one? I laughed softly at the prudence. He had become pretty clever since reaching intermediate level. The second condition is simple. I want everyone here to participate in the martial arts competition scenario. Everyone here? Yunki's eyes narrowed. He finally figured out my ploy. It is an interesting suggestion, but it is difficult. Why? I don't know about the other incarnations, but it can't be the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. I thought he would say this. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was likely to win if she participated in the martial arts competition. The participants of the martial arts competition would naturally be reduced and the dakibis would suffer losses. I acted like I was yielding a big thing. Then everyone apart from the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Then it's fine. The martial arts competition is in 2 weeks. Until then, please prepare the skills of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. I responded to the waiting Yunki. I understand. Don't forget to properly invite us to the scenario. Of course. Then I'll see you again soon. Give my regards to Baihyung. Haha. Understood. Maybe he was glad that things went well. Yunki laughed joyfully as he disappeared. The dakibis that followed him also started to leave. Paul was staring at me the whole time and I glared as hard as I could. After a while, the dakibis disappeared and Jang Haeyoung, standing next to me, grabbed my collar. Hey, what the hell did you do just now? Sell the techniques? Enter the martial arts competition? What the hell? Woof woof. Woof woof woof. We want sell our techniques. What the hell are you thinking? The dazed Breaking the Sky Master responded too late. It was the expected reaction. In fact, this much was what I guessed. Kim Dokja. It was as expected. Yu Jong-hyuk caused a huge cloud of dust as he ran over and grabbed my neck. He shook me like a man betrayed. I flapped like a paper doll without strength and said, "Let me speak." "Shut up. What the hell are you thinking? Selling the techniques? Please calm down. I did it because of you." "What? Don't you know what we just got?" Yu Jong-hyuk's hands stopped for the first time at my words. Then a message came to my ears. A new sub-scenario has arrived. The sub-scenario martial arts competition has begun. Yu Jong-hyuk read the details of the scenario that just arrived and was silent for a moment. The Black Demon Sword? Yes. You said you wanted it. If you look closely, there is also the Demon Spirit Bead. It is the third-place prize, but I don't remember well. Yu Jong-hyuk's eyes were greatly shaken as he watched me. He suddenly released me. This jerk, you didn't need to be so moved. In any case, he seemed to be persuaded. The problem was the other side. I turned and saw the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint standing with a stiff expression. An existence born with the power of a giant god. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's existence is no different from a god. There was nothing wrong with the description from Ways of Survival. She felt overwhelmingly threatening just standing there. I smiled and waved my hand. Did the conversation between teacher and student end well? You are insane. Listen to my story before saying anything. I have no time to mix words with a person like you. The heavy fog around us was thickening. I quickly added, Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, it isn't possible to maintain the old ways forever. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's thick eyebrows were fiercely curved. Is it so important to keep the non-humanistic principle? What if you lose everything you have because of it? Yu Jong-hyuk looked at me like I was mentally ill. Kim Dokja. Don't say anything else. Of course, I kept talking. In the first place, your real strength isn't the Breaking the Sky swordsmanship, right? You've abandoned it for a long time after reaching transcendence. Why don't you sell it for something? The ground around me started vibrating. Eventually, Yu Jong-hyuk placed me behind him as protection and raised the heavenly sword of gathering clouds. It felt as if the gravity of the whole area was strengthened. It felt like a giant mountain was pressing on my shoulders. Jang Haeyoung and Han Myung-go couldn't even scream as they sank into the ground. The group would be wiped out if this continued. Teacher, wait. Yu Jong-hyuk cried out, but the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint didn't stop. Was she going to do this? She was really stubborn. The constellation Demon King of Salvation has triggered the status of a constellation. Sparks appeared around me and the surrounding gravitational pressure was temporarily relieved. I smiled at the startled Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. I might have an incarnation body, but I was still a narrative-grade constellation. I haven't sold it yet, so don't be too harsh. You were hiding. In any case, you can regain the martial arts technique if you win the competition. Won't you win the competition? The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint looked calmer and the pressure she gave off subsided. It wouldn't be a problem for her to overpower me if she used her real strength, but she seemed to take me as Yu Jong-hyuk's colleague. She told me I can't participate in the competition. It would be no fun if an adult plays with kids. The children of Murim are much stronger than you think. I'm aware. However, your disciple is strong. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint understood what I meant, and I patted Yu Jong-hyuk's shoulder as he stood next to me. There will be Jong-hyuk in the competition. Yu Jong-hyuk turned and stared at me with wide eyes. I didn't know why he was surprised. Did he think he wouldn't participate? The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's eyebrows wriggled again. He's still weak. You can make him stronger. He is your disciple anyway. I never said I would accept him as a disciple. At this point, Yu Jong-hyuk stared at the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint with wide eyes. In any case, the teacher and student were both not honest. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. Well, I knew that not being honest was their virtual. It is too early for him. Jong-hyuk will die if he goes to the competition. He isn't at a level to compete with those teenage masters. I couldn't fully hear the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's thoughts because of my low understanding level. Even so, it wasn't hard to know what she was thinking. In the end, I had to do this for the teacher and student. If you accept Yu Jong-hyuk as a disciple, I will let you meet your clan. What does that mean? Exactly what I said. You haven't found your clan yet, correct? The Breaking the Sky Sword looked at me with a strange expression. I don't know how you know this, but my clan has been wiped out. There are no giant gods left. No, there are still some left. What? I looked up and spoke. Master of the underworld, are you still watching? Hades was now in my channel. I owed him for last time, so it was time to give a greeting. However, it wasn't Hades who responded to my call. The constellation queen of the darkest spring is looking at you with a strange smile. It has been a while, Persephone. Damn. This queen was hard to deal with. When did she enter? I was about to open my mouth when I heard more messages. The constellation queen of the darkest spring says she has heard the story. The constellation queen of the darkest spring will listen to your request. As expected, Persephone was quick when it came to good stories. The problem was that this queen never did anything without an ulterior motive. The constellation queen of the darkest spring says there is a condition. As expected. Please say it. The constellation queen of the darkest spring is inviting you to the Feast of Constellations. Feast of Constellations? It was strange. Was now the time for a constellation banquet to be held? Persephone's message followed as an answer to my question. The constellation queen of the darkest spring is inviting you to the Gourmet Association. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 235 Swindler. 3. From the next day onwards, Yu Jonghyuk was absorbed in training with the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint kept maintaining a serious expression from the moment she heard her clan could be found. Yu Jonghyuk knew her heart but devoted himself to meditation instead of comforting his teacher. Originally, I was going to meet the ancient giant gods in person, but in any case, it wouldn't be bad to leave it to Kim Dokja. Yu Jonghyuk would have had to pass through 40 scenarios in order to meet an ancient giant god if he followed his original plan. That guy, I didn't think he would have such a relationship with the underworld. Kim Dokja really had unknown corners. How the hell did he succeed in charming all those constellations? The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is laughing. Just look at this archangel. The demon-like Judge of Fire wasn't such a constellation during the second round. She was a strict and lofty archangel full of justice. Yu Jonghyuk couldn't understand why such an existence was so ruined this time. Are you really thinking about participating in the competition? Yu Jonghyuk nodded silently at the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's question. You might die. The competition scenarios are never easy. I am much stronger than I was at this point of time in the last round. It isn't at a level to deal with the teenage masters. Yu Jonghyuk was well aware of the teenage masters of Murim. One of them was the Ice Flower Goddess whose techniques were sold by the previous merchant who welcomed visitors. There was also a teenage master from the South Palace, a distant relative of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. They would appear when the martial arts competition opened. In addition, the martial arts competition was a commodity, so he had to consider the incarnations of famous constellations participating. Some constellations are looking forward to the martial arts competition. Some constellations are tired of the martial arts competition. Fortunately, the stronger constellations were tired of these scenarios. As a scenario that repeated every year in Murim, there weren't many constellations paying much attention to the martial arts competition. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint read Yu Jonghyuk's heart and opened her mouth. You have to open Transcendence Stage 2. I've opened it before, so it won't be difficult. It is different from breaking through Stage 1. I will do it somehow. I've already reached Stage 3 in the last round. Stage 3? The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's eyes shook. The third stage of Transcendence wasn't a step that could be reached with talent alone. It took an enormous amount of time to pass through the third stage. On the other hand, Yu Jonghyuk couldn't have experienced such a large amount of time in the last round. Yu Jonghyuk understood his teacher's question and replied, I used a time fault in the dark dimension. A time fault in the dark dimension. It was often called the Cemetery of Murim. There were two types of Murim people who went to that place. In that prison of enormous time, there were those who hit the wall of talent and became crazy, or those who went beyond the wall. Yu Jonghyuk was the latter. I can't imagine how hard your training was. How many years were you inside there? Around 100 years. Stage 3 in 100 years. No wonder why you are so arrogant. 100 years. It was a long time for ordinary humans, but it wasn't the same for transcendence. There were many people who lived for 200 or 300 years in this world who couldn't reach transcendence no matter how much they built up their martial arts. It was a wall that couldn't be overcome by improving the physical body with all types of spiritual medicine. There was a thick wall in transcendence, yet Yu Jonghyuk crossed that wall 3 times in 100 years. I will shorten it if I enter the time fault again. It's a crazy idea. Using a time fault will numb the soul. Haven't you seen the martial artists who went mad in the time fault? Don't you know that there is a fine line between insanity and transcendence? In the last round, I couldn't surpass you even after entering the time fault. Of course, 100 years is too early to catch up with me. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint struggled for a moment before saying, in any case, you have reached the third stage. It is better to teach you than an ignorant person. Yu Jonghyuk's expression wasn't very bright despite his teacher's praise. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint felt something fishy and questioned him. Yu Jong-hyuk eventually told her the story. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint heard the story and asked as if it was absurd, "Your spiritual awakening was while you were exhausted?" Well, I don't remember exactly. In the end, he didn't know who he broke through into stage 3. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's expression wasn't good. Are you confident you can trust your unconscious mind and break through to stage 3 again? That sounds like the pseudo-cult followers of the Ice Flower Goddess. That's why I need you. Please teach me your techniques again. What? Using the same method as before is difficult. Takes too long. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was stunned by her disciple's shameless words. I don't know if I should help. You've crossed the wall of transcendence, so you know that transcendence is never done in one way. All transcendents have to find their own way to transcend. You can still help. Isn't there the 10,000 streams will gather together school? TL. The idiom that all things will eventually return to the same point. It means we will have to find one of the many branches. There is no such enlightenment in the world. Just as there is no such story. Still, if there are 10,000 branches, can't we catch one of them? I've already found one in the past. Yu Jong-hyuk said this and thought he was somehow talking like Kim Dokja. He didn't originally talk this way. Maybe he was influenced while they were together. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint sighed at her silent disciple. Were you originally so talkative? It won't be easy. You should have seen from the previous round that the Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship wasn't originally for men. Yu Jong-hyuk also knew it. That's why it was very difficult to learn the skills of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint in the past. However, this time was different. The problem of gender can be resolved to some extent. What does that mean? The constellation who likes to change sex is snorting. Yu Jong-hyuk frowned at the indirect message. Complex emotions and enormous anger rose every time he thought about it, but he had to take advantage of everything he could. It is time to wrap this up. After a while, the astonished Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's mouth dropped open. Yu Jong-hyuk took out his sword with a blank expression. You can never tell that guy out there. In the Kim Dokja Industrial Complex, there are people who doubt your achievements. The story about the swindler Kim Dokja is spreading in the Kim Dokja Industrial Complex. I woke up from my nap due to a message in the air. Based on the message, it seemed that a bad rumor was circulating in the industrial complex while I was away. It was natural since the industrial complex had changed rulers, but the new ruler never showed his face. By the way, swindler Kim Dokja, why did it feel like people who didn't know my face knew me better? Kim Dokja, what are you doing? Someone kicked me and I got up with a groan. I saw Yu Jong-hyuk, whose upper body was bare and covered in sweat. It was probably from the hard training under the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. I was just thinking for a moment. You're being lazy. I have to be lazy now. I'm a patient. It was an excuse, but it was true. I had yet to fully recover from the exile penalty. The recovery was also delayed due to what happened with the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. I was increasing the proficiency of Lamarck Kirin and steadily ingesting story fragments, so recovery wouldn't be too late. I looked at the people training hard in the front yard of the place. How about those guys? The sweating Jang Haeyoung was sparring against Han Myung-go. The Breaking the Sky Master was supervising and pointing out any mistakes. That girl has a fair amount of talent. Her strange attribute means she is learning it very quickly. That isn't a girl. He's a man. Sometimes I don't know where your eyes are. What an idiot. He was a man, right? It was like this in the original novel. I was about to speak when Yu Jong-hyuk wondered. Rather, what is happening with the constellations? I'm thinking. It had already been a week since I received Persephone's message. The constellation queen of the darkest spring is inviting you to the Gourmet Association. In 1 week, the Gourmet Association Festival will be held at Oro Castle. Please decide if you will depart by tonight. An invitation to the Gourmet Association. I expected it to happen someday, but it was earlier than expected. The Gourmet Association. It was a gathering of constellations who loved gourmet food. At first glance, it was like the Constellation Banquet, but reality was completely different. If the Constellation Banquet was official, the Gourmet Association Festival was unofficial, and the intensity of the events that happened was also different. The Constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is worried about you. Above all, there was no Uriel in the Gourmet Association. The Constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is wondering about your choice. There was no the Great Sage, the Equal of Heaven, no secretive plotter. Was there the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon? I couldn't remember it well. In any case, the atmosphere of the place wasn't as favorable to me as the Constellation's banquet. There was nothing more dangerous in the star stream than going to a gathering of unstable constellations. Yu Jong-hyuk read my expression and asked, "Are you frightened?" "No way. I wouldn't have come all the way here if I didn't participate in the Gourmet Association for that reason." I silently watched Jang Haeyoung and Han Myung-go sparring. Han Myung-go was continuously hit and let out a scream. Yu Jong-hyuk watched along with me and stated, "It's because of this place." That's right. According to Persephone's message, The Gourmet Association Festival was exactly 1 week later. As it happened, the date was exactly the same as the martial arts competition. It meant I wouldn't be in the first Murim on the day the martial arts competition scenario occurred. If something happened, go and come back Kim Dokja. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 236 Swindler. 4. I reflexively raised my head at Yu Jonghyuk's decisive words. Is it okay? The scenario we are facing right now isn't the Demon King selection but the martial arts competition. I had been thinking this, but once I heard Yu Jonghyuk say it, I felt a strange sense of relief and pride. You have really become a person. At the very least, I want die for the time being. Yu Jonghyuk ignored my words and continued. The only thing that can be obtained from the competition is the Black Demon Sword. Getting the Black Demon Sword doesn't mean we can win the Demon King selection. Yu Jonghyuk was right. Winning the Murim competition didn't mean we could win the Demon King selection. That's why you have to go to the Gourmet Association. We need colleagues for our nebula. You might be able to gain allies if you go to the Gourmet Association. I understood what he was saying. Go to the Gourmet Association and come back with some usable constellations. There was one worrisome point. Our nebula? Didn't you say you would make one last time? Kim Dokja's company? They'll quit right away if it is really named that. Yu Jonghyuk turned his head away with a frown. I felt pleasantly surprised. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is wiping her tears with a handkerchief. It was something that was unthinkable when he first grabbed me by the neck. Yu Jonghyuk and I really became colleagues. In any case, it was funny that I was hesitating when Yu Jonghyuk told me this. I stood up and declared, "I'll go." That night, I was greeted by a Gourmet Association guide who flew through the portal. The guide drove a small carriage with a black horse, while dressed in a Western cowboy costume. He seemed to be one of the subordinates of the owner of Oro Castle. The guide descended from the carriage and bowed politely to me. "Are you the Demon King of Salvation?" "That's right. Take the carriage. The journey is quite long and you can rest." The guide didn't show any particular surprise or responses towards me. Was it because he was a guide of the Gourmet Association that he wasn't surprised by Demon King of Salvation? The guide got on the carriage and turned to ask me. "I will pick up some passengers along the way. Do you mind?" That's okay." "Some passengers, who?" I missed the opportunity to ask as the guide immediately started the carriage. The interior of the carriage was spacious and comfortable. There was no shaking at all, and it was like I wasn't moving. It was great. I could read Ways of Survival on the journey. I read Ways of Survival during these few hours. Maybe it wasn't a few hours, but a few days. It was difficult to measure the time because I didn't know how fast the carriage was moving. Thus, the 15th regression Yu Jonghyuk thought as he died. I wasn't lucky. At the end of the 19th round, Yu Jonghyuk thought, "Next time." Yu Jonghyuk finished his 25th life and murmured, "It really will be next time." I had to cancel calling him a person. This jerk, he was still a sunfish in the first revision. It was the same whether I helped him or not. I didn't forget to find the information I needed on Yu Jonghyuk's death. There weren't many details about the Gourmet Association. Yu Jonghyuk visited the Gourmet Association in the later stages, but it was to kill them, not get along with them. Those sections were mostly filled with Kwayak. The Flying Fox said, "Constellations are all bad. However, the Gourmet Association are the worst among them." It was also impossible to find any favorable contents about them. The more I read, the more I was uncertain that going to the Gourmet Association was the right thing to do. Anyway, I continued reading Ways of Survival. Yu Jonghyuk was thinking, it would have been nice if he had come with me. If there was a difference in taste between the original and the revision, it was the moment these words came out. They were traces of when I intervened in the original work. I paid particular attention whenever these lines appeared. It was because there were only a few scenes where the third regression was mentioned. "You must do this." He said this is the right way. The right way? What did this mean? "It is time to eat. If you don't mind, I've prepared something simple." "Thank you." The carriage stopped and the guide provided me with a meal. It was a type of in-flight meal. It resembled high-quality ham and smelled very fragrant. Of course, it wasn't really ham. The Last Gladiator of Planet Selegidon. It was a story meal typical of the Gourmet Association. It seemed to be a pretty strong story based on the concentration that I could feel. I touched the soft ham with a fork that the guide gave me. At this moment, some of the story contents flowed into my head. "Spare me. Please spare me." A city that crumbled in a horrible manner due to the turmoil of the constellations. The appearance of incarnations bursting under huge pressure. The dying gladiator who lost all dignity. The bodies of torn incarnations pouring into the mouths of wickedly smiling constellations. The last scene of the world that had already disappeared. The screams and despair of the incarnations gathered together at the end of my nose. I looked down at the ham and quietly put down the fork. "The food doesn't suit your taste." "I'm not hungry right now," I answered with a calm smile. "I'm sorry. I didn't account for your taste as a constellation. New food. No, I'll eat what I brought." The guide took away the plates in a regretful manner and sat back down on the driver's seat. Once he was completely gone, I barely relaxed my expression. It felt like I was going to vomit. A sentence I had just read in Ways of Survival passed through my head. It is a nightmare for the incarnations. Once again, I realized where I was going and who I was dealing with. I foolishly acted like I was going on a picnic. I touched some of the stories that were in my pocket. Compared to the stories they ate, the stories abandoned in the story horizon were almost colorless and odorless. They were the plain stories of ordinary incarnations living and dying in a normal way, just like trash. There was a reason why the Gourmet Association abandoned them. I absorbed the story fragments using Lamarck Kieran and quietly closed my eyes. Somehow, I felt like I was going to have a nightmare. The trip continued for a few days and I used the interlude to look at some of the things I hadn't maintained. Coins possessed: 1,252,353 C. First, I checked the coins that I hadn't paid attention to lately. It was a really huge amount of money. 1.2 million was enough to buy the Great Demon's Eyes. However, Anna Croft had already obtained it. I had a better skill, so I didn't need it. But I wondered how to use the remaining coins. It wasn't bad to increase my overall stats, but the efficiency of the stats started to fall once the average exceeded 100. From then on, investing in skills was much better than investing in stats. Of course, there were times when the accumulated overall stats were overwhelming. Once I convinced the fourth wall I should properly check my attributes window. A new passenger is going to enter. It is okay. I was so immersed in my thoughts that I wasn't aware the carriage stopped. Yes, I'm fine. The left door of the carriage opened at my reply. I was a bit nervous as I looked at the people who were going to join me through the cracks in the door. The possibility of it being a constellation was high. "I've been waiting a long time. Why are you so late?" "I'm sorry. The road was a bit rougher than I thought." A voice that was somewhat familiar entered my ears. It was a high female voice mixed with a Russian accent. I could see 3 people through the cracks in the door. "There is someone who has already boarded. I hope you have a pleasant journey." Whether it was lucky or unlucky, I didn't feel any constellations. In other words, they were all incarnations with stories. A woman with a gentle smile boarded the carriage first. "Excuse me." The woman who greeted me politely had brown hair that fluttered in the wind. The moment the woman raised her head, I reflexively asked, "Selena Kim?" Selena Kim. She was one of the American representatives at the Constellation Banquet. Perhaps it was due to my changed face, but the woman was confused for a while before exclaiming, "Ah, you? Do you remember who I am?" "Of course. Kim Dokja. It's been a while. Were you invited?" "Yes, that's what happened." I shook hands with Selena and studied the rest of the group. The person who followed with a girl with twin ponytails. "What are you, As expected, I had seen this person before. It was the Russian girl I met at the Constellation Banquet. Her name, what was it? I remember her having the nickname of Red something. I ignored the girl and checked the remaining person. At this moment, I got goosebumps. This is the first time we've actually met. There was an immeasurable depth in the calm and relaxed voice. I knew this person well. One of the strongest incarnations in Ways of Survival along with Yu Jong-hyuk. I had even met this person before. I saw you in a dream one day. I don't remember since it was too long ago. At that time, you said we would meet. I remembered. In the Green Zone scenario, I saw her after eating the Spectre Stone. I told her, I remember. They'll formally greet you. It is nice to meet you, Kim Dokja. No, Demon King of Salvation. She smiled while a yellow demon eye flew above her blonde hair. It was a very beautiful smile, but I couldn't accept it. It was because I knew better than anyone the disturbing thoughts behind the smile. I am Anna Croft, Asgard's prophet. The head of the Zarathustra, Anna Croft, was here. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 237, Gourmet Association, 1. Anna Croft was silent on the way to Oro Castle. She sometimes smiled strangely when our eyes met, but she didn't speak first. I wished I could read her thoughts, but my understanding of Anna Croft was so low that I couldn't activate the second stage of Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. I didn't like Anna Croft in the original novel. I couldn't count the number of times she killed or backstabbed Yu Jong-hyuk with the fingers on both hands. The atmosphere in the carriage was awkward because both Anna Croft and I weren't speaking. Selena Kim was sweating. Thus, we came together. The incarnations of Asgard were invited. Selena Kim's good nature meant she couldn't stand this type of atmosphere and she kept saying things that weren't asked for. In any case, it was good for me to hear a lot of information. I see. Are you part of Asgard? Yes. It was Anna's arrangement. You picked a good nebula. Haha, I was just lucky. Thanks to it, I can enjoy this great luxury. The other incarnations weren't invited. Selena Kim looked slightly excited. Well, the invitation to the Gourmet Association had a different meaning from the Constellation Banquet. If the Constellation Banquet was a gathering for the entire nobility, the Gourmet Association was similar to a gathering of the upper nobility. Still, it wasn't necessarily a good thing. I wondered if Selena Kim could continue thinking like this once she arrived. Iris, why aren't you saying anything? You said you wanted to meet Doc Jassy again. Vleen. I mean, since when did I say that? TL. That's what Google gave me. If anyone is Russian and knows the actual translation, then please comment. This child, haven't you been talking about Kim Dokja since the last banquet? You haven't seen each other for a while, so say something. Iris' face turned red at Selena Kim's teasing. Iris noticed my gaze and carefully opened her mouth. You are the Demon King of Salvation, right? I had doubts that this person was the cheeky kid from back then, but I decided to be polite. Correct. Is it uncomfortable for you to be with us? Why would I feel uncomfortable? We are just incarnations. The Demon King of Salvation is... Selena Kim's expression was also changing. I had forgotten for a moment, but I was different from them. The gap between incarnation and constellation was like the gap between heaven and earth. Other constellations would have said, these little bugs finally realize who they are talking to. Of course, I wasn't like that. It's fine. I was once an incarnation. Selena Kim seemed to sigh with relief at my words. Iris gained some courage and opened her mouth again. Then, can I ask one question? Please ask. Do you have an incarnation you signed a sponsor contract with? Why are you asking? That. Selena gave a hint for the hesitating Iris. Iris, do you have a sponsor yet? I am just asking. It is out of curiosity. The twin ponytails moved as Iris twisted her head while Shin Yu-sung and Lee Gil-young on Earth came to my mind. Those guys, please stay well. I spoke with a nostalgic heart. I have an incarnation on the Korean peninsula. Iris' expression changed at my words. Perhaps that little kid. I nodded. It seemed the rumor of Shin Yu-sung had spread everywhere. The constellations had already told their incarnations. Then Anna Croft opened her mouth. Have you ever thought about changing your incarnation? Selena Kim and Iris stared at Anna Croft with surprise. Anna Croft continued speaking. There are many good incarnations in the Asgard Nebula. There are many talented friends. Iris is one of them. It was an unexpected proposal. Why was Anna Croft suddenly making this offer? Maybe Asgard was talking about me. Well, I hadn't formally made a nebula yet. Are you telling me to join the Asgard Nebula? It isn't necessarily the same thing. There are many good incarnations in Asgard. I'm just saying that it isn't bad to accept one of them. Can't you withdraw the sponsor contract at any point? The disappointed Iris once again stared at me with sparkling eyes. I replied with an emotionless face. I have no intention of canceling my sponsor contract. Do you like that girl? Is she called Shin Yu-sung? I didn't answer, and Iris' face filled with deep disappointment. My understanding of her might be very low, but the change in emotions was easily caught. By the way, Anna Croft made a strange remark. For example, if an incarnation suddenly dies, there was an unknown smile on Anna Croft's face. Don't look so surprised. It is just an example. It is a possibility. An unexpected accident or a sudden disaster can cause the death of an incarnation. It is a common thing. If that happens, don't you think you'll change your incarnation? An unexpected accident? Yes, an unexpected accident. An accident that happened accidentally. I stared at Anna Croft. Shin Yu-sung's death. I never thought about it. That won't happen as long as I live. You don't know. It is unclear how and when fate will work. Fate? The atmosphere momentarily shook. The surrounding air filled with an ominous aura and the entire carriage trembled. Iris and Selena Kim's expressions stiffened. They had goosebumps on their arms as they watched me with a frightened expression. I hadn't wanted to do this. I didn't want to scare them by seeming like a villain. However, Anna Croft crossed a line she shouldn't have crossed. If something like that happens, sparks of probability appeared as I used my true voice. The nebula Asgard is concerned. The constellations of the Asgard Nebula are warning you. I heard the indirect messages of the Asgard constellations enter my ears. Nevertheless, I didn't stop. If that happens, I will destroy all the worlds that caused that fate. The impact of the shock caused the windows of the carriage to burst at the same time. The startled driver looked back this way. There was even vague astonishment on Anna Croft's normally calm face. Perhaps she wasn't aware of exactly how much status I had. Shortly afterwards, the carriage stopped and the voice of the guide was heard. We have arrived at Oro Castle. I smiled at the three people who were still stiff. Let's go. We got down from the carriage and was guided into Oro Castle. Oro Castle. The castle was one of the main homes of the Gourmet Association scattered all over the world and was owned directly by a member of the Gourmet Association. Perhaps it was... I remember that it was one of the 72 Demon Kings. Was it immeasurable austerity? They have been granted permission to enter. I've confirmed it. Come in. The interior of the castle had more of a modern than medieval style. It was reminiscent of a luxurious hotel lobby. The forms of the intermediate symbolic bodies could be seen scattered around. Some constellations are paying attention to your presence. We were guided to a waiting room in the corner of the first-floor lobby. Perhaps some people hadn't arrived yet. The 3 incarnations of Asgard and I were the only ones present. Please wait in the waiting room. There are still more incarnations arriving. The Demon King of Salvation is a constellation. I will arrange a separate waiting room for you. No, I'm fine. They'll just be here. The guide stared at me like I was strange but soon disappeared. Frankly, it was more comfortable here. I needed some time to prepare my mind. There were panels hung on the wall of the waiting room. They played sub-scenarios currently going on all over the dimensions. Excuse me, earlier, it was Selena Kim who spoke. She might be hesitant because of what happened in the carriage, but there was nothing wrong with the setting of Ways of Survival. I smiled softly and replied, "It's fine." I was a bit too much. Selena Kim's expression slightly softened. "No, we were too rude. I'm sorry, Demon King of Salvation." Her words were much more formal than before. I didn't mean to refuse the apology, but something felt bad. Selena Kim did nothing wrong. She was one of the few people I liked in Ways of Survival. The one I hated was the shameless person standing in the corner and watching the scene. Then the door of the waiting room opened and another guide appeared. "Incarnations of Asgard, please follow me." The constellations of Asgard were probably looking for them. Selena Kim and Iris nodded to me before leaving. On the other hand, Anna Croft watched me without leaving the room. "You have too many constellations as enemies. It isn't something for you to worry about." Anna Croft slightly frowned at my assertion. She didn't seem daunted despite what happened before. She was a mere incarnation, but she had contracted with an entire nebula. Perhaps the top-ranked Asgardians were protecting her from my status. As comrades moving towards the same goal, I am seriously advising you. You might not like it, but it is time to cooperate with other constellations. The same goal? Well, I don't know your goal, so I can't answer it. Protecting this world. Aren't you fighting for this as well? Instead of answering the question, I glanced at the panel on the wall of the waiting room. There were images of incarnations torn apart by disasters and constellations. I didn't answer, and Anna Croft brushed by my side. At this moment, I opened my mouth. I have to see if this world is worth protecting or not. Anna Croft's expression hardened at my words. She looked between the anxious guide and me before giving a short sigh. "I hope we have a chance to talk later." She disappeared, and only I remained in the waiting room. Once left alone, I quietly organized my thoughts. I recalled the Gourmet Association constellations mentioned in Ways of Survival and thought of the constellations that could be persuaded. I didn't forget their characteristics or their modifiers. I was fortunate at the Constellation Banquet, but there was no guarantee it would happen again. If the Gourmet Association was expressed as a social circle, this would be my full-fledged debut. Depending on the impression I made here and what I talked about, the direction of the following scenarios would change. At this moment, the door of the waiting room opened. I thought it was a guide, but this time, an unexpected presence was waiting for me. The moment I was about to say something, the other person spoke first. "It's been a while, Kim Dokja. I've been waiting for a long time." I heard the bright tone of the true voice and realized what the other person was. Really, the queen of the underworld was too mischievous. I sighed and asked, "Why the hell do you look like that?" TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 238, Gourmet Association. 2. Persephone laughed softly. "Why? Don't you like it? The neighboring archangel told me that this is your taste. It is an absolute misunderstanding. HRMM. Persephone's voice sounded regretful. For reference, Persephone was currently in the form of Yu Jonghyuk. It was just fortunate that she wasn't wearing a Chinese dress. Then how about this? Wait, before I could finish, Persephone's appearance changed once again. I thought she would turn into Usanga in a Chinese dress, but this time it was unexpected. No, this. Persephone smiled and I flushed, despite knowing the other person was Persephone. Persephone was in the form of the Punisher that I had seen a while ago. "I noticed that you couldn't take your eyes off her at the time. Is it like this?" The white skin was revealed through the side of the dress, and I reflexively closed my eyes while shouting, "Stop teasing." "Hoo-hoo. It is really funny." Persephone laughed like a child before once again transforming. This time it was the appearance of Usanga. She had a tidy office look instead of the Chinese dress and garter belt. I saw this appearance from the days of Minosoft and felt complicated. Usanga always spoke to me in this attire. "Usangasi, please be well." I was a bit worried that she was with Han Suyang. Still, it was Usanga, so I believed she would be okay. Persephone kept smiling. "Follow me. I came to pick you up." I nodded and followed behind Persephone. I walked out of the waiting room and felt a bit nervous at some of the gazes of the constellations. I walked with Persephone and saw the constellations. I felt like I was her young servant for some reason. Soon after, Persephone and I reached a huge elevator in the middle of the lobby. Maybe the Gourmet Association Festival would be held on the top floor of this castle. The door of the elevator that resembled a huge crystal ball was opened and Persephone and I boarded. My body felt a bit heavier and the darkness of the dark dimension spread outside the transparent crystal wall. Beyond the horizon of the dimension, the magnificent world of the star stream was revealed. You are looking forward to it. Rather than looking forward to it, I am a bit nervous. Persephone laughed as if she understood my heart. I'm glad you are alive. Last time you were an incarnation and now you are a constellation. I'm still a newbie. I'm not sure it is okay for me to come here. I meant to be humble by Persephone's expression hardened at my words. What do you think my position is in the Gourmet Association? Is it hard to take in a new member? That's not what I meant. I'm just joking. Please stop making fun of me. Think of it as investing in advance since I don't know how promising a constellation you will be in the future. It is something you will have to suffer one day. I felt it before, but I didn't know why this queen was so good to me. The only thing she asked for in exchange for taking the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint to Tartarus was to participate in this Gourmet Association festival. Maybe she knew. In fact, the condition of attending the Gourmet Association was beneficial for me, not her. She made a full-fledged debut for me as a constellation. Persephone's obsidian eyes were sparkling. How much is your status now? It can't be narrative grade. Perhaps the other constellations didn't know that I was narrative grade. I thought for a moment before replying, I will be on the second floor at the next constellation banquet. Persephone's eyes widened at my eyes. She guessed I would be great grade at most. It was quite pleasurable to see the queen of the underworld look so embarrassed. However, there was also deep concern mixed in her eyes. There will be constellations who feel jealous of you. Some constellations will try to draw you to their side. I'm expecting it. I was prepared. The constellations I would meet in the future wouldn't be easy. They might be jealous of me or trying to pull me to their side. Either way, it was dangerous. However, most of the constellations will be indifferent to you. Huh? Until now, you haven't been able to feel it because you've gone to places where the influence of the Korean Peninsula scenario is great. Don't forget, this is the Gourmet Association. The Gourmet Association. This was a grand gathering of high-ranking constellations in the star stream. Suddenly, Persephone's laughter seemed scary. I want to act as a nanny like I did at the constellation banquet. This time, I want to see you act with your own strength. The door of the elevator opened with a ding and Persephone disappeared into the banquet hall. Left alone, I hesitated before getting out of the elevator. Some constellations show curiosity towards you. Some constellation glanced at me when I got off, but the interest soon disappeared. It was rather fortunate. It would be hard to move if excessive interest was poured towards me. Just as on the first-floor lobby, there were no constellations who existed as symbolic bodies. Everyone was a humanoid or living being of this world. There wasn't a single constellation here conscious about using probability. Some of the constellations that occupied the banquet hall looked like those I read about in Ways of Survival. The first one to stand out was the man in a Viking outfit that occupied the center of the banquet hall. It would be stranger if I didn't recognize him with the giant hammer on his back. The best of the first-generation stories is naturally the dragon eating the hammer. The constellation of the nebula Asgard, Thursday's thunder was speaking in an excited voice. Then a woman replied from the other side. What do you mean? The best is obviously the children of dawn. The rating is also the highest. She was a goddess wearing a white dress embroidered with stars. If I remembered correctly, she was a constellation of the Guardian Tree Nebula, the Dawnstar goddess. It seemed there was a controversy over which story was the best. Fighting over which story was the best, it was exactly the same as what I read in Ways of Survival. It was clear what this place was like after seeing the high-ranking constellations that were hard to see on the Korean Peninsula. Even the powerful Persephone was just a normal constellation in the Gourmet Association. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is cheering for you. Luckily, the sole comfort was that the channel was still functioning. Yes, I couldn't be discouraged in a place like this. I quietly approached one of the central groups in the Gourmet Association and talked to one of the surrounding constellations. However, no one looked at me. It was as if I didn't exist to the constellation here. I gathered my courage and tapped on the shoulder of the constellation beside me. Excuse me. This time, there was a reaction. The constellation looked at me before brushing past my shoulder and walking to the center of the hall. Kim Daksha knew this feeling very well. I felt like I was alone in this world. Suddenly, the voices of the many constellations felt distant. They were clearly in the same place, but they were elsewhere. I understood what Persephone meant by indifference. The Gourmet Association was building their own barrier to prevent new people like me from entering. The constellation demon-like Judge of Fire is looking at you with sad eyes. But I couldn't give up. I had to somehow create a crack. I broadened my vision and looked around the periphery of the Gourmet Association. In addition to the constellations chatting in the center of the banquet hall, there were also people standing alone. They were also members of the Gourmet Association and would certainly be powerful. The edge of the banquet hall contained numerous panels like those seen in the waiting room. They were videos of scenarios taking place all over the world. I looked closer and saw the moment I became the Demon King of Salvation displayed on a small screen in the corner. However, no constellations were watching it. The Korean Peninsula scenario that I went through was just one passing story. The panel next to it was showing a real-time broadcast of the Korean Peninsula. It seemed to be Baehyung's channel. On the screen, a good-looking girl with a bob was speaking nonsense. That jerk Kim Daksha, I'm sure he is feeling delighted right now. I couldn't help smiling at the familiar voice. Han Soo-young wouldn't be able to talk this crap if she knew where I was right now. Hey, are you doing well picking up the Abyss Stones? You have to gather it well. You will be glad when you need to use it later. Did Dakjasi really give this order? Of course. I felt great longing as I saw Han Soo-young and Usanga on the screen. I thought I would be more depressed if I kept watching and turned to another panel. The screen contained a common mass-produced story. The story was called Legend of the Legendary Return from Another World. It had a third-rate smell just from the title, and the contents were obviously about a returnee who saved the world and was happy still. It was worth watching. It somehow resembled Ways of Survival. The protagonist's speech was similar to Yoo Jong-hyuk. I watched the story and a message emerged. Do you want to enter a star rating? Oh, it was a system that gave stars to every story. I placed my hand carefully to the star point box next to it. At this moment, someone's voice was heard. This is my favorite story. I looked back and saw an old man standing there. I responded lightly, it's an interesting story. Hohu, is that right? This friend has good taste. In fact, it was a story that didn't fit the Gourmet Association that I knew. The Gourmet Association didn't like these mass-produced stories. The constellations of the Gourmet Association were sick and tired of it once concepts such as Ninth Circle and Swordmaster came out. This Legend of the Legendary Return from Another World had both of them. Are you the contributor of this story? That's right. Kiki. I show it every year. I just wanted to know one more person to know the story. It is a really nice and fun story, but I don't know how to say it. That feeling, I understand it. Somehow I was glad. I also posted about Ways of Survival on every community site I went to while reading it. Most people just swore at me, but in any case, this old man was similar to me. The old man sighed and added, these guys just scoff if I recommend it. The younger ones already have high eyes. They are busy with the first-generation stories. It was a really unexpected remark. Certainly, there was an uptight part to the Gourmet Association. The higher their position in the star stream, the stronger the tendency. At this time, the mutters of passing constellations were heard. The steady person is here again. TSK. He has no idea about a good story because of his age. Steady person? It seemed to be a nickname for the old man by my side. I recalled that there was a constellation with a similar nickname in Ways of Survival. Get this thing off. It isn't a story and should fuck off. At this moment, the star rating attached to the Legend of the Legendary Return from Another World changed. 1.3/5 1.1/5. The rating became lower. It was obvious who was doing it. To these guys, it was the so-called Star Point Terror. The old man screamed at the disappearing constellations. I thought I understood the old man's feelings and brought a hand to the Star Point section. I don't think the story is terrible enough to get this score. There was a beep and the star point increased. The old man turned his head towards me at the sound. In fact, I'm not sure why there is a score on the stories. Every story has value. It is a story that is interesting to some people and salvation for others. The old man was startled by my words. He licked his lips a few times before murmuring with admiration. You aren't like young constellations these days, you have a great sense of value. It's nothing. Everyone would think like me if they endured a story like Ways of Survival. The old man's mood relaxed and he smiled at me. You seem to be good company. What's your modifier? I didn't have a chance to ask. Was this going to be a good story? I smiled and declared, I am the Demon King of Salvation. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 239 Gourmet Association. 3. The expression of the old man changed at my words. Demon King of Salvation? It was difficult to read the exact emotions due to the old man's intricately folded wrinkles. The old man was first surprised, then angry and finally looked admiring. To be exact, every emotion was contained in one expression. That's right. You are, hoo-hoo, I see. The old man seemed to know me. I didn't expect anyone in the Gourmet Association other than Persephone to know about me, yet he had a surprising awareness? Can I ask for your modifier? The old man gave an unknown smile instead of answering my question. Do you like the coat I made? Huh? The coat you are wearing. I reflexively looked down at my white coat. Infinite Dimension Space Coat. It was a coat I was awarded with after defeating Myung Ilsang. The name of the constellation who made this coat was Mass Production Maker? The old man laughed at my surprised tone. I am called that. He pointed his thumb at himself and I was slightly discouraged. The Mass Production Maker. He was mentioned in the list of constellations who had the greatest influence on the Starstream scenario. It was difficult to describe his combat ability as being of the highest level, but he was in existence with a close connection with many nebulae and the Bureau. To make matters worse, I killed Myung Ilsang, who was the incarnation of the Mass Production Maker in the 5th scenario. Hoo-hoo, you don't have to look like that. I want eat you. The Mass Production Maker seemed to have noticed what I was trying to say. I know what you're thinking. Don't be alarmed. It is common in the Starstream. He wasn't the type of person I was interested in anyway. He had no guts, had a weak will, and always searched for the easy way. I felt a complex amount of emotions. There was relief that the Mass Production Maker didn't care much about it, and disillusion that even a constellation like the Mass Production Maker thought of incarnations as tools. I pretended to be calm. Thank you. Don't thank me for that. No matter how lousy, he was still my incarnation. By the way, I saw the story you made. My story? Yes, you are great at leading the scenario in unexpected directions and creating a mess. Thanks to you, I haven't been bored for a while. I gave you 5 stars. I didn't know if it was praise or mockery, but I thanked him. This is your first time here. Who introduced you? The Queen of the Underworld. The eyes of the Mass Production Maker shone. That old hag, hoo-hoo, doing this thing through all means. Bringing a new entrant like you at a time like this. I seemed to know what he meant, but I deliberately trembled. What is happening in the Gourmet Association? They are always doing things. Rather, did that old hag abandon her new entrant to see what you could do? TSK, in any case, she is an Olympian. Come on. They'll give you a brief introduction. Unexpectedly, things were going well. I followed behind the Mass Production Maker and looked around. I shouldn't forget my purpose for coming here just because there were many spectacular attractions. I came to recruit constellations to help in the Demon King salvation. Let's see. The first thing was to talk to the constellations. You know who that drunkard over there is, right? He is Thor. The vigorous and stern woman over there is Vakarine. I felt a thrill every time the Mass Production Maker called out the name of a constellation. The real names of the constellations had the power to attract their attention. The problem was they might like it or be angry. I sometimes called out the names of constellations like Persephone, but not like this. They don't like me very much, so I can't introduce you to them. They scared just by me approaching. In fact, Thursday's Thunder and Morning Star Goddess seemed to be avoiding the Mass Production Maker. I roughly knew the cause. TSK. They don't know what good stories are. In any case, I felt that the reaction of the constellations was noticeably different just by moving with the Mass Production Maker. It was also easy to enter the center of the banquet hall, which was difficult to get into before. However, now everyone would run away before I could even speak. I remembered that Asmodeus was a member of the Gourmet Association. Where is he? It looks like the main event is going to begin. The Mass Production Maker smiled alone and grabbed my sleeve. I sat at a nearby table and the guide immediately gave me food. Eyes of the 9th Circle Great Sage Merbados. I took a quick look at the food before putting down my fork. Several of the surrounding constellations laughed at me. They seemed to be despising that fact that I barely touched the food and couldn't eat it. The Mass Production Maker just ignored the gazes and chewed on the eyeballs. This has a good taste. Look, that friend is today's host. A light lit up the stage and the host appeared. The face was familiar. It was the constellation who pushed past me earlier. It was a young lady dressed in a gorgeous Gothic lace dress with a cute face. Gourmet Association members. Hello, I am today's host, Euphrosyne. I heard the name and knew who she was. The goddess of joy and celebration, Euphrosyne. She was a constellation belonging to the Olympus constellation. Along with the applause, some constellations lost their dignity and screamed, "Oh, Euphsi, over here." To be precise, it was the Mass Production Maker next to me. Suddenly, a memory from Ways of Survival came to mind. In the original novel, there was a time when Euphrosyne emerged as the host of the Gourmet Association Festival. At the time, Yu Jong-hyuk, thank you for attending while you're so busy. Thank you for the owner of Oro Castle, immeasurable austerity, for lending us this place. Maybe he killed her. There are 2 main events today. Before that, I would like to introduce a special guest. Maybe you've heard of these constellations? Today's guest is from a planet that is emerging as a hotspot recently. I had an ominous feeling as firecrackers burst in one corner of the stage. Please clap for Anna Croft, a prophet from Earth. The noisy constellations fell silent simultaneously. I saw Anna Croft climbing the stairs to the main stage. I see. I seem to know why Anna Croft came to the Gourmet Association at this time. She truly was a woman I couldn't like. Anna Croft looked at the audience with her uniquely calm gaze and greeted her with a bright smile. It is nice to meet you, constellations of the Gourmet Association. I am Anna Croft, an incarnation of the nebula Asgard. She looked dignified, but the constellations were already frowning from the moment she opened her mouth. The Gourmet Association has really fallen. I can't believe the food is talking on the stage. The star stream is degenerating these days. This was the Gourmet Association. It was a banquet of carefully selected stories for the gourmet constellations. It was a natural story, but the fresh incarnations were the main ingredients of the story. Anna Croft came to this place knowing it. I might be lacking, but I am the host of the first event. That's why this woman was scary. I don't know what food you have prepared. Take it out now. The atmosphere heated up, and it was Euphrosyne who tried to quickly intervene. Now everyone, don't be too excited. Isn't it okay to listen to the words of the prey? Shouldn't you have some patience with your food? Euphrosyne smiled in a cheerful manner, and the agitated constellations paused for a moment. The clever Anna Croft didn't miss this gap. In recent years, the star stream is flooded with obvious stories. The provocative beginning caused the constellations to focus on her. Anna Croft continued speaking. The returnees, reincarnators, sword masters, ninth circle magicians, even the same prophets. It all starts from being stronger than others. There was a faint smile on Anna Croft's face. It is the reality of today's star stream, which is flooded with stories that are created for the sake of fleeting fun. The constellations looked impressed. It was as if they were amazed that their food was telling a story. However, Anna Croft's story was just beginning. It wasn't like this before. At the very least, the trend was different during the first generation stories. As if possessed, the constellations waited for Anna Croft's next words. In those days, the constellations loved stories. It was because the stories were worthy. The Dakibis gave a theme, and the constellations explored the form and aesthetics of it. At that time, the stories definitely reached the realm of art. Art. She was a truly scary woman. I could say this from the position of an incarnation. The constellations looked nostalgic at Anna Croft's words. Persephone could be seen among them. All of them were constellations who survived those days. Interesting. Then you have a story that can satisfy our appetite. The person speaking was a demon king leaning against a corner of the hall. Anna Croft wasn't panicked by the provocation and smiled. That's right. I am going to give you back the lost first-generation stories. The constellations' expressions changed. Everyone doubted their ears. You don't like sword masters or ninth circle magicians. You like stories with a theme of blood, sweat, tears, and effort. I came here today to present you with such a story. The constellations reacted in different ways to Anna Croft's words. Some shouted about how an incarnation was making a fool of them, while others were interested in what she was saying. There were also constellations who responded skeptically, just like the mass production maker by my side. She is telling a stupid story. The current Gourmet Association won't find such stories interesting. Isn't that right? I agree. There were certainly some great stories among the first generation, but times had changed. The constellations who already experienced stimulating stories wouldn't be touched by stories that mimicked the first generation. Still, Anna Croft couldn't be unaware of this. She was the most competent incarnation in all of Ways of Survival. I recalled the parts of Ways of Survival that were about her. In the original novel, Anna Croft never held such an event at the Gourmet Association Festival. However, there must be something similar to this. At this moment, someone grabbed my shoulder. Demon King of Salvation. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 240 Gourmet Association. 4. I looked back and saw a woman with a familiar face. Selena Kim? Please save Iris. The hand holding my shoulder was trembling. The kind and calm Selena Kim was making this expression? If this continues, Iris will die. At this moment, scenes of Ways of Survival crossed my mind. Anna, why did you do this? It didn't have to be this way. It is a necessary thing. No, it isn't. The incarnations don't know anything. How can you do this? This is also to save humanity. Don't forget Selena. We were thrown into a herd of predators that can eat us at any time. It didn't happen in this round. However, the original version had already been revised. In other words, it wasn't unusual for the work of another round to occur in this round. Moreover, the story of the third regression was deleted in the first revision. Selena Kim, please tell me exactly precisely what happened. Before Selena Kim could speak, the voices of the angry constellations around me were heard. How dare an incarnation? Fearsome gazes were pouring towards me and Selena Kim. Selena Kim stiffened like a stone statue and turned pale. The mass production maker raised his status in order to protect me, and sparks of probability appeared around Selena Kim. This central hall was only for constellations. For a moment, I had forgotten this was the Gourmet Association. Selena Kim shut her mouth like a frightened goldfish and was dragged away by a guide. Selena Kim was unable to rebel and stared at the stage with resentful eyes. I didn't know if the story that Selena Kim was about to tell me was the same as Ways of Survival. Only one thing was certain. The reason why Selena Kim came to me was involved with why Anna Croft was on the stage. As I looked at the stage with troubled eyes, Anna Croft continued to talk with blank eyes. The story I'm going to tell you is the Bracelet Expedition. The constellations made a fuss. The Bracelet Expedition. That's right. Are you going to parody the first generation story? Bracelet Evil Blight. Bracelet Evil Blight. It was mentioned in the original Ways of Survival and was a story that was more of a classic than the dragon eating the hammer or Children of the Dawnstar. It was older than the first generation and was closer to the Zero generation. The Bracelet Expedition was a typical expedition story where a group of 15 people went to burn a bracelet that was the source of a disaster. The mass production maker heard her words and muttered, "Huh, she wants to reproduce that boring story?" However, Anna Croft continued speaking without being concerned about the reaction of the constellations. "I will introduce the Bracelet Expedition that will lead this story." Anna Croft clapped and a large panel appeared behind her. It was a huge panel that covered the entire wall on one side of the hall. The panel showed a vast forest where 15 incarnations were gathered. "Where the hell is this place? Are you sure Anna is right? Everyone, wake up. If we play well, we can get the highest rank sponsors." I seemed to know what they were talking about. Looking closer, the frightened Iris was among them. That's right. This was why Selena Kim. A system message soon emerged like it had already been approved by the Dakibis. The sub-scenario A Bracelet Expedition has begun. This scenario can acquire new stories depending on the success or failure. Plus, a total of 15 incarnations will participate in the scenario. All incarnations must arrive at the volcano in the center of the hunting ground through cooperation. The expedition owns the absolute bracelet, and the scenario is only completed by throwing the bracelet into the volcano lava and destroying it. Any incarnations who complete the scenario can make a wish to the Gourmet Association. Plus, the contents were just like the novel I knew. In the first place, the story of the Bracelet Evil Blight was a homage to the novel. The scenario message continued. Plus, there are a large number of evil spirits in the hunting ground. The scenario will fail if the expedition is destroyed by the evil spirits. If the absolute bracelet isn't destroyed in the time limit, the scenario will fail. Plus, "Oh, you have prepared this scenario. Interesting." Some of the constellations responded favorably. I considered it a poorly designed scenario, but there was a flavor in it that the constellations could find. It was the replay of an old story. Anna Croft's aim was to ignite the memories of the constellations of the Gourmet Association. However, it was barely enough to satisfy the constellations of the Gourmet Association. Still, something is lacking. What do you want us to do? Don't tell me it is just to watch this boring game. As you can see from the panel, there are incarnations waiting for your choice. Are we supposed to be their sponsors? Of course, you can make that choice, but it won't be much fun. That means the constellations can directly participate in this scenario and taste the freshest incarnations. Along with Anna Croft, additional scenario messages were printed. Plus, a total of 15 evil spirits will appear in the scenario. All constellations in the Gourmet Association can apply for the evil spirit role on a first-come, first-served basis. Plus, I was appalled the moment I heard the scenario message. Anna Croft was aiming at this from the beginning. It was a scenario that brought out the scent of the first generation while solving the desires of the constellations. The constellations became heated up. There was a sense of excitement different from the previous bustle. Even the mass production maker showed an interested expression. One of the constellations asked, "What do you get from this scenario?" "Nothing. I just hope that all of you will enjoy it." The shameless smile shook me. There was no way she didn't want anything. She was just trying to raise her position by saying this. The constellations of the Gourmet Association are showing favorability towards incarnation Anna Croft. Anna Croft's plot surpassed the cruelty of the constellations. She didn't care about what she sacrificed for her own purposes. She had stabbed Yu Jonghyuk in the back more than 10 times. Then I'll start the scenario in 1 minute. Constellations who want to apply, please sign in the selection window. At Anna Croft's words, a selection window appeared in front of my eyes. Would you like to participate in this scenario? Current number of applicants. February 15th. At the place where a story was being made, there was an opportunity to devour the subjects of the story. The number of applicants was rapidly rising. Current number of applicants. May 15th. I was once again reminded of why I came here. I had to make allies for the Demon King selection. In order to do this, it was better to participate in the scenario. I would be able to become closer to them by sharing stories with other constellations. Ha ha ha. I will eat the artwork. It isn't expected. It might be time to admit it. I had become the constellation I hated. Current number of applicants. September 15th. Then I heard a bot sound in my ears and a small panel popped up. It was Bayou's screen that only I could see. I will start the 857th competition. It showed Yu Jonghyuk attending the martial arts competition. Perhaps he had become much stronger in the meantime because Yu Jonghyuk was continuously beating his opponents with the least movements possible. I stared at his calm movements and thought as usual, what would Yu Jonghyuk do? At this moment, I seemed to meet Yu Jonghyuk's eyes. Of course, Yu Jonghyuk wouldn't know that I was watching. Even so, Yu Jonghyuk seemed to talk to me. No matter how many times I return, my choice is the same. No, maybe he already told me. In fact, I saw him make the same choice many times. I will kill all of you, not leaving a single one. So far, I had always made a different choice from Yu Jonghyuk. I wasn't Yu Jonghyuk. Amidst the strong backlash, I always walked on a different path. Persephone was watching me from afar. She was waiting for something interesting to happen. The constellation who lived for a long time knew where the really interesting stories would start. Thus, she understood what I was going to do from now on. Current number of applicants. 14/15. I raised my hand towards the selection window. Iris Vladimirovna Rebezova was born in Moscow. She grew up listening to stories of revolution. Her favorite revolutionaries were Che Guevara and the early Karl Marx. However, the world she was born in wasn't the era of revolution. It was a world dominated by desire and capital and determined by the owners of the capital. Iris realized from a young age that there was no revolution in this era. This was until the Dakibis showed up. Aha, this is an interesting place. A world in which plant fibers are king. Iris saw the collapse of many nations and realized that the revolution she had been waiting for had begun. The world, which had been a place of the haves and have-nots, once again melted back into turbulent currents. The revolution could happen. The world could be changed. The young Iris was convinced of this, at least until today. Ah, help me, please. The upper body of an incarnation was completely separated. It is very fresh meat. The incarnations were torn apart by big teeth. The evil spirits wiped the stories flowing from their lips and chuckled. I'm disappointed. Is this the story you wanted me to eat? Hasty friend. Please wait. The scenario has just begun. How am I supposed to wait? This is a parody story. Her frightened companions urinated before the colossal status. It was the first time she thought that the word revolution was so empty. She couldn't resist. No one could stand up to such things. Iris, run away. Run. Iris had the cries of her colleagues and ran. The twin ponytails she was proud of were messed up by blood and sweat, but she didn't care. At the same time, she had the screams of her colleagues scattered through the woods. The footsteps of the evil spirits were coming closer. It was obvious what would happen to her. Run away? Damn, where could she escape to? In this small stage, where could she flee? A vast array of trees surrounded her. No matter where she ran, she couldn't leave this stage. Iris cursed something that wasn't capital for the first time. She cursed the constellations. She cursed the star stream. She cursed the story. Nevertheless, she still begged. Please, someone change the story. Even a very small salvation was okay, please. Please. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at you. To her surprise, Salvation faced her. The constellation Demon King of Salvation wants to establish a sponsor contract with you. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 241 Gourmet Association. 5. Iris was confused. Originally, she was supposed to sign a contract with a constellation of Asgard. It was a lesser-grade constellation that wasn't well known, and Iris didn't like the contract. That's why she participated in the bracelet expedition hosted by Anna Croft. Anna said that if Iris showed a great performance here, Anna could change her intended sponsor. Now, in this unexpected place, a chance came to Iris. The constellation Demon King of Salvation wants to establish a sponsor contract with you. Thinking about it, there was no way constellations could only contract with one incarnation. Some constellations had 2 or 3 depending on their capacity. Of course, the power of the constellation was divided, so the incarnations received weakened stigmas. Even so, Iris wasn't in a position to regret something like this. I accept. The constellation Demon King of Salvation states that this contract is only for a limited time. The constellation Demon King of Salvation states that this contract is valid until the end of the bracelet expedition. Temporary contract. Yes, now isn't the time to be greedy. Iris bit her lips and nodded. By the way, the words of the constellation weren't finished. The constellation Demon King of Salvation says there is a condition. The constellation Demon King of Salvation wants the wish to be transferred to him after the scenario is completed. Iris' mind was complicated. It was a temporary contract and he wanted the wish? A strange regret passed over her, but she wasn't in a position to pass up this chance. The Demon King of Salvation's condition was based on completing the scenario. It meant he would keep her alive no matter what happened. He'll definitely give it to you. At the same time, a holographic contract descended in the air. Iris ran over and signed the hologram. The sponsor contract has been completed. Power flowed into her body and she felt that someone was supporting her. She felt confident that she could do anything. However, Iris' confidence quickly disappeared at the cries from behind her. The incarnation hunting has begun. There were screams as incarnations were torn apart by evil spirits. Current number of expedition members remaining: 6 people. In the original novel, this game was called Hunting and Chasing. This wasn't a Gourmet Association event, it was an event hosted by Anna Croft. In this round, Anna Croft decided to skip the process and start from the Gourmet Association. I continued to mutter towards the air and the mass production maker asked me, "Ho, you participated. Did you participate?" "Ho-hoo, I'm too old to run to scenarios like that. And it doesn't suit my tastes." In fact, not all members of the Gourmet Association were enthusiastic about this scenario. On one side, there were the constellations who disliked Anna Croft. On another side, there were the constellations who disliked the event itself. I don't see your modifier on the list of evil spirits. There were 15 constellations who participated in the scenario. However, the number of constellations who chose the role of the evil spirit was only 14. I nodded and the eyes of the mass production maker slowly widened. Indeed, there was a reason the old hag Persephone brought you here. But is it okay? You are here for the first time. I replied with a smile. The more brilliant my debut, the better. Then the system message arrived like it had been waiting. The story Gourmet Association Heretic has been acquired. Maybe Anna Croft would be listening to messages similar to mine. There is always a story in a place where many constellations gather. This was the first principle of generating a story. The level of the story was determined by combining the risk to the story subject and the form of the story. Anna Croft was currently an incarnation and she was walking a tightrope. If her scenario was successfully completed, it might be a legendary story such as Follower of the First Generation or Story Manipulator. I closed my eyes and saw what was happening with Iris. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at his incarnation. I felt sorry when I saw her shaking shoulders, but I didn't have any good memories for this child. That's why this was just a gesture for trading. The constellation Demon King of Salvation says to stay calm. Iris gulped and replied, "I don't know if I can do it." The constellation Demon King of Salvation says there is no hopeless scenario. All scenarios had holes to escape out of. The hole was small and tiny, so it was highly difficult to clear on the first try. This meant there was a chance to clear it after trying a few times, and I was a person who knew more about this world than anyone else. The sound of the evil spirits moving could be heard in the distance. Iris' physique was at the limit, and the only stigma I could pass on was Sacrifice's will. Damn it, that stigma wouldn't help in the current situation. However, stigmas weren't the only things that constellations could give. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is giving his incarnation the Assassination King's cloak. Iris was surprised to see the gift that emerged in the air. It was an item I bought for 150,000 coins from the Dakibi bag. It had a usage limit of 30 minutes a day and lacked the ability to deceive the constellations, but the current situation was different. Here, the constellations emerged from the grass as if they were waiting. The constellations that became evil spirits looked different. There were a giant horned demon and a spirit with a bull's head holding a small scythe. The only thing they had in common was that they had no feet and were shrouded in a black cloak. Strange. It was definitely around here. Did you see it properly? Iris disappeared and the constellations who were evil spirits couldn't discover her traces at all. The constellations who played the role of evil spirits were under strong restrictions. The constellations in the role of the evil spirit could only 1/10 of their current status. For the constellations, a game wasn't fun if it was too easy. Just as there were no humans who would rejoice in stepping on 15 bugs. They didn't hesitate to impose constraints on themselves for entertainment. This was the constellations of the Gourmet Association. It seems she must have done something. Let her run a bit more. The scenario should be stacked up to taste better. Hoo-hoo. I'm looking forward to it. The constellations searching the grass soon gave up and Iris received a system message. The expedition member Iris Vladimirovna Rebezova has survived an evil spirit once. The story bracelet expedition has accumulated. This scenario was made up of classic stories. The longer Iris stayed in the scenario, the more the energy of the classic story would permeate her. Two lived. The constellation Demon King of Salvation says you were lucky this time. If these guys were high-ranking constellations, it would have been impossible to hide from them using the Assassination King's cloak. However, just like Persephone and the mass production maker, the really high-ranking Gourmet Association constellations wouldn't run like dogs towards this scenario. It was also interesting to watch other constellations vent their desires in this event. In other words, they were the real audience I should aim for. Thank you for the gift. The constellation Demon King of Salvation says it is alone. Yes, the constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is sympathetic to your incarnation. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband reproaches your harshness. The scenario would start from now on. As the number of expedition members continued to decrease, Iris moved towards the volcano while avoiding the eyes of the constellations. She also had the good luck of collecting the bracelet from the expedition members that died along the way. Current number of expedition members remaining: 2 people. It was natural since I was participating in the scenario while reading Ways of Survival in real time. It was because Ways of Survival contained a very detailed account of the bracelet Evil Blight, the prototype of this scenario. I analyzed the terrain using the scenario map and moved Iris along the most efficient path towards the volcano. Haha, this is a fun story. Wasn't there a lot of delicious food? Drooling. The other constellations seemed to notice that someone was involved on the expedition side. Nevertheless, none of them were panicked. The expedition member Merv's luthier has died. Shortly afterwards, Iris was alone. It smells delicious. The scattered evil spirits were gathering near the volcano. They knew that the last expedition member had to come to the volcano. Now the time of the Assassination King's cloak was almost up. I gave a signal to Iris. The constellation Demon King of Salvation says to do it now. Iris started running towards the volcano. I stared at the back of the running girl. All the constellations of the Gourmet Association were watching the little girl running with all her might. Perhaps everyone knew. This girl, she had no choice but to die here. She was 100 steps away from the volcano when the privilege of the Assassination King's cloak finally ended. The 10 evil spirits wandering around instantly gathered. I will eat first. Iris watched the incoming evil spirits and backed away with terror. Her last desperate gaze was towards the sky. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is asking to lend him your incarnation body. Iris gasped as her mouth opened. The constellation Demon King of Salvation says it isn't an advent. If I manifested in the form of an advent, I would also be constrained by the scenario. Thus, I wouldn't do it as an advent this time. I had a skill that was more efficient and consumed less probability. I deliberately pulled out a few stories that made up my incarnation body in order to deal myself a serious blow. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 3 has been activated. The first-person supporting role Viewpoint has been activated. Your understanding of Iris Vladimirovna Rebezova has increased. I opened my eyes to Iris' point of view. Maybe my body in the Gourmet Association was currently sleeping. Thus, I had to end this game in the shortest amount of time. Some constellations have noticed your presence. At the same time, there was an outpouring of true voices towards me. There was someone helping her. Who are you? Ho, is it an advent? This windfall. Iris received the accumulated stories and her body shone golden. I laughed bitterly as I looked down at myself. One way for a newcomer in the Gourmet Association was to grow step by step. However, if I dragged it on like that, I might not be able to reach the end of the story after 3,000 chapters. Did that Anna girl plan something? The person I just killed was a sword master. One constellation walking in the distance spoke as he threw the incarnation in his hands. Perhaps he was the last expedition member to die. You look like a new recruit. It is best for you to leave this place, or else your body will suffer a great blow. The head of the dead expedition member rolled towards me. It was the head of the incarnation who fled to the end but eventually didn't survive. I carefully picked up the head and one of the constellations sneered. Do you pity him? Hoo-hoo. This guy doesn't know art. Why should their lives be your art? I stroked his head and the memories of the dead incarnation flowed in. The memories soon became a story that dwelt at my fingertips. A fragment of the story grudge of a brutally murdered swordmaster has been acquired. The constellations drew back with a frown. You like dirty stories. Dirty? You gave it to me. Why did this person easily become a swordmaster? It was simple. He originally received it from a constellation. The story is boring. The scenario is too slow. It is the power that all of you gave them. The things that were received gathered. Someone became a sword master. Someone became a great magician. Then the sword master and great magician became the sin. They all became the prey of these beings. What are you trying to do? Stop eating. A hot-tempered constellation raised the power of the evil spirit. Originally, Iris couldn't defeat them. The expedition could never win against the evil spirits. However, The evil spirit screamed and retreated from the burning sword. Quack! In my hand was the sword I had purchased along with the Assassination King's cloak. Plus, item information. Name, Irin's sword replica. Rating, SS+. Specific scenarios only. Description. A sword energized by a first-generation story. Only female incarnations can use it, and it can generate a force that resists evil spirits for 10 minutes. Plus, it was a sword that cost 200,000 coins. It was also a sword that was useless apart from in this scenario. Normally, it was an item I would never buy. A first-generation sword? Hey, don't be scared. It's just a replica version. In fact, I was really worried about it. Many constellations are astonished by your actions. I had wondered if it was worth taking this risk for this scenario. I measured what I could get from it. Some members of the Gourmet Association are showing a strong hostility to you. Some things should be calculated and some shouldn't. Then I made a choice. You knew I would come to the volcano. I decided not to calculate things. Then did you know? I also knew you would be gathering here. No matter what penalties were received or if the opponents were constellations. I couldn't afford to pay attention to it. Nevertheless, I smiled like always. Let's start the real hunting. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 242 Gourmet Association. 6. There were 10 constellations gathered here. I didn't know where the remaining 4 were, but maybe they were scattered somewhere in the scenario area. If you don't yield, I'll eat you too. The true voices of the constellations flowed from the mouths of the evil spirits. I didn't hesitate and infused magic power into the sword. The exclusive skill White Pure Star Energy LV8 has been activated. It was Iris' magic power instead of mine. Still, Iris was an incarnation who came all this way and her potential was considerable. The white energy was added to Irin's sword and the aura around it became more abundant. Irin's sword was a weapon that could deal a powerful blow to evil spirits for 10 minutes. However, a powerful weapon didn't necessarily mean I would dominate this place. A constellation saw my sword and laughed. Haha, slow down. Small constellation. Please entertain these old people. What old people? I haven't lived 500 years yet. There are those older than us. Was it because this was the first time I was attached to a young girl's body? My sword could only draw a clumsy trajectory through the air. The constellations might not be able to use all their power, but a constellation was a constellation. They ranged from great grade to lesser grade. The constellations who gathered to become evil spirits released their status. Iris' movements started to stiffen as the 10 constellations released their energy. Her body thrashed like she was caught in an invisible spider web. The spiders who trapped her were approaching. I looked at Iris' body that was trembling regardless of my will and bit my lips. It was always like this, but this time would be different. Don't look down on me. I am also a constellation. So far, I had never properly released my status. I had been fighting my way through the demon world scenario in a sick state. However, I had been steadily recovering my stories while riding on the Gourmet Association's carriage. Thus, I might not be at a 100% state, but I could use a status that was almost equal to it. The constellation status is released. Some of my stories started responding to the situation. The history grade story Gourmet Association Heretic is rebelling against the surrounding oppression. The legendary grade story Demon King of Salvation is responded to Incarnation Iris situation. The surrounding ground was split apart with a loud sound and the nearby forest shook. The constellations were astonished by the flood of sparks in the area. In this scenario, the descended constellations could only use 10% of their power. On the other hand, I used Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint instead of Advent and was able to release my original status. How can a newcomer have this much status? Is this really the Advent state? The constellations didn't know this fact and were almost terrified. They were mistaking the current status as 10% of my original strength. It was the reason I was pushing myself in such an unreasonable manner. Either die or get lost. Choose one or the other. I had to get them right not before they stopped being fooled. See, cheeky bastard. The star stream is really wide. Where did a guy like this pop up from? Some of the constellations shrank back from the pressure I gave off while others were burning with enthusiasm. Kohahahat. The best dish. Today's Gourmet Association Festival is the best. The constellations emitted terrible shrieks and the arms of the evil spirits stretched towards this side. I hurriedly stepped back and swung my sword but couldn't cut off the incoming arms. Iris' voice was heard in my head. Sorry. I'm a terrible swordsman. Shit. This was why my movements were like this. Blood splashed as Iris was wounded. Did they realize something from my movements? The momentum of the constellations was changing. Something is strange. The constellations spread out and carried out sporadic attacks using the bodies of the evil spirits. I tried to defend by swinging the sword, but it wasn't easy since Iris' swordsmanship skill level was too low. The result was quite different from when I was in Yu Jonghyuk's body. Once again, I realized how great Yu Jonghyuk was. Indeed, only that guy's status is high. Get rid of him. There is no need to worry about the sword. Ha ha ha, today we will eat. The worst situation that I wanted to somehow avoid was unfolding. The attacks of the evil spirits flew from everywhere. There was a small scythe that grazed my legs. A boomerang turned around and aimed at my back. A long spear pierced through a gap and struck my side. In less than a minute, Iris' body was covered with wounds and bruises. My physical strength was rapidly dropping. I hurriedly opened Bookmark and Way of the Wind, but it felt awkward in Iris' body. Eventually, my footsteps became twisted up and I was disoriented. The constellations aimed for this short gap and stretched out their arms towards me. Quack! Iris was caught by the neck and hung helplessly in the air. You have bad luck, newcomer. The constellations acted like it was over as they opened their mouths. It is eating time. Grotesque fangs grew and digestive juices dripped from their mouths. Since they could customize the appearance of the evil spirits, it was really the worst taste. I opened my mouth without hesitation. I will activate the 5th bookmark. In fact, I didn't want to use this skill here. I wasn't sure if Iris' body could endure it, nor did I want to consume an excessive amount of probability. Nevertheless, there was no other way. The 5th bookmark is activated. The moment that bookmark was activated, an unexpected message arrived. The skill is not suitable for this person. The exclusive skill miniaturization is cancelled. The exclusive skill electrification is cancelled. The power of bookmark disappeared with the sound of sparks. Sometimes a skill wasn't compatible with the chemistry of the body. But why did it have to happen now? I never expected this. Is this your last hurrah? Yes, give it a try. Along with the ridiculing voice, a long tongue slipped out from the mouth of the evil spirit and started to strangle Iris' throat. My prayers were blocked and I turned blue. I could feel Iris' consciousness blurring. The connection with Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint was weakening. The attribute effect has accelerated your thinking ability. Dozens of thoughts crossed my mind during this crisis until something was caught in the net. I didn't know if it was possible. My understanding of the character was still low. Still, I could try it. I will release Knight of Revolution Mark Javier from the 6th slot. I released my status as much as possible and instantly escaped from the capture of the constellation. Then I continued speaking. I will place the South Palace Management's Breaking the Sky Sword Saint in that spot. The number 6 bookmark is activated. An immense presence permeated me. I felt all the things I've read, felt, and experienced become one and nestle in my body. Your understanding of this person is insufficient. It felt like the first time I loaded Kyrios Rodgrame. What? What power is this? Astonishment filled the eyes of the Gourmet Association constellations. The level of the character is too high to fully reproduce the skill level. The level of the character is too high, so only a part of the skill is activated. The duration of the bookmark is reduced due to a low understanding of the character. The original Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship was a skill that could only be used by women. Yu Jonghyuk overcame it with effort, but it was unreasonable for me. Your current body configuration is similar to the physical makeup of the character in question. To be exact, it would have been impossible with my original body. The exclusive skill Breaking the Sky Swordsmanship LV 10+1 has been activated. Thunder fell from the sky and nestled in Iran's sword. I released the maximum amount of power possible at the optimum time. Everything was over before the constellations even noticed the situation. The exclusive skill Breaking the Sky Thunder Sword LV 10+1 has been activated. The blue thunder that could overturn the earth flew from the sky and struck everything in the area. The words of Ways of Survival passed through my head. The Murim don't consider the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint as one of the 10 Grand Masters. TL. Changed Teenage Masters to 10 Grand Masters. The bodies of the evil spirits scattered into ashes without even screaming. The Murim people think of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint as a type of disaster. Born as a small human and facing the constellations after hard work. This was the strength of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, a disaster of Murim. The skill has exceeded the talent of the incarnation body. I felt something twisting as blood flowed. The result was obvious. It was a force that Iris and I couldn't use because we weren't transcendents. The sky blinked like a power failure had occurred. The dazzling thunderbolts disappeared and there were no evil spirits left in the surroundings. The constellation Brash Swamp Predator has been eliminated from the scenario. The constellation Tranquil Island Gourmet has been eliminated from the scenario. The constellation Forgotten Lord of Envy has been eliminated from the scenario. A total of 10 constellations have been eliminated from the scenario. You have earned an unbelievable achievement. A series of impossible feats have been accomplished in a row. I was barely breathing as I looked up at the sky. The star stream is paying attention to your achievements. A new story for you is being prepared. The constellation status might have been extremely limited, but they still massacred the incarnations. Thus, there was no way I wouldn't get a story. Blood emerged from my mouth while pouring simultaneously from my ears and nose. Blood poured out from many holes and I almost became used to the taste. Fortunately, the probability allowed by the Gourmet Association meant I could still endure. I plastered Iris' broken body with fragments of the story. The shock from the breaking the Sky Sword Saint's technique had already caused Iris' consciousness to disappear. The constellations of the Gourmet Association are astonished by the contents of the scenario. Some constellations of the Gourmet Association have become hostile to you. I knew I would be hated. However, there was always something to gain from losing something. Some constellations of the Gourmet Association are very curious about your story. Some constellations of the Gourmet Association feel favorable towards you. I stumbled away with Iris' body and headed towards the volcano. Iris would survive once this scenario was completed. In order to complete the scenario, I had to throw the bracelet into the volcano lava. There wasn't much distance remaining. 40 steps, 30 steps, 20 steps. My face became hot as I neared the lava. The cliff that I could throw the bracelet was clear when I felt someone's presence. I expected them to appear now. There were still 4 evil spirits that I hadn't finished off. Demon King of Salvation, you were doing something really interesting. The familiar voice entered my ears as I tightly gripped Irin's sword. I looked back and a familiar-looking girl stood there. She was an evil spirit, but her basic appearance hadn't changed at all. I opened my mouth. Asmodeus. Asmodeus was ecstatic, as if feeling pleasure that his name was called. Ah, let me call you again. The person who damaged Yu Zhonghyuk's body and was the main culprit behind the 3rd round failing. I felt Asmodeus' status slowly approaching. This was the power of only 10%. As expected, one of the 72 Demon Kings was on a different dimension. I took a step back and vigilantly watched my surroundings. It was still a difficult situation. Even if I removed this guy, there were still 3 more evil spirits remaining. My chances of winning were gone if they came. So before that, don't be so vigilant. There are no other constellations. 3 small heads were hanging from the small hands of the smiling Asmodeus. The black cloak billowed around the severed heads. They weren't the heads of incarnations. A chill rose very slowly from the tip of my toes. In this brief moment, I understood why Asmodeus was described as a madman in Ways of Survival. There was a cold smile on Asmodeus' face that was smeared with the blood of constellations. I devoured all of them. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 243, Gourmet Association. 7. He ate all of them. There was no guilt on Asmodeus' smiling face as he spoke such words. Several members of the Gourmet Association are strongly condemning Asmodeus. A small minority of the Gourmet Association are delighting in Asmodeus' brutality. The members of the Gourmet Association were worn out by the years, and they varied in tendencies and taste. At first glance, the first-generation stories seemed the best, but there were some constellations like the mass production maker who preferred SS-grade stories, while others liked unexpected developments like now. The body of a constellation has a different physical quality. It isn't real, but this was why demon kings like Asmodeus were accepted in the Gourmet Association. Constellations, transcendence, or demon kings, the Gourmet Association was a place where stubborn children were more concentrated than any other group, but they respected all types of gourmet delights. I gulped as Asmodeus stepped into puddles of blood and slowly approached. The special effect of Irin's sword will end. I might have used the breaking the Sky Sword Saint's techniques, but it worked properly thanks to Irin's sword. Without the sword, there would be no way to deal with the evil spirits. After half a dozen steps, Asmodeus licked his lips as he stared at me. I stated, "You didn't come here to eat me." How can you be sure? You can't get the giant story if you kill me. Asmodeus made a promise to me regarding the Demon King advancement. Thus, he couldn't kill me here. I promised a 30% stake. Why are you in this place? There is no certainty that I will receive 30%. Do you not have the confidence to compete with the other constellations? Asmodeus' expression hardened at my provocative words. Now you are provoking me. Asmodeus had a threatening air, but I didn't feel nervous. If you are really a Demon King, don't be a pushover. Compete properly to obtain your share. In the first place, it was apparent that Asmodeus had appeared here to help me. He might be Asmodeus, but the act of attacking fellow members of the Gourmet Association couldn't help being burdensome. Even so, he acted in such a manner while pretending to be a maniac. Asmodeus' complexion paled as he shouted, "Demon King of Salvation, you seem to be mistaken about something. I can eat you right now. Don't repeat the same words and get the fuck out." Asmodeus' eyes widened. I continued without stopping. "If you really want to eat me, kill me right now." The past me would have thought I was crazy if he saw this. This was Asmodeus, not someone else. Nevertheless, there was a reason I acted like this. The status of Asmodeus burned towards me. I got goosebumps from the formidable force but believed in the story that I read more than my senses. At that time, we should have treated Asmodeus differently. The revised version of Ways of Survival. I had found such a sentence in the 49th Yu Jonghyuk's record. Asmodeus loves beings who don't compromise. The more he faces such a being, the greater the desire to beat them. I didn't know how Yu Jonghyuk gained such insight, but if he was right, all of Asmodeus' actions were understandable. Your understanding of the character Asmodeus has increased. Then a phenomenon occurred. Your understanding of the character Asmodeus has increased. Your understanding of the character Asmodeus has increased. The explosive indirect messages occurred as I started to understand the inner surface of a demon king for the first time. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint Stage 2, has been activated. I want to eat. No. I want to eat. No. Ah! A tremendous amount of thoughts rushed into my ears. It was appalling that so much greed could exist in one being. It is really amazing. Asmodeus moved like the wind as he held a handful of iris hair and took a slight breath. Ha, good. Yes, this is enough for today. Still, keep this in mind, Demon King of Salvation. Next time won't be the same as today. I didn't listen to Asmodeus' words and ran towards the volcano. I couldn't miss this opportunity that I had barely gained. The lava could be seen right in front of me. Way of the wind caused the bracelet at my fingertips to fall down the cliff. The bracelet melted with a clear sound. The sub-scenario has ended. You have obtained 150,000 coins as compensation. Your awareness in the Gourmet Association has greatly increased. You have acquired a new story. I poured the Elaine Forest essence into the mouth of the completely exhausted Iris. Her physical condition was a mess, but recovery would be fast due to not consuming much probability. The first-person supporting role Viewpoint has been released. There was the feeling of my environment being crushed, and I returned to the banquet hall of the Gourmet Association. My senses returned, and the first thing I heard was the voice of an old man. Young man, I enjoyed it. I realized I had returned when I saw the mass production maker laughing heartily. I looked at him for a moment before slightly bowing my head. It is all thanks to you. What are you talking about? It is this. My hand was holding the 200,000 coins of garbage that Iris used just now, Iran's sword. For reference, the grip of the sword had the following message engraved. A made by mass production maker. The mass production maker laughed. It was just business. Who knew that sword would be sold today? It was a recommended product in the Dakibi bag. Hoo-hoo, how can a constellation know about the work of Dakibis? I didn't know if this was the consideration of the mass production maker or not. One thing was for certain. This sword had saved the lives of Iris and I. By the way, things have become a bit difficult. I looked around. The atmosphere around me was tense. Who is the Demon King of Salvation? The constellations were running wild as they looked for me with fiery anger. Among them was the constellations who had lost their bodies and returned from the scenario. The constellation Brash Swamp Predator reveals hostility towards you. The constellation Tranquil Island Gourmet is glaring at you. Euphrosyne was standing dumbfounded on the stage while Anna Croft was pale. Now some of the constellations were watching me while wondering what I was going to do. The sub-scenario was over, but for them, this situation was an extension of the game. Of course, I wouldn't betray their expectations. You have gained the wish ticket according to the contract with the Incarnation Iris. You can make one wish within the category allowed by the Gourmet Association. It was within the category allowed by the Gourmet Association. The meaning of this was obvious. I naturally couldn't wish for the constellations to be killed. This is beyond the probability allowed by the wish. I couldn't wish for all the constellations to be on my side or to be their master. It was naturally a wish that wasn't possible. This is beyond the probability allowed by the wish. In other words, this wish was a type of diplomatic card. I had to identify the possible and impossible areas and find the best wish for me. Some members of the Gourmet Association are showing a strong hostility to you. Many constellations are looking forward to your choice. Even the constellations in my channel were tense. The constellation Prisoner of the Golden Headband is looking forward to your choice. The constellation Demon-like Judge of Fire is wriggling her fingers in a trance. In front of all these eyes, I slowly opened my mouth. I wish that the Gourmet Association will show me courtesy. For a moment, a tremendous silence filled the hall. I didn't panic and looked around in the silence. The probability of the Gourmet Association is activated. Your wish has been received. Sparks filled the hall of the Gourmet Association. No, looking closer, they were thunderbolts, not sparks. Then a loud voice was heard. Kohahahat. A really fun guy. Thursday's Thunder was holding a glass of beer while laughing. A story that was boring became worthwhile to see a bit. Why are you complaining about and persecuting this small constellation? Some of the constellations rebelled strongly against his words. But the rules? The scenario is just a scenario. In addition, that scenario has ended. That's all that my hammer and I know. Thor's hammer made a deafening sound like it wouldn't accept any arguments. Thor of the Asgard Nebula had one of the most powerful stories in this place. No one here wanted to resist his hammer. It is unpleasant to agree with this rough thunder's words, but this time, I feel the same. The person who spoke was the morning star goddess. Star powder fell from her finely twisted hair as she moved. The scenario should end in the scenario. If you want to fight, fight in the scenario. I don't want to see the Gourmet Association becoming uglier. The two top-ranking constellations present stood up so the other constellations couldn't help wavering. Moreover, the wish ticket had already been activated. Some of the constellations were still glaring at me, but they showed no signs of hurting me. The atmosphere calmed down and the eyes of the morning star goddess turned to me. Still, I would like to ask one thing. It was an unexpected question and I reflexively looked at her. Demon King of Salvation. Why are you showing us such a scenario? The eyes of the goddess seemed to contain a galaxy. Now they show like she had found a new star. In my eyes, you seem to have something to say. However, my eyes are dark and I can't figure out the scenario you showed me. If you don't mind, I'd like to hear it from your mouth. She didn't say that the scenario I showed was crude, and this was probably due to her innate humility. I could see Persephone smiling at me from beside the morning star goddess. I told you to do things yourself, and this is the only way I can help you. All the constellations of the Gourmet Association were looking at me. It was the situation I had been wanting since I came here. What should I say to gain favor with them? It would be stupid to think they would help me if I just brought up the Demon King selection story. At that moment, Kim Daksha thought for the first time about what he really wanted to say. It was too far away and not yet visible. However, for at least one person who walked on the path, it was clear. He failed thousands of times while feeling frustrated and desperate. There was someone who tried to take this road before me. I recalled the man who walked on the road that no one else walked on and laughed. Then I very naturally came up with some words. No, perhaps this was the only thing I had to say. TL note. Small change to last chapter. I will place the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint Namgung Minyoung in that spot. Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 244 New Story 1. I will create a new story that never existed before. The constellations shut their mouths at my words. It wasn't just because they were shocked. Rather, they didn't understand what I was saying. The first one to speak was a constellation drinking beside Thor. What do you mean by a new story? According to Ways of Survival, the Dakibi King left these words a long time ago. There are no new stories in the star stream. All stories are just based on old stories. This old saying was the humility of the Dakibis and was a phrase that needed to be overcome. I hesitated to answer and a hot-tempered constellation came out first. Is there a sword master in the story? Sword master? I nodded at the unexpected question. There is. Some constellations sighed at my response while others had shining eyes. Then another constellation asked, is there a great magician? Maybe one will appear. A reincarnator? Yes. An SS grade hunter? For reference, I like friends who are rewarded for a reasonable effort. It is a possibility. I don't dislike this who try hard. A returnee will naturally come out. The various questions continued for a while, as if it was fun. In the process, there were those who smiled and those who shook their heads. No matter their expression, they were all imagining a story. It was a story that hadn't been created yet. However, it was a story that might exist. Was it because it had been a long time since the Gourmet Association jumped into such imagination? For a while, there was a gentle atmosphere in the hall that didn't fit the Gourmet Association. However, the atmosphere didn't stay like this. I don't understand. Aren't there many of these stories already? The one who poured cold water on it was the morning star goddess. Sword masters, great magicians, reincarnators, returnees, what is new about this story? I don't know how such a product can be considered as new. I thought for a moment before replying. It isn't just new materials that make up a new story. Aren't the first-generation stories that the Gourmet Association likes also made up of ordinary materials? Are you comparing the first generation of art with your story? I don't mean to compare it. In the first place, I'm not trying to make art. Some constellations looked disappointed at my words. The morning star goddess laughed like it was ridiculous. You are speaking vulgar words. Yes, good. Then what is new about your story? The atmosphere of the constellations was changing again. As expected, I couldn't throw a few things around casually. I faced them and declared in my true voice, in the story I'm creating, there will be an end to all scenarios. The end of all the scenarios. The atmosphere instantly froze. How dare you? Some people muttered while other constellations became pale. There was a backlash that didn't occur even when I mentioned the first generation. Perhaps it was because I broke their taboo. I felt the gazes pouring towards me and closed my eyes. This wouldn't dramatically change the situation. However, my story would remain deep in the mind of the constellations. It was enough for now. Crazy bastard. By the way, it seemed that the impression I gave them was too deep. The voice filled with hostility continued. I knew that there were all types of crazy people in the Gourmet Association, but this time it is quite good. Are you in your right mind to say such words? It was a green doll with a dragon's head. It was the brash swamp predator, a constellation who was active in the previous scenario. His smile was full of ridicule as he continued, "Then what do you want us to help you with? Let's go together to the end of the scenario. Is that what you want to say?" "That's right. I came here to find constellations who will reach the end of the scenario with me." My calm declaration caused the countenance of the constellations to change. Some of them had already joined a nebula. Thus, my words would sound like a provocation. Nebula? What is the name of the nebula? There is no name yet. I haven't formally established it. How many founding members are there? 2. The scorn of the constellations increased. I felt a bit upset, but I put up with it. In any case, this was considered courtesy in the Gourmet Association. I didn't think any of them would just accept it. The Morning Star Goddess asked, "One is you and the other person? Is it a constellation?" "It isn't a constellation." I hesitated to reveal Yu Jonghyuk. The brash swamp predator wondered. "Perhaps it is that guy." Images were playing from a panel on the screen. It was playing the finals of the martial arts competition in First Murim. It is finally the confrontation you are waiting for. The camera focused on a man as the moderator spoke. The disciple of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, Supreme King Yu Jonghyuk. As expected, Yu Jonghyuk had safely reached the finals. Then the opponent, one of the Murim's 10 Grand Masters, the Ice Flower Goddess, Zhuge Lingling. A splendid spotlight shone on Zhuge Lingling, who was dressed in a light t-shirt and jeans. The Ice Flower Goddess wasn't an easy opponent. She was one of the transcendent existences that represented Murim. Originally, Yu Jonghyuk wouldn't have been able to compete with her. It depended on how much progress he made in the Breaking the Sky swordsmanship in the meantime. Cough. My mind became wide awake the moment someone made a sound. I looked around. Then I gradually became angry. Damn it. Someone had uploaded this video. I stared at Anna Croft, who was standing in a corner of the stage. However, based on her expression, it didn't seem to be her. If so, the video... Hoo-hoo. A feast of mortals. The brash swamp predator laughed. Gosh, this is really losing steam. An existence that just reached the narrative level and a trivial mortal is discussing the end of the story. Several constellations laughed like they had been waiting. It was a laugh that denied all the words I had spoken. Maybe I expected it to be like this. It might have been wrong to expect anything from the constellations in the first place. Ha ha ha, what is the modifier of this constellation? Was it Demon King of Bragging? Queen of the Underworld? You brought a very delightful friend. On the screen, Yu Jonghyuk was confronting the Ice Flower Goddess. The brash swamp predator chuckled like he thought it was cute. This scenario seems tough for him, let alone the end of the scenarios. I quietly clenched my fists. I knew the path Yu Jonghyuk would walk and the achievement he would make in the future. I knew very well that the hardworking guy would one day kill every member of this damn Gourmet Association. Yet, in the eyes of the constellations present here, the current Yu Jonghyuk was just a trivial mortal. This worked out well. I am bored because the scenario is over. Do you want to make a bet? Who will win between the two bugs? Oh, good, good. A number of constellations agreed with the proposal of the brash swamp predator. Then a system message appeared. A new sub-scenario has arrived. The sub-scenario A Gourmet Association betting has begun. Numerous selection windows emerged in front of the constellations. I'll bet 50,000 coins on that female. The moment the brash swamp predator cried out, the other constellations laughed and bet a few coins. Then the brash swamp predator glanced at me. Newcomer, you should also bet. I already did it. Who did you bet on? 100,000 coins to Yu Jonghyuk. The fact that I bet twice as much as him caused the brash swamp predator's eyes to widen. Cheeky fellow. You will regret it. He seemed to know how this bet would turn out. In the distance, Anna Croft was watching me with serene eyes. Yu Jonghyuk's struggle was entering the mid-stage on the screen. Oh, he is fairly decent? Should I make him my incarnation? Yu Jonghyuk seemed to be pushed at first, but his momentum was slowly becoming stronger. Some of the constellations admired the unexpected flow of events. Then they shut up as soon as the brash swamp predator glared at them. As expected from Yu Jonghyuk, His encounter with the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was much earlier than planned, and his Breaking the Sky swordsmanship had reached higher than the original level. Inside the stadium, the Breaking the Sky energy exploded, and the Ice Flower Goddess coughed up blood as she rolled through the dust. The situation had completely tilted to one side. The story flowed to an unexpected place, and the expression of the brash swamp predator changed. It isn't fun like this. The moment I had an ominous feeling, sparks appeared around several members of the Gourmet Association, including the brash swamp predator. I quickly realized what they were doing. Their sparks spread to the screen showing the martial arts competition. To be exact, it was to the Ice Flower Goddess. The Ice Flower Goddess screamed, and this was followed by the host's words. What is this? Yu Jonghyuk also seemed surprised. Yu Jonghyuk's expression stiffened as the Ice Flower Goddess mutated into a monster. I stared at the brash swamp predator and spoke in a cold voice. Didn't you say this was a bet? The brash swamp predator laughed. I didn't say there could be no interference. Thanks to the probability supplied by many constellations, the body of the Ice Flower Goddess was covered in green scales. Both Yu Jonghyuk and I knew what it meant. It was a constellation's advent. It was the same in Peaceland and Dark Castle. At the time, Yu Jonghyuk and I fought together, but not anymore. Exclusive skill. Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint has been activated. You can't connect with the current target. Damn jerk. What was he doing at a time like this? It was impossible to use Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint because Yu Jonghyuk wasn't thinking about me at all. On the screen, the Ice Flower Goddess, who was half a green dragon, roared. The brash swamp predator. The ancient being who was born on the planet Celegidon was a constellation who just reached the narrative grade like me. However, the number of stories he accumulated was far beyond me, so our abilities were on a different level. With one breath, the monster half destroyed the venue of the martial arts competition. Maybe he signed a sponsor contract with the Ice Flower Goddess for a short period of time. The low rate of synchronization meant not a lot of his strength was expressed. Still, it would be nothing to end the competition since it was strengthened with such a degree of probability. It would be hard to deal with a narrative-grade constellation who had accumulated such stories, even if it was Yu Jonghyuk. You look uneasy. Don't you believe in your colleague? I looked around and saw Persephone smiling as usual. I didn't believe in him. It was a natural story. I couldn't believe in that sunfish who often died. I believe in him. Even so, I answered it like this. Persephone's eyes flashed at my natural answer. In the first place, I came here because I believed in him. I stared at Yu Jonghyuk on the screen. It didn't matter how many times he was defeated, broken, or felt despair. He was a person who didn't give up until the end. If I couldn't believe in him, who could I believe in the first place? Even if this round failed, this guy would surely see the ending of this world eventually. I slowly closed my eyes before opening them again. I'll raise my bet. I'll make it 1 million coins. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 245 New Story, 2. The constellation Demon King of Salvation has placed 1 million coins on the incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. The system message resonated in the hall, and the attention of the constellations focused on me. I bet my money on a fight that was obviously disadvantageous. My actions intrigued some of the constellations. The constellation Thursday's Thunder is showing favorability to you. The constellation Morning Star Goddess is showing favorability to you. However, only a few constellations showed such a response. Most of the constellations were swept away by the heat of the gambling. Ha ha, you are crazy. If so, I'll bet 500,000 coins. The brash swamp predator, who bet on the Ice Flower Goddess from the beginning, opened his mouth first. Then the watching constellations started to join one by one. The constellation Tranquil Island Gourmet has placed 20,000 coins on the constellation Zhuge Lingling. The constellation Master of the White Castle has placed 30,000 coins on the constellation Zhuge Lingling. The messages were pouring out. Most of them were messages giving coins to the Ice Flower Goddess, Zhuge Lingling. I was the only one who was on Yu Jonghyuk's side. The constellation Queen of the Darkest Spring has placed 300,000 coins on the incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. Huh? I reflexively glanced at Persephone, who was giving a mysterious smile. I asked in a slightly worried tone, "Will it be okay?" Why are you asking if it will be okay? I was the one who had nothing to reply. Maybe it was nothing for Persephone to bet 300,000 coins. By the way, there was a meddlesome man beside me. Old hag. Doesn't Hades nag you when you spend money like this? I'm not a grandmother, so the mass production maker should mind your words. An old woman at your age should eat moderately. Watch your mouth unless you want to be stuck in Tartarus. Wait, did you bet as well? The mass production maker laughed at Persephone's question. The constellation mass production maker has placed 150,000 coins on the incarnation Yu Jonghyuk. The mass production maker looked at me and said, I didn't bet a lot because I didn't receive that much gold from this month's Dakibi bag settlement. In fact, he bet the exact price of Iran's sword that I bought. Maybe there would be no income apart from the commission fee. In any case, I was grateful to them. Thanks to this, more excited constellations were betting coins. The constellation goddess of joy and celebration has placed 50,000 coins on the constellation Zhuge Lingling. The coins placed on the bet snowballed and soon surpassed 6 million coins. Now the constellations of the Gourmet Association couldn't help shifting their gaze to one place. Die. Kill him quickly. I'll kill you if I lose my coins. They were no different from the human spectators in the arena. I felt strangely excited despite experiencing these stories. The mass production maker laughed as if he read my heart. I've gone through these stories, so I'm hungrier for these stories. Maybe not. Whether it is a constellation or human, they are all just children in front of the story. By the way, is there a chance of winning? Do you feel uneasy? No, it isn't like that. If there isn't a chance to win, I'll have to make it. To be precise, I had to make it a high multiplier. If Yu Zhonghyuk died, this round would be ruined. If the situation was like this, it was better to do it properly. The exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, has been activated. We couldn't lose. You can't connect with the current target. Shit, Yu Zhonghyuk. I was still getting this message. However, it wasn't the only method. Bye. Bot. As I waited, Bayu moved her hand and a personal panel popped up in front of me. The screen soon unfolded. The brash swamp predator cried out strangely and let out a terrible poisonous fog. Uak. Everyone touched by the smoke screamed as they oxidized. Judging from the brash swamp predator state, he was using roughly 1/3 of his status. 1/3 was enough to ruin the venue. The surrounding constellations were also supporting his use of probability. The grounds of the venue were split apart by the monster's feet. It was a terrible destructive power. However, it wasn't as strong compared to Peaceland or Dark Castle. At those times, the outer gods had descended. Still, there was no guarantee that this situation was better than Peaceland or Dark Castle. In Peaceland, there was the paradox Baekshung, Kyrios. In Dark Castle, there was Gorios' first sword. Then who was present now? The constellation Demon King of Salvation is looking at incarnation Yu Zhonghyuk. Yu Zhonghyuk frowned at my message. Kim Dokja, is your work finished? The constellation Demon King of Salvation says it is still in progress. Still? At this moment, a shadow of suspicion filled Yu Zhonghyuk's eyes. Yu Zhonghyuk stared at the brash swamp predator and asked, perhaps, did this guy appear because of you? The bastard noticed quickly. Kim Dokja? He was filled with tremendous anger. I reached out as an apology. The constellation Demon King of Salvation has sponsored 100 coins to the incarnation Yu Zhonghyuk. I don't need it. Then the brash swamp predator moved. He was an ancient lizard that governed all the swamps on his planet. The embodiment of his head was suddenly rising from the back of the ice flower goddess who had become a lizard. There was a terrible scream as the incarnation was deprived of her body. The lizard screamed and rushed forward, swinging a huge tail towards Yu Zhonghyuk. The tail of the lizard smashed through Yu Zhonghyuk's strong self-defense and he was hit hard. Kook. Yu Zhonghyuk didn't seem to have reached the second stage of transcendence yet. Well, it would be impossible for even Yu Zhonghyuk to reach the second stage of transcendence in just 2 weeks. It could be called a devil's talent that he could drive the first stage ice flower goddess to such a state. Then there wasn't much time. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is making a request. Yu Zhonghyuk had experienced Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint several times and should I what I was asking for. By the way, Yu Zhonghyuk's reaction was unexpected. I don't want to. The constellation Demon King of Salvation says if this continues, everyone will die. I want die. The constellation Demon King of Salvation says it isn't the time to be stubborn. I wasn't convinced I could knock down that monster even if I used electrification in Yu Zhonghyuk's body. There might be a way to use the fourth wall like last time, but it was only possible for constellations who used mental skills. Yu Zhonghyuk used swift footwork to attack and the brash swamp predator once again prepared his poison. Based on the number of sparks around his mouth, this was a really devastating attack. I urged Yu Zhonghyuk, but Yu Zhonghyuk was adamant. Go and do what you have to do, Kim Dokja. I panicked at the unexpected action. No, why was this bastard so stubborn today? I hurriedly looked around. Since it was like this, I had to borrow another hand, even if the martial arts competition was ruined. In this place, there was only one person strong enough to help us. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, Namgung Minyoung. She was a powerhouse who wouldn't be pushed by Kyrios or Chiak Jungyong. Thus, she could deal with this monster alone. Soon afterwards, I found the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint sitting in the audience while eating dumplings. The constellation Demon King of Salvation is asking for help. Despite my message, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint just kept chewing the dumplings. She sometimes fed dumplings to the Breaking the Sky Master lying next to her. In the seats below them, Jang Haeyoung and Han Myunggo were sitting beside each other while also eating dumplings. What were these humans doing? Then I once again sent a message. The constellation Demon King of Salvation. At this moment, Yu Jong-hyuk spoke. Shin Yusung, are you listening? Bayu appeared along with these words. Bot. Turn off Kim Dokja's screen. Bayu glanced at Yu Jong-hyuk like it was difficult. I didn't know how much of Shin Yusung's memory survived, but when I thought about it, these two people had a very complex relationship. Nevertheless, this was a story from before her rebirth. Now it was different. There was no reason for Bayu to listen to Yu Jong-hyuk when she was my Dakibi. Yet Bayu sitting on my shoulders suddenly looked at me with a sorry expression. Bot. Bot. Bayu? Bot. Ku. There was absurd acting and Bayu pretended to fall asleep. At the same time, my personal panel turned off and Yu Jong-hyuk's appearance disappeared. You have been disconnected. No, what is this? I didn't know what was happening. Why did Bayu act like this all of a sudden? There was no mention of this situation in the revised ways of survival. Wah! There was a sudden scream and I turned my attention to the panel installed on the stage. That? The surprised constellations started moving towards the panel. Persephone and the mass production maker were also approaching the panel. The screen was completely obscured by the more than 100 constellations gathered in front of it. No, wait a minute. Let me look. I tried to enter any gaps, but the cluster of constellations was too hard. All I could hear was the sound of thunder from the screen. Still, it was clear from the sound alone. It was the breaking the sky thunder sword. It was the real thunder sword, unlike what I had stolen. It seemed to be a devastating hit as the brash swamp predator let out a huge scream. The answer was obvious even without looking. Fortunately, there was the breaking the sky sword saint. I let out a sigh of relief. Yu Jong-hyuk was unharmed because the breaking the sky sword saint had acted. Thanks to this, the martial arts competition would be cancelled, but it was better than Yu Jong-hyuk dying. Then someone suddenly shouted, "Oh, the disciple of the breaking the sky sword. Breaking the sky sword beauty. Breaking the sky sword beauty? We shouldn't disparage an incarnation's martial arts. How is this? Wasn't it only the power of transcendence? Ha ha ha, it is an interesting ability. Is it something that a Asgardian person did? It isn't to my taste." The true voices in the halls were becoming heated up for an unknown reason. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is astonished. The constellation who likes to change sex is struggling with pleasure. The constellation demon-like judge of fire is shedding resentful tears. The channel and the banquet hall. I was dizzy from the indirect messages coming from everywhere. My coins. No. My coins. Yue. No, what the hell was going on? I held my breath and used my status to move through the constellations. I barely reached the front of the panel and another tremendous lightning attack came from the screen. The entire screen turned white from the powerful lightning. The light slowly faded and once it disappeared, black ashes were scattered like snow. In front of my eyes, one man was standing still. It was the appearance of Yu Jong-hyuk who had raised his sword with an arrogant expression. Under his feet while a giant lizard charred by lightning. Yu Jong-hyuk stepped off the lizard's body and walked to one corner of the venue, pulling out something black that had been plugged in. There is no second place in this competition. It was the black demon sword. Thus, this is mine. Then the host's voice rang out. The winner of the martial arts competition has been decided. I didn't know how such a thing was possible. I rubbed my eyes and glanced again. The situation was still the same. It wasn't the breaking the sky sword saint, but Yu Jong-hyuk? The winner is the breaking the sky sword beauty, Yu Jong-hyuk. No, what the hell was the breaking the sky sword beauty? My questions didn't last for long. It was due to the overwhelming system messages that entered my ears. The sub-scenario A Gourmet Association betting has been completed. You have won the bet. You have acquired a new story. The story Miracle Gambler has been acquired. Then there was the sound of coins falling. The sub-scenario compensation has been acquired. I reflexively checked my number of coins. The numbers slowly creaked up, as if it was too hard to handle. Coins possessed. 1,986,725 C. Coins possessed. 2,790,876 C. Coins possessed. 3,890,875 C. The coins that the constellations bet were being stacked up like snow on my balance. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 246 New Story. 3. Coins possessed. 5,490,875 C. The endlessly climbing coins finally stopped at the peak. I doubted my eyes several times as I stared at this unbelievable number. Young man, how much did you earn? I looked around and saw the mass production maker's blank expression. The old man must have made a great profit since he bet 150,000 coins earlier. The dividend must be at least 5 times. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband envies you. The constellation lone shark aiming for the heart is craving your coins. Even the always stern-looking Persephone was smiling. For reference, the queen of the underworld bet 300,000 coins. The underworld must have gained a lot? Nonsense. This is ridiculous. Most of the constellations were filled with great despair apart from the 3 of us. I just needed to see their expressions to know how much coins they had lost. The constellations who bet a small amount to relieve their boredom looked sad, but those who bet over 100,000 coins, they were filled with anger. There were some constellations on the verge of bankruptcy. For example, that guy. The constellation Brash Swamp Predator is revealing enormous hostility towards you. Grab that guy. The constellations who lost their coins, including the Brash Swamp Predator, were approaching me. He lost his reason along with the coins and was prepared to throw himself into Han River. The constellations who noticed withdrew from my side. However, there was one constellation who didn't back down. It was the queen of the underworld, Persephone. Everybody back off. How long are you going to act so ugly? Her status was reminiscent of the cold night air, and the approaching constellations faltered. However, some constellations were so agitated that they couldn't be cooled by the night breeze. Queen of the underworld. Did you win some coins just now? Get out of here. It has nothing to do with you. The atmosphere became heated and some of the watching high-ranking constellations intervened. Maintain your courtesy. It was the morning star goddess who was familiar with Persephone. Nevertheless, the Brash Swamp Predator had already lost his senses and didn't hesitate. Courtesy? Fuck courtesy. As soon as the Brash Swamp Predator released his status, the other constellations also raised their status. Powerful sparks filled the air as a notice of the imminent conflict. The wish ticket used by the constellation Demon King of Salvation is in effect. Suddenly, intense sparks filled the hall and the movements of the agitated constellations stopped. A portal opened on the white ceiling while everyone hesitated. Beyond the portal was a sinister aura. It wasn't an outer god, but it was clearly something immense. Who was this? This was obviously above the highest-ranked constellations. The atmosphere tore apart and a strange creature appeared through the portal. The mysterious aura around his body was unmatched, but he was neither a god or constellation. The man was dressed in a magician's costume with an old-fashioned cane. A dakibi? It was a dakibi. It has been a while, constellations. The hall fell silent with a single sentence, like cold water had been poured on it. It was an overbearing silence. The enraged constellations who had just been screaming were holding their breaths. The rules of the star stream binds all constellations of the Gourmet Association. All the constellations present were constricted by the probability. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary dakibi, even if they had the channel operating rights. The Brash Swamp Predator, who didn't falter despite the threats from high-ranking constellations, was taking a step back with a white face. I had seen a description of this dakibi in the original novel. Most incarnations think there are only 4 ranks of dakibis: the lesser grade, intermediate grade, semi-advanced, and senior dakibis. However, there are dakibis above them. The dakibis of the star stream, those with up to 12 colored horns, are the first seat. This dakibi had 7 red horns coming from his head. The star stream called them great dakibis. Sorry, but the party will end here. As I read Ways of Survival, I had a question about the relationship between the constellations and dakibis. The dakibis might have special powers, but a high-ranking constellation could kill 1 or 2 dakibis. Yet even the strong constellations didn't touch the dakibis. No matter how annoying the scenario, they never tried to kill the dakibis. Why? The reason was right in front of me. A single hand gesture trapped all of the Gourmet Association in a net of probability. I had never seen such dense sparks before. This was the power of the story. Perhaps it was a story borrowed from the most powerful beings in the world. Whether it was narrative grade or great grade, they clearly couldn't escape from the storm of sparks without being destroyed. The high-grade constellations, such as Thursday's Thunder or Morning Star Goddess, didn't complain and only showed unpleasant expressions. It was Persephone who opened her mouth first. Great Dakibi, how long? It's been a while. The great Dakibi slowly looked around. It is the ebb and flow. Queen of the underworld. Is the story king well? The king is safe. Due to the opponent, Persephone's expression was in a state of tension that I had never seen before. Why did you come here? In addition, leading Dakibis of the executive branch. The Dakibis of the executive department whom I had once seen were standing in a line behind the great Dakibis. The fearsome pressure they emitted was no less than the Gourmet Association constellations. It was natural. The Dakibis of the executive branch were once constellations. Instead of replying immediately to Persephone's words, the great Dakibi swept over the constellations. We are here to pick up the constellations who borrowed coins. Coins? Several constellations groaned and started to run away. The mass production maker muttered with understanding. They are really foolish. It seemed that some constellations had borrowed coins from the Dakibis to make their bets. Funnily enough, one of them was the brash swamp predator. Move out of the way. He rushed to a sparkling wall and tried to rip apart the net of probability. Quack! The great Dakibi's net was powerful. The moment he reached the net of sparks, the brash swamp predator screamed. The Dakibis of the executive branch bound his incarnation body. Release me. I stared at the rows of constellations and thought about why the Dakibis appeared here. I didn't know the exact reason, but I wondered if it was because the probability was influenced by my wish. In this world, the Dakibis were the most sensitive to probability. In a flash, the Dakibis arrested all the people who owed debts and started to transport them across the portal. It was a swift move like there was nothing to see. The great Dakibi didn't say goodbye. He stared as if warning the constellations before turning to leave. The moment before the portal was about to close, the great Dakibi glanced at me. Beyond his cool eyes, someone was talking to me. Don't be too loud, baby. The king is watching you. The great Dakibi left and the Gourmet Association ended its meeting. It was natural for the party to end. It was time for the respective constellations to go back. I took advantage of the chaos in the banquet hall to slip out of the castle. A significant number of constellations were dragged away by the bureau, but there were still some hostile to me. Thus, I needed to get out of here before there was trouble. However, I stood at the entrance of Oro Castle and encountered a difficulty I hadn't thought of. How did I get back? There was no guide or carriage. If I delayed here, I might be caught by other constellations. At this time, there was an engine sound and something appeared around the corner of the castle. It was a luxury sports car with a streamlined body. It was a car reminiscent of the SS class Ferrigine. Wait, the person who made that car. The sports car stopped in front of me with a loud sound. The window rolled dull and an elderly man wearing sunglasses appeared. Get on, young man. It was the mass production maker. The moment the rear doors opened, the central body of the car behind longer and changed into the form of a limousine. I felt pure admiration at the sight as I got into the back seat. How many people could ride in this? Was he selling this car? Now I had money. The body was made from solid protective material that adhered not just to the outside but the inside as well. I drank iced tea from the refrigerator in the limousine and looked around the vehicle. The mass production maker was in the driver's seat while Persephone was in the passenger's seat. Persephone had been communicating with someone since earlier. Perhaps it was related to the great Dakibi who appeared. Mass production maker, thank you for your consideration. Still, I have a question. What is it? Why is this woman with you? I glared at Anna Croft who was sitting next to me. The mass production maker smiled sweetly. Hoo-hoo. I promised to give her a ride. Don't fight too much. It was a very unpleasant situation, but I couldn't complain. I sighed and examined my companions. There were 3 Asgardians along with myself in the back seat. There was the exhausted Iris and stunned Selena Kim. Anna Croft looked at their condition before suddenly speaking to me. Iris would have lived even if you didn't help. I know. Perhaps Thursday's thunder would have saved her. Isn't that right? Anna Croft bit her lips at my words. Anna Croft was a more brutal woman than anyone else, but she didn't lose those who were her own. In face, Anna Croft's colleagues didn't die in the similar event that she held in the original novel. Rather, they awakened through the scenario. It was the other people who died. It was Iris' chance to get a good sponsor and you ruined everything. The future I saw wasn't like this. She wouldn't have wanted to get a sponsor in that way. You don't know who the constellation was. TSK. I told you to get along, but I guess it isn't possible. The form of the limousine changed and my seat showed strange movements. My vision blurred and I was sitting in the passenger's seat where Persephone had been. The mass production maker had changed my position with Persephone. Maybe he didn't want to hear fighting, or perhaps there was a sound barrier between the front and back seats. The mass production maker told me, "You're on bad terms with incarnations as well as constellations. Don't make too many enemies." I don't want to make enemies either. In fact, I came here to seek colleagues rather than enemies. As a result, it turned out like this. The mass production maker took out an electronic cigarette and spoke. I felt anger in your story. There is a strong rage against this world and the constellations. I tried to say something but fell silent. I know that you saw many things that shouldn't be seen today. Not at all. The mass production maker laughed. I somehow felt awkward and took out my smartphone. The darkness was like a screen in the front of the car. The mass production maker gazed silently at the darkness and there was a slight sadness. Still, don't hate them so much. It took some time for me to understand his words. They just couldn't stand the loneliness. Whether it is a garbage or a noble constellation, they all acted like that because they liked the story. I was confused because I didn't know the mass production maker would say such words. A strange feeling of betrayal filled my chest. This doesn't mean they can trample on the lives of incarnations. If they liked the story, they could do their own scenarios. Instead of ruining the scenario of others, they could move on to the next scenario. Turning to another scenario and selling their minds was just avoiding reality. I tried to say this. At that moment, the smartphone turned on and Ways of Survival came into view. The last sentence I had been reading was on the screen. I stared blankly at the sentences and the mass production maker asked, "You are always looking at that. Are you going to write something on an empty notebook?" I couldn't find a way to answer the question, but I soon smiled weakly and replied, "I just feel steady when I look at this." In the distance, the darkness of the dark dimension could be seen. A light emerged from an empty window. Finally, it was time to go back. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 247 Demon King Selection 1. It had been a week since I went to the Gourmet Association. During this week, I was very busy. There were only 4 days left until the Demon King selection. Until then, I had to complete all of my preparations. Apart from the black demon sword in Yu Zhonghyuk's hands, there were some usable hidden pieces in Murim. I opened the first revision of Ways of Survival in order to find the sub-scenarios that would let me get the hidden pieces. During this time, I read the revised text and reviewed the important parts, but there were still many missing pieces. "You're busy as soon as you come here. I've barely seen your face." Jang Haeyoung, who was wearing large sleeveless clothes that didn't fit him, followed after me for 30 minutes. I stared at him with a frown and asked, "Shouldn't you be training?" Jang Haeyoung stretched out his lips and replied, "Haven't I been working hard?" "What is hard?" "You were eating dumplings. Can't I do closed-door training while eating dumplings?" I wondered why he was bothering me when something came to mind. "Oh, I heard you finished third in the competition? It is a big deal." Jang Haeyoung shrugged and pretended to look elsewhere. It wasn't a big deal. However, the curve of his mouth showed that he felt pretty great. I knew why he was chasing after me like this. Dishonest guy. "Did you get it? The demon spirit bead?" "Yes." "Give it to me." "Why?" Jang Haeyoung stepped back with a suspicious look. I sighed and told him, "I'm not going to take it away. You can't eat it like this anyway." Based on his dark expression, he had already heard about it from Yu Zhonghyuk. I'm sure he told the story while picking out the black demon sword. "If you eat it, you will experience a chi deviation and all the blood vessels in your body will explode, killing you. There is only one person here who can safely absorb the demon spirit bead." I thought this and understood why Jang Haeyoung was acting like this. "You don't have to give it to me if you don't want to. You are the one who earned it yourself." Couldn't be helped if Jang Haeyoung didn't believe me since not enough trust had been built up yet. At this moment, Jang Haeyoung extended a small hand. "It isn't like that. In the first place, I wouldn't have gained this if it wasn't for you." A small pill fell into my hand with a thud. This was one of the 3 major drugs of First Murim, the demon spirit bead. I spoke with a smile, "Wait and see." It was a drug that a terrible person from the blood demon school made in the past by refining the blood of 1,000 people. It was a cursed pill that could gain the best power out of the conception vessel but turned the person who took it crazy due to the curse of the souls. TL. Meridians are a network of vessels/channels in the body where chi flowed. There are 8 extraordinary meridians and one of them is the conception vessel. Wiki link. https://en wikipedia.org/wiki/meridian% sign 2 8 Chinese medicine %sign 29 8 extraordinary meridians. In the original novel, Yu Zhonghyuk always found it delicious, but Jang Haeyoung would surely die if he took it. Let's see. However, as with any scenario, it wasn't impossible to use a cursed item. In fact, I clearly remembered a scene from Ways of Survival where the flying fox absorbed this tribulation. All I need is 3 great return pills. After all, everything is about balance and harmony. If demonic energy is a problem, we can supply it regularly. The curse could be avoided if 3 great return pills were ground together with the demon spirit bead. It was easier said than done. The problem was how to get the demon spirit bead, one of the top 3 drugs, along with 3 great return pills. However, this wasn't a big problem for me. I called Bayu and opened the Dakibi bag. The great return pill was already on the recommended goods list. The Dakibi's big data was scary. Plus, recommended products list. Great return pill at 200,000 C. Stock, 5. Plus, 200,000 coins. I normally would have been distressed by the price, but not anymore. I deliberately switched the screen to public and purchased the goods. 600,000 coins have been consumed. You have purchased 3 great return pills. Then channel messages kept appearing. Some constellations envy your overspending. A few constellations are curious about the performance of the great return pill. Some constellations say they will sponsor 500 coins if you tell them the performance of the great return pill. 6,600, 000 coins? The passing Han Myungo shook while holding a bowl of dog food. He was probably preparing a meal for the Breaking the Sky Master. I heard you were rich. Things turned out well. Please take this and grind it together. What is this? Is it a panacea? Don't be curious. If you eat it wrong, you will be cursed by a demon king. Han Myungo paled after hearing about the demon king's curse and acted quickly after taking the pills from me. The 4 pills were turned into a fine powder. I held out the bowl towards Jang Haeyoung, who told me, I can't eat powder. Endure it this time. Block your nose and swallow it with water. By the way, can I really eat this? It won't be much help to you Jong-hyuk or I if we eat it. You're different. You Jong-hyuk already had enough of a magic power system in place even if he didn't eat the demon spirit bead. Meanwhile, I had the broken heart of a young gold dragon. However, Jang Haeyoung was suffering from a lack of magic power. Jang Haeyoung kept hesitating, so I told him, if you don't want to eat it, give it to me. Anyhow, you have no courage. He'll eat it. Jang Haeyoung poured the powdered medicine into his mouth and swallowed the bitter taste with water. The moment Jang Haeyoung put down the bowl, the Breaking the Sky Master, who had been waiting for the opportunity, rushed over and eagerly licked the bowl. Jang Haeyoung looked at his condition and cocked his head with a slight smile. I don't feel anything special? The efficacy should appear by tomorrow. It will take time for the pills to mix with the Bodis energy. Jang Haeyoung nodded like he understood. Then Han Myungo stepped in again from where he was listening. Look, Doc Jassy. I glanced back and something I expected had showed up. This car, it is from the Gourmet Association. The car he mentioned was this great Ferrigine left in one corner of the yard. I stared at the sleek black body that could even cross the fault lines of the dark dimension, and the words of the mass production maker suddenly came to mind. Don't make too many enemies. He was definitely a different type from the constellations I knew. I would have had a better memory of him if he had given me this car for free. Is the Gourmet Association a charitable organization? I bought it with a lease. Lease? How much? It is 50,000 coins a month. 550,000 coins? How many coins did you earn? Roughly 4.8 million coins. Jang Haeyoung and Han Myungo's mouths dropped open as they heard 4.8 million coins. Jang Haeyoung asked, Excuse me, do you have an incarnation? Why? Do you want to be my incarnation? I smiled at him and Jang Haeyoung shouted, I was just wondering. In addition, I've already decided on a constellation. Constellation? Who? I asked with slight nervousness. I didn't want Jang Haeyoung as an incarnation, but things would become complicated if Jang Haeyoung picked the wrong constellation. Then Jang Haeyoung unexpectedly replied, The Demon King of Salvation. What? I want to be his incarnation. I wanted to make a joke when I saw Jang Haeyoung's intense eyes. Then I thought about it and realized that he still hadn't heard my modifier. In the original, he was a person with great senses. No, there was no reason for him to think I was the Demon King of Salvation in the first place. I suddenly wanted to tease this person. Will he accept you? Have you contacted him? Not yet. I saw Jang Haeyoung's blushing face and realized he really didn't know who I was. It was a complicated feeling. Then the watching Han Myungo interrupted. You still don't know his modifier? I don't know it. Should I know? Before I could stop him, Han Myungo pointed at me. That friend is the Demon King of Salvation. For the next 2 days, Jang Haeyoung avoided me. The usually lazy person suddenly never emerged from his training. Thus, I was stressed because I was left alone with Yu Jong-hyuk in the training field. You must have done something useless again, Kim Dokja. It's nothing. Yu Jong-hyuk scratched the ground with the black demon's sword and left. It was an action that appeared when he was in a good mood. This jerk, he seemed excited about his new sword. In the training field, the sound of Jang Haeyoung punching a pile was heard repeatedly. It sounded similar to when I kicked my futon every night. You didn't seem like a constellation, but you have their habit of peeking. I turned around and saw a super tall woman. I was about to open my mouth when the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint spoke. If you don't add Nim, I will hit your arse. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint Nim. I couldn't be like you Jong-hyuk just because of a single syllable. Have you gone to Tartarus? Not yet. However, I got an appointment with the Queen of the Underworld thanks to you. I'm glad. Perhaps it was due to the anticipation that she would meet her kin, but a mild shadow passed over the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's face. The harvest of this journey was that I obtained her. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was one of the strongest transcendents in ways of survival. Her presence alone we might be able to somehow get through the Demon King selection. I opened my mouth. I have a question. Can I ask it? I'll allow it. Why did you teach Jang Haeyoung your martial arts? That person has talent. It is possible to achieve a new type of transcendence if I polish him well. I knew what she meant. Perhaps the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint felt the wall that was inside Jang Haeyoung. However, that shouldn't be the reason. You know that he is a man. Originally, the Breaking the Sky swordsmanship was only for women. Yu Jong-hyuk might be the exception, but this school had never accepted many disciples. You're still young. There isn't only one interpretation of a story. The words were cryptic. Maybe the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint noticed that Jang Haeyoung was a woman in his previous life. Then the story of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint began. I remember a man I knew before. A man? Yes, a man. At this moment, I fully understood the meaning of there isn't only one interpretation of a story spoken by the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. The word she chose was confusing because it could be a man or her man, i.e. a lover. No, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint shouldn't have a lover. He was very handsome. In the original novel, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint never mentioned a man, so I felt something strange. You aren't trying to say that Jang Haeyoung is like your former lover, right? I was joking, but unexpectedly, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint answered seriously. His handsome looks are a resemblance. At this point, I wondered if she accepted Yu Jong-hyuk just because he was handsome. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint didn't care about my disappointment and continued. He was very handsome but a poor person because of his small size. Small? I was thinking about her ex-boyfriend when something flashed through my mind, causing me to feel astonishment. A person who had a connection with the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint in ways of survival. In addition, small was the most appropriate word for him. No, wait a minute. I thought their relationship wasn't good. At this moment, a loud sound was heard from outside. An unimaginable aura dominated the area of the Blue Dragon Castle, including this estate. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and I ran outside at the same time, and Yu Jong-hyuk looked my way. Kim Dokja. In the sky, a vortex was appearing. It was a vortex I knew very well. It was a cursed outlet that only opened when a disaster appeared in the scenario. Yu Jong-hyuk spoke in a low tone, the Great Hall. The disaster scenarios were originally only seen in the early scenario areas. There was no disaster in the first Murim. There were no disasters in scenario areas that had passed the 20th scenario. In such an area, there was only one really why the hall would open. Run away. The great disaster scenario of the first Murim was going to begin. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 248 Demon King Selection. 2. There were two types of disaster scenarios in the star stream. The first was the apocalypse scenarios named after the relevant nebulae and had become a type of myth, such as Ragnarok and Gigantomachia. The second was a destruction scenario that occurred irregularly. This was the case with the Great Hall before my eyes. It isn't a constellation. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint stared up at the raging sky that had become dark. If it didn't have the aura of a constellation, there was only one answer. An outer god. Now I had become a constellation. I could feel the power of the outer god casting shadows from the hall. It was one I had encountered a few times. However, the feeling I felt now was different in dimension. The blind wasn't too blinded when looking at the sun. For the first time, I hated that I had become a constellation. Yu Jong-hyuk muttered, "Why is the destruction scenario beginning now?" Yu Jong-hyuk had gone through the first and second rounds and knew the future of the first Murim. In the original novel, the first Murim was destroyed by an outer god. However, it was still too early. In the original novel, it happened in a few years. Now something pulled that timeline forward. What was it? What the hell went wrong? Wait, perhaps? Yu Jong-hyuk had similar thoughts and asked me, "Is my idea correct?" "It seems to be the case." I replied nervously. The destruction scenario was a scenario that tested the possibilities of the incarnations. If the accumulated probability value was never filled up, the disaster would never begin. In this Blue Dragon Castle, there was only one thing that recently triggered probability. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint opened her mouth. It was the martial arts competition. The martial arts competition. The probability that the brash swamp predator and other constellations used eventually triggered the disaster. A few constellations who dislike you are enjoying the situation. Damn bastards. Kim Dokja. What the hell did you do there? Yu Jong-hyuk didn't know exactly what happened at the Gourmet Association and was angry at me. I had no excuses. There was no way to reverse a scenario that had already begun. In a few moments, the destruction scenario will begin. The outer god is preparing to attack. All non-participants in the scenario should quickly leave the scenario area. The messages were heard from the sky and a disturbance began in the Blue Dragon Castle. Crazy. What is this? Hurry and flee. Unlike other scenarios, the Great Destruction scenario had the option of participating. Incarnations like us were quickly leaving the area. Even the merchants selling the files containing the martial arts and the martial artists of Blue Dragon Castle. Their expressions changed the moment the Great Hall appeared in the sky. The concept of skilled and unskilled was meaningless in front of this existence. What happened? Jang Haeyoung and Han Myung-go belatedly ran out into the yard. "We have to get out of here. Prepare quickly." Eek. Jang Haeyoung gulped as he pointed to the sky. Many tentacles were extending from the Great Hall. It was undoubtedly the outer god I encountered on Peaceland and in Dark Castle. I will explore this story of leaving things. I was overwhelmed by the terrible presence that permeated the syllables. The colossal greed caused the escaping people to collapse and piss themselves. Yuwa. It was huge chaos that disrupted the spirit just from the true voice. Of course, it was unreasonable to confront such a person, no matter how strong Yu Jonghyuk was. Even a weak outer god had the power to trample on constellations. It was hard to expect a chance using the fourth wall like I did with the Eater of Dreams. There are 30 minutes until the start of the destruction scenario. We had to run away from here. Maybe that was the better choice. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. I gazed at the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and she was looking back at me. It was an unfathomable expression. To the Breaking the Sky Sword Namgung Minyoung, the first Murim was home. All I knew were the sentences written in ways of survival. According to those sentences, there was no reason for the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint to defend this place. Of course, not everyone likes their home. To her, the first Murim was just the breeding ground of a corrupt world. It was a world that lost recognition and compassion. Murim was already destroyed long before the first Murim was destroyed. So far, there was no reason for the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint to stay here. The first Murim would perish. To be exact, it had to perish. Teacher. Yu Jonghyuk's voice pushed for us to leave. Then why didn't the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint move? She stood like a mountain as she silently stared at the street across from her. The city was chaotic from rioting and desertion. Then I saw a group of people approaching. They were those who were looking at transcendence or had seen transcendence. I sensed the youthful aura around their bodies and noticed who they were. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, it's been a while. The heads of the powerful clans of Blue Dragon Castle had come to visit the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. It wasn't hard to guess why they came here. The outer god had come to Murim and the destruction was scheduled. There were two types of reactions before Murim was destroyed. Run away or fight. Those who didn't have much to lose would flee, but the incarnations who had been here for a long time were different. They built up forces, gathered wealth, and created stories. They were those who reached the peak in power of one area. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. We need your help. From left to right, they were the Zhuge family, Murong family, the Sichuan Tangmen school, the Wangbo family, and the Namgung family. The heads of the 5 main forces of the first Murim had gathered, which was probably a rare event throughout all of Murim. Behind them were the chiefs of the big schools. I beg you, lend Murim your strength. Namgung Minyoung clenched her fists and replied, You need my strength. Some of the heads of the distinguished families recoiled at the cold voice. The quickest one to react was the head of the Zhuge family. Please help us. I'm asking you. I understood why they came out like this. The Ice Flower Goddess, who was the best martial artist of this area, was defeated by the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint's disciple. There was also an overwhelming gap in skill. Perhaps the impact of the martial arts competition alarmed the countless masters who had been running along the easy path. Yu Jonghyuk showed the power to defeat even a descended constellation. The old masters felt nostalgic at the old path of transcendence, while the adventurers who came to visit were reminded of those who had reached the peak. Master's ancestor, please help your descendants. In the end, the one who spoke was a member of the Namgung family, which was the same family as the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint Namgung Minyoung. It was a middle-aged man with a fierce face. Perhaps this was Namgung Jinshin, one of the 10 Grand Elders. It might be only half, but the blood of his family also flowed through the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. For that reason, the eyes of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint were shaken. I wasn't able to watch anymore and went forward. How funny. Weren't you the ones who previously abandoned the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint? Normally, I would have acted on their shared feelings. I would have devised a way to take them together with me to the Demon King selection. However, now the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was more urgent. Sadly, you forget everything you did when the constellations and Dakibis first visited here. Who are you? Some of the family chiefs changed their expressions after realizing the true meaning of my words. Maybe they also remembered. Why did the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint, who ruled at the top of Murim, open a martial arts hall in a fallen area? Yu Jonghyuk knew the circumstances and bit his lips at my words. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint Namgung Minyoung's expression distorted and her heroic spirit stopped. I couldn't blame her for being swept away. She didn't pursue honor or vain lust. Thus, she was used by the Murim people and eventually abandoned here. As the symbol of the fallen Murim, the distinguished families left her in this place and built their own castles. The Namgung family's master, it is the same for you. Master's ancestor, you have never called the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint that before, right? To that, if you had any thoughts, you wouldn't have come here. I don't know if you're brave or stupid. Don't you know why the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint split apart from your Namgung family? A child born between a giant god and a human. I knew better than anyone the trials that the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint experienced as she grew up. Perhaps even more than Yu Jonghyuk. How is a female? It is the cursed blood of the giant gods. The breaking the sky sword saint made a questionable face. She must be wondering why I knew these things. Usually, it would be a dangerous remark, but now her question was beneficial for me. The breaking the sky sword would follow me in order to resolve this question. What do you know? Shut up. Breaking the sky sword saint, who is this person? The agitated family heads approached to threaten me, and Yu Jonghyuk raised the black demon sword. It was a good thing. If there was a conflict here, we could get out of here peacefully. Before the furious Yu Jonghyuk could deal a blow, the Zhuge family's head suddenly fell to the ground. Breaking the sky sword saint, I am reflecting on the mistakes of those days. I understand that we can't undo our actions. Damn, there were still smart guys in this world. The other family heads were baffled by the Zhuge head's actions. The head of the Zhuge family was begging to the breaking the sky sword saint with a desperate countenance. It was as if he was praying to the god of Murim. If you don't help, the first Murim will be destroyed. He could ask for a god's compassion at any time, but he was a disciple ready to abandon his faith at any time. Then the god of Murim responded. At one time, small trees came together to form a forest. The head of the Zhuge family looked up at the breaking the sky sword after hearing the unexpected words. Now that the small trees are uprooted and only a few large trees that have occupied the land have covered the sky with their branches. The breaking the sky sword saint looked at the blue dragon castle with a blank expression. The spires of the distinguished family's homes rose higher than the walls. It was as if they were looking down on the residents on behalf of the heavens. Then I understood the words of the breaking the sky sword saint. The leaves and branches are plentiful, but now there are only a few trees left. What do you think? Can this still be called a forest? Murim had died a long time ago. The breaking the sky sword saint had declared it just now. Let's go. The god of Murim turned her back and betrayed this world. It seemed easier to resolve than I expected. I was satisfied and followed after the breaking the sky sword saint. Yu Jonghyuk was watching me while Jang Haeyoung and Han Myungo packed quickly as they ate dumplings. At this moment, a strange message was heard. Your actions have had a profound impact on the direction of what? The second revision update will begin. TL note. Expect 2 more chapters later tonight. In addition, I generally have difficulty with Murim/martial arts translations, so I might often go back and change things when I read further chapters with more context. However, I will always leave a note. Thanks. Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 249 Demon King Selection 3. The second revision update. The message appeared at an unexpected time and made me think for a moment. Another revision meant the future would keep changing due to my actions. In other words, after receiving the first revision, I contributed to the creation of a new future. My heart throbbed at the thought. Did I succeed in the 3rd round? Would it once again start from the 4th round? Did Yu Jonghyuk reach the end in the story I changed? The author, why did he keep sending me these things? The second revision update is in progress. I couldn't be sure of anything since the file hadn't updated yet. Things might have gotten better or worse. The thing I had to think about right now wasn't the direction of the new revision but the immediate development. Breaking the sky sword saint. Are you going to flee now? You are going to abandon the world you have been living in. As I was briefly distracted by ways of survival, the masters rose in unison. The most serious change occurred in the Zhuge head who had been the first to kneel. Run away? You are saying this to me? What are you doing right now if it isn't running away? How funny, child. There was a deep mockery in the voice. The Murim people responded to the voice and raised their aura. Every one of them were first-class masters in First Murim. The magic power of the family heads combined and a threatening earthquake spread through the area. The breaking the sky sword saint stepped towards the family heads who were raising their pressure. Kahik. It was an incredible sight. The shock waves that spread from around the advancing breaking the sky sword saint precisely offset the seismic waves emitted from the other side, causing internal injuries to all the masters with a magic power that was several times the opponent. Everything was done with a simple footstep. This was the power of the breaking the sky sword saint who was called a disaster. The fallen masters coughed up blood and stared resentfully at the breaking the sky sword saint. Be breaking the sky sword saint. Don't throw us away, please. They believed that this type of power would surely prevent the destruction. In the pale countenances, there was the shadow of hope rather than despair. The breaking the sky sword saint stared down at them blankly while the great hall in the sky became bigger and bigger. Now I couldn't delay any longer. Bayu appeared out of thin air and started to open a portal. The problem was the location of the portal. No matter how much I looked, there were no portals around us. The first one to speak was Jang Haeyoung, who confirmed the location of the portal using 100 lanes that he learnt through the unidentified wall. I think the portal opened that way. Do we have to run to the square? Jang Haeyoung was pointing to the square that we first arrived at when we came to the Blue Dragon Castle. I urged Bayu. Can't you move the portal to this place? Bong. Bayu shook her head with a grim expression. Independent Dakibis might be constrained in strength. Or perhaps it was because Bayu was still a young Dakibi. In the end, we have to move back to where we first passed through the portal. The Breaking the Sky Master barked. I turned back and saw the Breaking the Sky Master was pushing his head out from the passenger seat of this grade Farigini. Get on, quickly. Han Myungo called out to us from the driver's seat. We quickly boarded the vehicle. Depart. The magic power engine of this grade Farigini roared. The masters chased after us using their techniques, but no matter how high their level, they couldn't catch up to the work made by the mass production maker. There are 10 minutes remaining until the start of the destruction scenario. I could see the landscape of the first Murim outside my window. The sky was red. Things like meteorite debris were falling from the Great Hall. A market exploded from the shockwave and flames spread. The giant spires built by the distinguished families were paying the price for challenging the sky. Back. Buildings collapsed and the ground shook. Some people were covered by the collapsed buildings. There were people crying over dying people and others shouting that they should flee. I was watching the fall of a world like I was turning pages. One day, as Modius had stated, the scenario is a small destruction to prevent a greater destruction. How many more had to suffer destruction in order to end this story? I turned my head and saw that the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and Yu Jonghyuk were watching the same scene as me. Flee quickly. But the voices of several young people came from the window. The men and women injured by the debris were looking around for help. Han Myungo stepped on the brakes and Jang Haeyoung opened his mouth. Can't we give them a ride? I thought he would say this. I shook my head. No. Han Myungo stepped on the accelerator and we started moving again. Jang Haeyoung spoke in a voice filled with faint resentment. There's plenty of room in here. We are separate from this scenario so we can leave. Those people are different. However, this master was born here and can leave with us. She is a bit special. I glanced at the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was in existence with the blood of a giant god. She wasn't born in the Murim scenario and could receive other scenarios if she left this place. Outside the window, I could see male and female martial artists. The people here will die anyway. Those who were born here and only received scenarios here couldn't escape from the first Murim. Even if they managed to leave here, they would instantly die due to the exile penalty. There was helplessness in Jang Haeyoung's expression. Then, I knew Jang Haeyoung's feelings. I have lived with these emotions for a long time. In front of any crisis in the world, the only thing we can do was turn over the pages of the world. There are 8 minutes until the start of the destruction scenario. Your story of destruction is descending. The darkened sky was flashing. In the meantime, the number of tentacles that emerged through the Great Hall had exceeded 4. Jang Haeyoung shook as he gazed at the growing hall and Yu Jonghyuk was immersed. The hairs on my skin were standing up. Kim Doksha thought, I can't compete with that. Who did I have to fight against? What strength did I need to obtain in the future? I once again realized it. Maybe this was one of the giant stories. It was a story that I couldn't afford yet. This story, which descended to end a world, was completely different from every story I had ever used. There is no PL Ace to run, PA or SLA-VS of the SCE Na Rio. The windows of the Blue Dragon Castle were destroyed by the resounding true voice. Des Truck Tien will FO Lo You. Even the body of the mass production maker's car couldn't overcome the shock of the true voice and shook. There are 5 minutes until the start of the destruction scenario. The portal. Fortunately, we arrived at the portal in time. Now we just had to escape. Let's go. I got the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and made my debut in the Gourmet Association. I also built up many coins. The finish was tough, but I had no solution at this time. The first Murim was a world that would someday be destroyed, and now I had no way of stopping that destruction. At this moment, the Breaking the Sky Sword got out of the car. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint? Her expression was still unreadable. Still, I knew her thoughts without needing to read her expression. All residents of Murim should gather immediately in the square. Her divinity echoed through this world like a lion's roar. It was extremely powerful and was reminiscent of a constellation's true voice. The fleeing martial artists instantly looked this way after hearing her voice. Be Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. For a moment, the Murim people had mixed feelings of joy. I got off the car and shouted, "Wait a minute." I was confused. Why did the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint make this choice? Was it because of something I did? Several thoughts passed through my head. Perhaps the second revision being updated was because the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint died in this place? The second revision update is in progress. I gritted my teeth. The second revision still hadn't arrived. Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. We must go together. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint would die if she remained here. Then the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint replied, "Young constellation, one tree doesn't make up a forest." Amidst the sinister feeling, The breaking the sky sword saint directed her words to me. Then how many trees need to gather to become a forest? Of course, I never thought about such a thing. Instead, all I saw were the tiny trees being broken by the falling meteorites. The very small trees had been covered by such big trees that it was unknown they even existed. The trees were shouting towards the breaking the sky sword saint. Save me. Please save me. I had forgotten. What type of person was the breaking the sky sword saint? Her heroic spirit is so high that she sometimes makes other people's definition of justice shabby. Every transcendent had something they couldn't concede, and this was it for the breaking the sky sword saint. However, understanding her justice didn't mean I condoned her actions. Just as a few trees couldn't be called a forest, one tree couldn't block a landslide. Have you forgotten your promise? Didn't you say you would help me if I let you meet your people? I remember and I'll keep it. The breaking the sky sword saint replied as she stared up at the sky. Since the complete great destruction hadn't begun yet, the oldest ones wouldn't appear. Still, it was certain that beyond the sky was an ancient god. At the very least, it was similar to the Eater of Dreams caught by me and Yu Jonghyuk. I will go to you after stopping them here. Could the breaking the sky sword saint beat an existence that didn't fall to Chiak Jungyong's three-sword style? Teacher. Then Yu Jonghyuk came forward. However, the breaking the sky sword saint was stubborn. Leave. The lesson for this time is over. I need you. The breaking the sky sword saint's eyes were faintly shaken at the honest words. It is very fascinating. If only it wasn't for this type of situation. I can't break the 46th scenario alone. You must. From these words, I realized what the breaking the sky sword saint meant to Yu Jonghyuk. The breaking the sky sword saint faintly smiled at Yu Jonghyuk. It was as if her disciple was special. The giant hands of the breaking the sky sword saint covered Yu Jonghyuk's head like a lid. You're not alone. The eyes of the breaking the sky sword saint stayed on me for a very short time. She continued speaking. I will stop the destruction of this place. Just as Yu Jonghyuk knew the breaking the sky sword saint, the breaking the sky sword saint knew Yu Jonghyuk. Thus, she knew the words to send Yu Jonghyuk away. I will stop the destruction of this world. Breaking the sky sword saint, stop it and go. Yu Jonghyuk didn't move. The many emotions pouring out of his heart were conveyed to me. There is 1 minute until the start of the destruction scenario. In the end, I pulled at Yu Jonghyuk. I didn't want to leave this way, but if I didn't make this choice, the third round would end here. We must go, Yu Jonghyuk. The person who stiffened like a stone statue didn't move, and Jang Haeyoung and Han Myunggo eventually came out. Yu Jonghyuk was dragged into the car, and the breaking the sky sword saint stared at me. Please look after my disciple. The breaking the sky master barked from the car. Yu Jonghyuk was staring this way with a completely distraught expression. You two, leave. The person who always looked down on people was now looking up at a place higher than herself. Then the sky gazed down at her. In T residential Ting Kray Tian, who are Ryu. The foreign god was asking for the name of a god. In a situation where the constellations would be stunned, the breaking the sky sword saint opened her mouth without retreating. I am the god of Murim. As if she heard her disciple leaving, the lonely tree that guarded the forest for a long time spoke towards the sky. I am the breaking the sky sword saint. TL, Rainbow Turtle. Chapter 250 Demon King Selection. 4. The ground and the sky rattled like cogs. Something gigantic was descending from the sky, and there was a person blocking it. The magic power and giant story caused a burst of brilliant sparks as they collided. There are 40 seconds until the start of the destruction scenario. The opponent was an outer god. Little by little, the ceiling of the sky was coming closer. The breaking the sky sword saint didn't back down despite the pressure weighing down on the entire castle. No, she couldn't back down. She never backed down from her beliefs. This was the banner of a transcendent who only walked a single story. Fight it. The breaking the sky sword saint revived the despairing Murim people. Many constellations are interested in the development of this scenario. Some constellation are paying attention to the transcendent Namgung Minyoung. The stars were gathering in the night sky. Like piranhas smelling blood, the constellations illuminated the sky with a red light. The Dakibis also appeared like they had been waiting. Constellations, it is time for the destruction to come. Some of the constellations were watching the world's demise with a somber expression, while others were watching with excitement. Every person's feelings were different, but the downfall of one world was nothing more than entertainment for them. Just like me. At this moment, many emotions muddled my head. Maybe these emotions had been piled up since the Gourmet Association. If I threw away Murim here, would I be any different from them? Breaking the sky sword saint, I pulled up my status, and a change occurred in the constellations. The constellation prisoner of the golden headband is looking forward to your choice. Many constellations are paying attention to your presence. The attention moved from the breaking the sky sword saint to me. Yoyu? If I caught the eye of the outer god, I wouldn't be able to escape this place. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint knew this and stopped me. This isn't your battlefield. It was as if this page wasn't allowed for me. Leave this world to the people here. I didn't know what Murim was for the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. It was a place that worshipped her a god while also bringing her down. Nevertheless, at this moment, the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint decided to defend Murim. The stories of the 29th scenario area, the first Murim is piling up. Then Murim responded to the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. The 29th scenario area has found its guardian. The first Murim is looking at Breaking the Sky Sword Saint Namgung Minyoung. The possibility of a giant story is germinating. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint blinked with surprise. Perhaps it was the first time she had heard this message. If someone wanted to destroy the world would respond to the destruction. In this world, everything that has built up history has a will. It was a land that was made of the blood, flesh, sweat, and effort of the Murim people. The stories carved onto the land were flocking to the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. Grandeur could be felt from the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint as Murim nestled in her body. The possibility of a giant story. It hadn't blossomed yet, and I didn't know when it would be germinated. Still, it has the possibility of a giant story. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. A bizarre sound that resembled laughter poured from the sky. Finally, 5 tentacles descended from the sky. No matter how great the possibility of a giant story, it was impossible to stop the outer god with just the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint. The outer gods were beings who had lived a long time and faced such giant stories. She knew no more time could be wasted, and the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint shouted, "Go now." Then my body was pushed into the car. The portal is activated. Yu Jong-hyuk belatedly regained his mind and tried to get out of the car. But this grade Farigini had already started. It only took 1 moment. As we passed through the portal, the Breaking the Sky Master was silent. The scenery of Murim slowly moved away and everything was covered in darkness. The survivors never said anything for a long time. You have arrived in the 73rd Demon Realm. There are 3 days remaining until the Demon King selection. Maybe it was because too many things happened in a row. The party had no words after returning. The car turned off and only a stillness remained. He'll smoke a cigarette for a while. Han Myung-go left while Jang Hae-young placed his head against his knees. The Breaking the Sky Master whined while Yu Jong-hyuk. Damn. I breathed calmly while thinking about what I gained from this journey. Everything I had done was for the upcoming Demon King selection. I went to Murim to recruit the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint as a colleague and went to the Gourmet Association in the process. I couldn't bring the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint back with me. I couldn't persuade the constellations of the Gourmet Association. The only income was that Yu Jong-hyuk and Jang Hae-young became stronger. There was a transcendent dog and coins possessed, 4,890,875 C. The second revision update has been completed. Despite the message, I didn't dare to look at my smartphone. Nevertheless, I had to look, even if I felt disgusted by the contents I would see. Kim Dokja. I looked up and saw Yu Jong-hyuk staring at me. I couldn't bear to read the anger in his heart. I had nothing to say even if Yu Jong-hyuk tried to kill me here. What do we do now? It was a voice that contained no special feelings. I felt a subtle fear and triggered Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint. Then I immediately regretted it. My chest was stuffy from the suffocating emotions. They were emotions that couldn't be described in words. The sorrow was too deep that it couldn't become language. Yu Jong-hyuk was already a madman. Maybe he had been like this for a long time. This event would wear him down even more. The emotions that didn't burst would move on to the next turn and it would lead to his death. It would wear at him and isolate him. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint of the 3rd round would be forgotten. I opened my trembling lips. I needed to say something. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint was surely alive. She would come back alive. However, I couldn't say it. I wasn't TLS 123. We have to try. That was all I could say. Struggle, fight, and turn things upside down. Yu Jong-hyuk stared at me quietly before leaving the car. I could see it without asking. Maybe he was going to do his own preparations. This was Yu Jong-hyuk. He didn't give up on his goal even if he gave up his life. Despite the mighty despair, he challenged it again and again, overcoming that despair. Thus, he lived and would live like that. Eventually, he would become unhappy. Once Yu Jong-hyuk, only one sentence that I read from his heart was left with me. I'm not like you. I brooded over the sentence as I turned on my smartphone. I knew what Yu Jong-hyuk was talking about. 3 ways to survive in a ruined world, 2nd revision, .txt. The death of the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint would be recorded. The success of this round would be written down. Maybe the changed ending would be written. The 4th wall is shaking faintly. My trembling fingers touched the screen several times. Yu Jonghyuk's words once again emerged. I'm not like you. I didn't know what that bastard knew about me. I had watched Yu Jonghyuk for over 10 years, while Yu Jonghyuk hadn't even known me for a year. That jerk. What did he know about me? I turned off the screen. It didn't matter what was written. In any case, the story I wanted to create wouldn't be in it. Jang Haeyoung. I want to save Murim. Jang Haeyoung wiped his eyes while raising his head. I stared at him and slowly opened my mouth. I didn't know if this would work or not. Still, it was better than doing nothing. There were various beings in the detention center of the executive branch. It was mainly filled with imprisoned constellations and transcendents caught by the probability conformity assessment. However, it was rare for a member of the executive branch to come directly, even if probability was violated. Those who used too much probability would be hit by a storm, and it was easy to avoid attention. Even so, the executive branch had to step in for this man's situation. The Dakibi Yunki sighed as he gazed at the map trapped in the probability net. Look here. Then the little person looked at Yunki. Yunki gazed at the handsome face and said, You should now return to your original scenario area. Isn't your home in danger? Thanks to you, your planetary system is unable to proceed with the scenario. The small man laughed. Once I leave, you will send the disaster to Peace Land again. Didn't I already say that won't happen? I don't believe in your words. Yunki flinched and stepped back at the growling voice. This was why transcendents were tricky. The constellations could quickly understand once spoken to, but the transcendents were stubborn mortal and sometimes made absurd messes like this. The man continued to speak. There is someone I'm waiting for. He'll stay here until he returns to my home. Waiting for? Who is it? He'll leave on my own once he comes. Yunki was about to open his mouth again when the prison door opened and a new prisoner appeared. Grr. Fucking Dakibis. The prison shook from the fierce true voice. Yunki and the small man turned towards the voice at the same time. At the entrance, a constellation who had been bounded by the executive branch Dakibis was walking in. It was a constellation with the appearance of a lizard. That bastard scammed me. He was the one who stole my coins. Why did you grab me instead of him? If you can't find a way to repay your debt, we will be forced to take away a story. Yunki had a rough idea of the situation. Sometimes these things happened. The constellation came here because he couldn't repay the ridiculous loan interest. Yunki was clicking his tongue while the constellation continued yelling. The Dakibis were familiar with such turmoil, but one person wasn't. Shut up. The brash swamp predator turned at the cold voice. Who are you? Little man. At this moment, a tremendous airflow swirled around the little man. His body seemed to rise in the air and blue lightning wrapped around his body. What, kook? The brash swamp predator let out a confused sound. The power of a mortal pressed down on his status. It was something he had never experienced before. The net of the prison let out a pained scream. A strength beyond the probability assigned to this place was rising from the small man. The shocked Yunki and the other Dakibis increased the output of the net, but the situation didn't change. The man's body became smaller and he popped through the net. The huge storm shot towards the brash swamp predator. The whole building shook and dust rose. The brash swamp predator lay on the floor. 5 Dakibis had bravely rushed forward and barely managed to deflect the trajectory of the blue-white fist. The terrible traces left by the fist remained on the wall. Rather than blaming the master of the fist, the Dakibis quickly delivered a report. Congratulations, brash swamp predator. You are free. Huh? What? I just received an order to release you. Someone has paid your debt. What? Who? The brash swamp predator forget what just happened at the news. The moment the Dakibi mentioned a name, Kiryo's body stopped while the brash swamp predator wondered. That guy paid my debt. At this moment, the blue-white lightning of electrification shot towards the Dakibi. Kyrios picked up the Dakibi by the collar and asked, What did you say just now? And oh, what? The name you just said. Where is he now? Before the Dakibi could answer, a message flew into Kyrios' ears. Kyrios stared blankly at the air for a moment before walking past the Dakibis towards the entrance. Yunki urgently exclaimed, Wait a minute. Can't let you go. If you go back to your home planet. I won't go home. The paradox Baekshung, Kyrios Rodgrame spoke with a smile filled with anger. I will go to my disciple. TL, Rainbow Turtle.